Hey, it's your girl Constance Carter, and I am here on the Fly Nubian Money. We have such an amazing topic today, you guys. It's something that is so close to my heart. I'm excited to talk to you, and I have two of the most brilliant minds with me here today. But before we get started, I want to welcome you to the Fly Nubian Money. I want to welcome you to the Fly Nubian Queen. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Make sure that you subscribe to the Fly Nubian Queen everywhere we are. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and beyond. I want to introduce to you all of these beautiful ladies that we have here today. We have Miss Athena Gardner. She is a CPA and a wealth coach. Yes. And what's up, Lala? Miss International Real Estate Agent. We got some really exciting information. We're going to talk about the state of Black economics today, the challenges in black communities and what we're facing today. And this is a real important conversation because there was an article in 2017 that said in the year 2053, the Black median wealth was going to be a zero. It's going to be a zero. And it looks like we may be headed that way. I did a TED Talk a couple of years ago. It's called Google That Shit. And I don't know if you've seen it. It's a great TED Talk. It's had over 430,000 views. But I talk about ways that we can close the wealth gap. And I have some ideas myself. But there's so many reasons and so many ways that we are behind. And when we look at economics, everything that's good, we're on the bottom. And everything that's bad, we're on the top. And we have to figure out how we've gotten here, how we can get better, and really how we can really close the wealth gap. But we didn't get here by ourselves. And so I want to talk to these ladies about this today. So I'm going to ask you, Athena, what do you think about the economic challenges Black communities are facing today?
I mean, there's so many aspects of that we face. So I wanted to turn to a report from the McKinsey Global Institute. So for those of you who do not know what McKinsey is, they are a management and consulting firm. So they often do these research and insights to provide for their companies and also to provide insight to their partners as well. And in a 2021 report, they did the economic state of Black America report and what it is and what it could be. And according to that report, Constance, we are right in line to be at a zero net worth by that 2030 date. On average, Black workers make $10,000 less than white counterparts. That's a 30% difference. The median household income is less than $50,000 compared to $78,000 with whites. And I know we've had a lot of conversation, especially to the level up and manosphere community about high value this and high value that and that 100K. But that always confused me because only 6% of Black adults make 100K or more.
I need you to say that one more time.
Only 6% of Black adults make 100K or more. So we are having conversations around things that don't even really apply to us. So instead of arguing and bickering and having that infighting over BS relationships and nonsense, we should be trying to figure out how to increase that percentage.
Woo! So you having conversations. Didn't your mama tell you to stay out of grown folks' business? Don't talk about things that don't apply to you. And people is on the internet talking about things that they don't take me to Cheesecake Factory. Don't take me to Cheesecake Factory because I'm worth this. And you ain't even got 2 nickels in your bank account. So let's get your money up before we try to talk about how I need a man to make 6 figures or 7 figures or 8 figures. That's a fantasy. That's very unfortunate. What do you think, Lala, about the state of not only the state of our financial situation, but the mentality behind it of how we think as Black people?
I think we have a combination of stuff. And it's sad, but it is true. Most people don't open their minds up in our community to things because they are already thinking they're beat down before they even try. So many don't want to start trying and thinking outside the box. And that's something that we all have to overcome and we have to encourage one another about. We also have this mentality of just what you said. I want everything without the work. You have to put in the work, even if that is to pick up a book and educate yourself. You may not get the same things that we got when we were in school. When I was coming up, we had home economics. We had all sorts of things that were outside of the home. And those things were slowly taken out of the schools. And now you don't even have anything where you can learn how to run your household, how to budget, how to just have life skills. And so many of this new generation who are coming up now don't even know what a checkbook is or how to balance a bank account if they have a bank account.
That part.
Because a lot of them don't have bank accounts. They put that money in that pillow and then they wonder why they can't turn that into better gold. You might get little bitty nuggets when you invest in something, but sooner or later, those nuggets start to really grow. Mm-hmm. So we have to break out of the mentality and break out of the stereotype of, I need a man, or I want this man to take me to baby, I wish my husband would take me to cheesecake, and he does. And I'm happy with that. And I was happy when we first started dating to have a split McDonald's meal when we didn't have much of nothing. 50-50, baby. And I'm okay with that. And this weekend's our 31-year anniversary. I'm keeping him. I don't care about that. And I don't care about how much the ring is, because if you focus on the ring, you're not focused on the right thing. These are the things that we have to get out of our mindset with.
Lala, we have $1.3 trillion in spending power. So if Black people were a country, well, we'd be the sixth. I heard one time we'd be the sixth largest country. Then I heard one time we'd be the 15th largest country. Nevertheless, we have the economics within to be a whole country, a competitive country, but yet we have the spending power, but we don't have the wealth. Why is that?
Because like I said, it goes back to a hoarding mentality. Yes, I'm going to go all the way back to the slavery days, because our mental has been pushed back from that. It's whatever you have, you keep to yourself. You don't tell all your business. You only allow people to know certain things. Now, when I grew up, we didn't talk about money in our household. And a lot of households say, well, go on in this household, stay in this household. We're not going to talk about it. And then they see, well, I got to keep up with the Joneses. Well, she's wearing red bottom shoes, so I need to wear my red bottom shoes. Our priorities are not in the place. Yes, what we need is to understand that we are extremely powerful when it comes to our finances. Even if you don't have a lot, even if you're in that 50,000 and under bracket, your money is still powerful because you're worried about spending it on things you might not necessarily need, instead of putting it toward the things that will help you to grow. We are extremely powerful. If we could just wave a magic wand to let our people understand just how powerful they are. But this is why we do this here, to let you know that you have these options, and to get out of listening to what's going on with the Beverly Hills housewives and who's doing this and who's twerking there and who's doing this. Get on your money.
Get your money up, people. And you know what? You are so right, Lala. And listen, this is a dialogue. This is not a monologue. We are not here to just talk amongst ourselves. We are here to engage with you as well. So, as we talk and we dialogue, we want to know, because we're going to actually engage with you. What do you think about the state of the Black community? What are we doing? We have all this spending power, $1.3 trillion in spending power, but we don't have the same wealth. What are we doing, and what can we do? Because we're trying to be solution oriented. We don't want to just talk about the problems, but what is the solution? So what do you think is our issues? How can we better ourselves? So put your comments in the chat. I see Danette said, look at all the money the Black people raised in a matter of hours for VP Kamala Harris. That's right. We was able to come together on that. So
and quick, 24 hours.
24 hours. How many of you guys got the text on Sunday that say, hey, we about to jump on this call? I got about 10 text messages from 10 different people saying, get on this call, Black women for Kamala, and everybody, they galvanized. I got on there. It was 1,000 people. Couldn't get on there. And then I got on later, and it was over 40,000 Black women on there united. Now they had men, they had the gays, they had white women, and just yesterday they had white men that raised $1 million. So it's been crazy. But as you can see, like Danette said, when we have a purpose, we do it. We have a purpose, Black people. We really do. Our purpose is us. So what do you think, Athena, about the fact that we have this spending power, and where is it going, and why don't we keep the wealth? What's the mentality? What's the mindset of our people, and why aren't we there?
I think we have to look at the core behind the behavior, because the behavior is When we make money, we give it away to other groups. That is the behavior. Why is that? Well, there's this, the societal and systemic structure where most of the businesses and services are provided by other groups. We have a tendency not to support our own. So that's another piece of the behavior. But it goes back to something that you mentioned before, Constance, which is the mindset. We do not value ourselves, and therefore we do not value our own. We have been indoctrinated by society, but by our own people as well, that other is better than what we can do. Even though other people are imitating us, they're selling ourselves back to us, but we don't want to buy ourselves from ourselves. We want to buy it from them.
You know what that reminds me? In Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the 1919, when Black Wall Street was formed, and they had over 600 businesses, and the dollar circulated in the community a year before it left. You don't see any other community where the dollar stays in that community a year, right? So when they bombed Black Wall Street, they burned it down, they rebuilt Black Wall Street. So now they have 300 businesses. And then it went away again. It was destroyed again. Do you know what it was destroyed by? Can you guess? Integration. So when we didn't have to do business with one another, we stopped, because now all of a sudden their food is better than ours. That's what that reminded me of what you said, Athena. Now all of a sudden their clothes are better than ours. Their movie theaters are better than ours. And I remember seeing that one guy who went, and when he finally was able to eat at the white counter, he said, "You mean to tell me I risked my life for this shit?" He didn't say it like that, but basically, I came over here and risked my life to eat this shit, because we thought that their food was better. And so therefore we stopped spending with one another. And that is the core of why we are in the state that we are, but we did not get here by ourselves. Now, 80% of wealth is generated through real estate. We have not been able to take advantage of wealth building opportunities in the past because of redlining, because of predatory lending, because they purposely kept us out of the wealth building process. I'm so happy, Black people, that we are resilient anyway. 70-something% of our white counterparts are homeowners. 44% of us are. So even though we're not there with all the roadblocks that they put in our place, we still are homeowners. So give yourselves a hand. So we're not the worst, right? We're on the bottom in terms of home ownership, but we're resilient regardless. So let me ask you, Lala, what do you think that we need to do in order to galvanize ourselves to be able to create wealth through real estate?
Educate yourself. Ever since I got into real estate in 2006, I taught and still teach first-time homeownership classes. And let me tell you, a lot of those classes, if you take them with a nonprofit organization, they will help you with your down payment. So not only are you getting education, you're getting money to a program. We have to understand that you don't always get what you want the first time around. Here's what I see with first-time homeowner mentality. Oh, well, I don't qualify for a four-bedroom house. I'd have to just buy a condo. Baby, get your condo. Get your condo. Okay, you live in that condo for a few years, you let that equity build up, because as you're paying your mortgage, you're actually paying yourself. And you take that and you launch it into the next property that you want to go in, and then keep that first one and rent that out. So it's a matter of piggybacking. But the main thing that I always say, and I will stand on this every single day, educate yourself, because there is a lot that goes into home ownership. You don't just wake up and go, I'm gonna buy a house today. No, you really need to see, is this for me? Where do I want to live? Where is my budget? Oh my God, my credit. Some people are just so afraid to even look at their credit. Let me tell you, you may be at a 400, but baby, that's your starting point. We can see the goal line. We can see the goal line. We know where we're starting. Now we're going to shoot and we're going to run for that goal line. So never let that discourage you. Never discourage yourself. Educate yourself, because real estate really is power. And they say buy land because they ain't making it no more. That is the truth.
Yeah. You're right about that. I'm so glad you said that. And that was so powerful, Lala, because as a real estate broker and listen, and I want to talk about the international aspect in a second, because I think that's important for us to understand, but understanding the basics of real estate and how powerful it is. Let me just tell you, when I first got into real estate, it was, everything that I did, I've always just wanted to help people. I used to do IT. I was in IT field. And what helped me to get to over this commute was, okay, I had trained my mind. I'm helping somebody with their internet, their network. So that was a thing. But real estate was really a way for me to be transformational, to really change people's lives. Because when I was 23 or 24, I purchased my first home, and I seen what it did for me, helped other family members. Nobody in my family really owned homes. And I remember that my brother, he's 8 years older than me, he never thought it was possible. He just thought I'm going to be in an apartment for the rest of my life. They didn't even see that far, that the possibilities of them being able to own a home. Now they have all my family has several. I used to have home buyer workshops where people would come in and say that they didn't think that they were worthy, like something as basic as home ownership. So we first have to get those limitations out of our mind, that this is something that we can't do. That's number one. Let's reset our mind, retrain our mind. Then credit. If your credit's fucked up, so what? Let me say it again. If your credit's fucked up, so what? Hey, if your credit's fucked up, so what? Let's go. If your credit's fucked up, so what? I had a 379 credit score at one time. Okay, I filed bankruptcy, I foreclosed, all of these things. My credit was at the rock bottom. It went from 379 all the way back up to 800. If you have a job or whatever, you just have, there's simple things. Within a year after filing bankruptcy, I was almost back up to the 700 club. There's things that you can do in order to shift that. And then you can just, if you're paying rent, you could purchase a home. And then guess what? You could use that house to purchase other house. Like you said, piggyback, leverage, OPM, other people's money. That's what the wealthy do. You just start small with one small thing and you build and build and build. So it's not a humongous task. Just take it step at a time, one step at a time. But as you come in, I want to thank you for tuning in to Fly Nubian Money, not the Fly Nubian Money, as I was told. It's Fly Nubian Money. I'm your girl, Constance Carter. We have Lala and Athena, and we are talking all things Black economics, Black wealth, because at the end of the day, this is about bettering ourselves. This is about us moving forward. This is about us closing the wealth gap, not only closing it, but exceeding it. Because you know what they did? Because they said we were going to be a zero in 2053, but they didn't fucked around and gave us the internet. So now we got access to listen to people like us. You have the internet. You can go Google that shit, GTS as I like to call it. The information is out there. You just have to be willing to listen. And for all of you guys that are here, you're a mile ahead of the game because you're listening. You're here today. So we want to make sure that you're subscribing to Fly Nubian Queen and subscribe, follow us on all networks. And also, guess what? We on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, listen to us. We come on every day at one, same bat time, same bat channel. And if you want to get any alerts, we need you to text Queens at 87948. One more again. Text Queens, Queens, at 87948. I want to go to the comments real quick and then I want to go to some statistics, but I want to see what you all have to say about what we're talking about. So let's go to GM Macbeth. They said they don't respect us because we don't know our ancient history. The Constitution tells us Black is not a nationality. Check the dictionary. Okay, I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. However, let's go to voting for the symbolism of accessibility to white validation. All right, I want to hear some solutions. Okay, because we could keep talking about the problems over and over again, but I want to hear some solutions. Now, Athena, let me ask you, what do you think is the best approach to getting out of this mess that we're in? Because you already talked about mindset, which is everything. I want to say 90% of what we do is about the things that we put in our mind and how we train our mind. But what are some steps that we could take to get there?
Some solutions I think will be great is just to have like we discussed, the mindset that you're not going to wait on anyone or anything. You're not going to wait for the perfect president. You're not going to wait for the perfect conditions. What can you do now within the condition that you are in, right? To piggyback off what Lala said, right? A lot of single women are hesitant in buying a home by themselves. And I remember when I bought my first home, which I'm living in right now. And I bought it and I told my friends, I have friends who were in their careers, master's degrees, everything. And we had a conversation. I said, oh, you should just go get a place, because she was renting. I wanted to, two different people, two different women, by the way. Oh, they always saw themselves getting a home with a husband or with a man. And then I said, you can always just sell it later or rent it out or do something else. Like, that can still happen. But I think that, especially since I'm a wealth coach for women, I think the fear of all that responsibility by yourself, right? That there's an insecurity around that. I'm sure, Lala, you see that all the time. I think we need to be solution oriented. I think that we need to look at what is available to us. And we have a lot available to us. We have the power of the internet. We have the power of AI. I just completed like a 2-day conference. And for those of you who don't know, I have I studied at, I'm certified in AI in business strategy at UPenn. So AI is an area that, girl, I had to learn all the machine learning.
I gotta pick your brain.
Machine learning.
I
and
love
all
AI.
Data analytics, and even the biases that the algorithms produce within that. So it's emerging. But I think especially AI is going to be helpful for us, especially when it comes to the business aspect. Because back to that McKinsey report about the state of Black America, only Black businesses on average get $35,000 versus $105,000 capital on average for their businesses. And I
want you to slow down real quick. So businesses, so when we talk about Black businesses versus white businesses, so when Black businesses go after venture capital money, are you talking about venture capitalists? Are you talking about loans, SBA loans? What are we talking here?
I think capital in general.
Okay, so when they go get capital for their businesses, Black people get what?
On average, $35,000.
And white people get what?
$105,000, so 3 times as much.
Okay.
So, and that is, and there's a lot of factors that go into that, right? But what it does show is that we don't have as much access to the resource. So I actually talked about this in my presentation for last year at ABNC. I hope a lot of you guys are going. When I did my talk on Are Black People Ready for AI, my premise in that was we can use AI to make up for that gap, because the technology is so advanced. If you come up with a good strategy, and I've laid out a framework for people to use, and I gave them tools to use as well. I laid out a framework that if you were to apply it to your current business or create a new one, then you'll be able to leverage the tools of the systems and tools of AI-powered tools to advance and try to close as much of that resource gap as possible, because those tools on average are more affordable than what we've had in previous years.
Let me jump in real quick, because what you said is so important, and I really need our audience to understand this. They done fucked around and gave us the internet, but they done fucked around and gave us AI. And I don't know if you guys understand how powerful AI is. If you ain't making money now, you can use AI to make money. You can write a book with AI. Actually, one of my latest books, if I had it here, I would show it. One of my latest books, I wrote it with the power of AI. You can create all kind of content and get all kind of informations. And if you want to, whatever you want to do, you could do it with AI. And so utilize the resources that are out there. But let's talk about the stats, because here's the thing, Lala, when we look at Black wealth and we look at Black economics, and when we look at healthcare and we look at housing, and even when we look at credit, all the good things were on the bottom and all the bad things were on the top. So when it talks about unemployment, when we talk about the pay gap, Black people, this is the median annual wage for Black workers is approximately 30% or $10,000 lower than that of white workers. Let that sink in. Black workers make up 12.9% of the U.S. labor force today, but earn only 9.6% of U.S. wages. And there is a $220 billion disparity between Black wages today and what they would be in a scenario full parity. With Black representation matches the Black share of the population across occupations and the elimination of racial pay gaps within occupational categories. This is the McKinsey report. And actually, if you would like us to send you the McKinsey report, we can actually send this to you. But It was done by the McKinsey Institute, the start of Black economics, where we are and where we can be. And this is so extremely important. What are your thoughts on the percentages and where we are? You know, do you feel like we're doomed? You know, because when you look at the prison population, we're at the top. When you look at poverty, we're at the top. When you look at education, we're at the bottom. When you look at income, we're at the bottom. We have more education actually than the Hispanics, but they have more household income than us because they're married at higher rates than we are. So what can we do to change the narrative of where we are? What are your thoughts about those stats?
First of all, it is discouraging, but they're only going to give you what they want you to know. They're putting things out to discourage you. One thing that I do know about our community is we are a talented bunch of people. All right. We can either cook, write, sing, dance, advise people. We got all sorts of things that we know that we don't lean into because we're told early on, oh no, you can't do that. Bye. I don't want to hear that. I've written books. Okay. I never thought myself would be to write books. I'm a digital creator. I live stream. I do everything that I can. So even before I got into real estate, I was always doing something on the side, like singing at a nursing home. Yeah, I ain't got to be the next star. I don't care. What I was doing was bringing in extra money with the things that I knew how to do. And the reason other communities do better than us, because I see it myself, is they take the time to help uplift one another. So if there is someone in the Hispanic community or the Indian community or other communities that are out there that want to buy a house, they bring their family with them. Okay. We're all going to live in this house together. We're going to have 2 or 3 families in this house. But then in a year, we're saving all this money for you. And then the next person gets to launch into home ownership. And then they bring people in and they live there a year and then your turn to do it. So these are the things that we need to think about in our community. I tell you all the time, I know people think about, the Black Panther Party, but they were afraid of us because of the power that they had. They fed our children. They educated our children. They cared about the elderly. These are the things that we have to get back to the basics on. It all goes back to mentality. So when you are starting something and you want more, you need to tap into what you already know. I just told you I sang in nursing homes. And when I sang in nursing homes, I sang 30s, 40s, 50 tunes. And they loved it. Okay, because that was something that they could connect to. And it gave me joy as well. So if you want to have a fish fry on Friday at your house, take that money, put that aside. Then guess what? Take Monopoly money, show your children, help them, let them help you with the food. Take your Monopoly money and say, here's your budget for the week. Okay. If you want such and such and such, this is going to cost you. Start with the babies. If you skip that part, they're never going to be able to participate in the generational wealth and understand the mindset of money. When kids have to start thinking, do I really want that lollipop? I do want that Tonka toy. Tonka toy. And they're going to really think about, I can't give you all my money because I want this Tonka toy. So you have to start with the babies. We always talk about Black unity, but Black unity actually is us in our house. Us. We start with us and our families. So that's what you have to do. Ignore these things. If you really want it, you're going to get it. And I don't want to keep hearing people say, raise yourself up by your bootstrap. But guess what? That's what we've always done. And that's what we'll have to continue to do.
No, I love that. Black unity is listen, in 1955, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America, what he said, was Negro unity. Let me tell you this again. Let me quote it for you one more time. In 1955, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America was, you see, I got my Malcolm X glasses on, so I'm gonna do my Black power today. The biggest threat to America was Negro unity. And so the formation of the Black Panther Party and all of the Black unity that we had going on, COINTELPRO was birthed out of trying to destroy that, because they know that we are what? A powerful, powerful people. They know that we are a powerful force. And so every time we get an advancement, they do something to try to destroy our community, whether it's crack, whether it's violence, Now it's rap music, in my opinion. It's the things that that are infiltrating in our community, the things that are destroying the fabric of our community. But what you said is so important, because now we have more power in the palm of our hands with this phone than they had when they put the man on the moon, y'all. We have more technology at our fingertips than they had in 1950, 60 something when they put the man on the moon. Do you know that you can become a millionaire from your phone by monetizing your genius? Do you know that there are things in your mind that people will pay handsomely for that you don't even know because they come easy to you? Those are the things that we do every day. That's the reason why we on here today, is because we happen to like talking about issues. There are things that you have that people want and they desire. So think about that thing that you do really, really well and start implementing it. And you can create a whole business, or at least a side hustle, where you're getting, extra income, passive income from it. For you, I think it was in 2019. They said, what percentage of Black people actually have bank accounts? Only 14% of Black people, 14% of Black households didn't have bank accounts. So you being a wealth coach, what does that mean for us? Is it necessary? Should we be hiding our money in the shoebox, under the mattress? Because listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and I don't know more, so I don't know, y'all. I had 6 figures sitting in the safe, right? But I own a dispensary, and so that was my weed money. So I couldn't put my money in the bank, so I would just put it in the safe. But for me, it was kind of doing the same thing in the safe that it was doing in the bank. I wasn't really generating a whole lot of interest on my money. It was just there. But if I kept it there for too long, it might have disintegrated at some point. I don't know. But it's not in my house no more. So y'all, it ain't in my house. But what do you think about 14% of Black people not having their money in the bank?
I think that statistic goes to show the lack of not only financial literacy, because you can learn all these things. What are you implementing, right? What are you implementing? And when I work with someone, or even in my courses, I'm going to educate you, but I always give an action plan for implementation, step by step, because I really want people to implement these things. We live in America. America is under the fiat system. So if you are not playing the game of credit, debt, and investing, you will be get left behind. One of my favorite professors, he's in NYU. His name is Scott Galloway. He just released a book called The Algebra to Wealth, and he's been on this book tour and talking about that, and also the crisis of men, but that's a separate conversation. And he's basically has laid out that if there's an algebra to wealth, there's an equation that if you are not participating in certain activities, you are basically an economic slave. And what happens is, and what I would like for people to understand is, we need to behaviorally, on a social aspect, play the game of wealth, and on a business, money, and investment aspect. What do I mean by that? On the social aspect, having good relationships with people in your community, networking, having good relationships in your relationship, getting married is a wealth accumulation endeavor. But how can we get married if we still fighting over Cheesecake Factory? But I love the jerk chicken and shrimp platter with the strawberry lemonade and the red velvet.
Mad at it. Yes.
Right.
Give me the jambalaya. Come on,
right now. Or the angel hair pasta. But that's the case. So that's the social aspect, us being able to come together as a community. Because even when our dating out, which I'm for whatever anybody want to do, I don't really care. But if you marry outside of your race, you're contributing. What happens most is the wealth goes to the race that is dominant in society. So that's even chipping away at Black wealth. That's a whole nother conversation we can have on another show.
That's a conversation we need to have, though, y'all.
But so that's the social aspect. What is the economic and business aspect, right? The issue, what we're facing now, and what will continue to happen, we have inflation, we'll have economic turbulence, things of that nature. If you are not doing activities that enable income generation for you, you're going to have a problem. So if you don't have investments working for you, if you're not putting your money in REITs, dividend income stocks, all right, I wrote it down, real estate, right? you're going to have a hard time. You're going to have to continue to working. And what's happening to those wages aren't increasing at the same rate of inflation. But what does increase? Real estate. What does increase, right? Your contributions to the stock market, because that's increasing overall. So if you are not playing retirement, right? So even the retirement system is kind of rigged, because the people who are benefited are people from the generations older behind you that were able to put money away, like Social Security and things like that, right? I don't know what Social Security is going to look like when I get to a certain age, right? But everything is kind of geared to benefit those who can participate in those activities, which are older people, which are white people, right? We are leaving ourselves out of that conversation, out of that practice, and we are going to be economic wage slaves if we do not. So the slavery has not changed. It's just re-engineered itself. It just remarketed, right? We're going to experience that, and always going to have to keep working, and always going to, and then even with the whole work thing, AI, I just came from a conference. I forgot what the name of the technology is. Oh, they already have 100% fully automated AI employees.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Like, people have a whole resume. You can hire this AI person to do your sales calls, to do work for your company, and you negotiate the salary with that company. Right?
Do you know how many thousands of dollars we're already saving just by virtue of AI? It's crazy. And you know, if you don't know AI, then AI gonna know you. If you don't know how to work it, it's gonna work you, and you're gonna work yourself out of a job.
Yes. So AI is a double-edged sword. And even in my presentation that I did in A, B, and C, I was like, you have to decide which side of the equation you want to be on. Do you want to be on the side where you're going to be obsolete and have to worry about your job and job security and income security with AI? Or do you want to be on the side of the owner that is hiring the AI to do the work that you need to do to bring the money for you?
Yeah.
So you need to pick which side you want to be on.
You're right about that. And, you know, when you talk about listen, this is a wealth coach right here, y'all. She is a CPA. She knows money. So she knows what you need to do with money. And one of the things I think a lot of people are mistrusting about the banking system, when we talk about only, 14% of Black households not having bank accounts. And, that's significant. But also you got to think about, what do banks do with your money when you put it in there? They take your money, they invest your money, and they're making money. They're making interest, compounded interest on your money, and they're giving you 0.023% back, right? So you think about that. Einstein said compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those who know about it benefit from it. They earn money from it. Those who don't, they pay it, your credit card bills. So there are vehicles, and Athena just mentioned a few, that you can put your money in that'll generate some compounded interest where you can get a greater return on your investment. And these are things that Black people really need to look into, and not just having banks. But I want to shift the conversation, and I want to talk about deserts. There's so many types of deserts, especially within our community. Black Americans are more likely than white Americans to live in consumer deserts. That's your food deserts, that's your housing deserts, broadband, healthcare, consumer goods, food, health care, and housing, food, healthcare, and broadband. So think about this. And so I attribute it back to racism and white flight. So think about this. Back in the Industrial Revolution, when Black people started to move into cities, they started moving from rural areas up to like Chicago and things like that. You had white flight. And when you had white flight, all of the white economics left with it. But that was on purpose. So you had these cities with all these white people, and it was bustling. As soon as the Black people moved in, white people moved out. White businesses moved out. The local white government start taking the money out of the economy, because now they don't really care to serve Black. It's a mental game, y'all. We are in mental warfare with the powers that be. So what do they put in our neighborhoods? They take out our grocery stores. They put in liquor stores. They put in check cashing places. They put in church's chicken. They put in all of these things that are unhealthy for us, because if our minds ain't right, our bodies ain't gonna be right, and then the rest will follow. So you think about those kids who get up to walk to school every morning. They go over there to the liquor store. They get them some Cheetos, some hot Cheetos, and orange soda, and that's their breakfast. how are they then going to think when they're in school? Then you wonder why these kids is hyper and they got ADHD and all the things that affect us mentally, then affect us physically, and then they affect us entirely in our communities. It's by design, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, but I do believe it's by design. What are your thoughts around the desert? Let's talk about the food deserts. Let's talk about all the deserts. The broadband, they don't have access. We don't have access to information like everybody else. Lala, what do you think?
The thing with that is they do that on purpose. We know that when we talked about redlining, anything that has to try to keep us in certain areas. But we also can still continue to work very hard to provide these resources with one another. And the easy thing to do, and I know that a lot of people don't want to hear this, but it is true. Most of the times, if you don't have that in your household, libraries are still required to have those. Your library might be leaking in your neighborhood, but it's got an internet. So you need to take the time to get out of your household and stop saying, well, I don't have it, I don't keep have. Well, then you can go to places that offer it. Let me tell you something, one of my favorite things I used to do, and I still do a lot, although I don't buy their coffee no more for many, many reasons. But early in the days, when I couldn't get around and the internet was just not as viable, because I lived in a rural area at one point and there wasn't much internet, but there was a Starbucks, because Starbucks is always on the corner. And in LA, baby, they right across from each other. Oh, you can't get us this way? Well, all right, we'll put one here. All right, you go there and you use their internet and you sit there for as long as you need to, get you a cappuccino or whatever you want, and you start researching the things that you need, start creating the things that you need, start building the education that you need. It's not impossible. The only thing is you have to get out of your own way. So there are ways. Now, they do this on purpose, but if you really, really want something, you're really gonna go after it.
Okay. Let's stay on that real quick, because I want to engage on that part. Because if you don't know, you don't know. So how do they know to get it? Like, where do they get the information? How can they? If all I know is Church's Chicken and Popeyes and a check cashing store, how do I know that there's Whole Foods and Trader Joe's and like there's better alternatives? What do we do? How do we? What are we supposed to do if this is all we know?
Baby, let me tell you something. If you do know that there are better foods in different areas, I can tell you right now, your food is not the best in your neighborhoods. And you know that there is a Whole Foods, a magical thing called Trader Joe's that I've never been to. Baby, if you have to have a carpool party where y'all get up out of your neighborhoods and go get the things that you need, then do that. There are things as farmers markets. People don't like to discuss, like, there are still farmers, people growing their food. How about you also learn to grow some food for yourselves? It's not that hard. It really is.
University.
YouTube, Google that shit. And the thing about it is, like, there are certain cities that give grants. If you decide to grow your own garden or your own farm, they will give you grants to grow your own garden and your own farm in these cities.
But that's what I don't want you to get discouraged about, because you hear things like, grant, oh, they'll never give. No, baby, they're looking for people. We got this money. Who we gonna give it to? You've got to get out of the mentality of, I can't, they won't give me. And if someone says no, you just go to the next person. No is not the end all be all, and no is not the end to your life. If you want better, you will strive to be better. So get your carpool together. Give Ray $5. 5 of y'all get together and get $5 in Ray's car, and you go to Whole Foods and you get what you need from there that's important for your body, so that your mind can be fed and your body is in check. Then you can have a whole nother mentality. Because let's face it, when you're eating the fatty foods, when you're eating the junk, when you're surrounding yourself about negativity and you're depressed about where you are, you're going to have to fight through that. But you can't do that when you have all this cramming in. I want to see better. You know what I used to do? I grew up in the country. And I loved the country. But then I thought to myself, I want to live in the city because I live in the country. I'm an old country girl. Now I got grown and I thought to myself, hell, I'm going back to the country, because the country taught me to live in the fresh air, the good food, those things. You can also have this in your backyard by creating a little oasis. Okay, you live in an apartment, you got a little patio, don't you? Get you a little oasis to get your mind out of what you don't want onto the things that you want.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, and all of that. You know, I'm so glad that all of you guys are responding and you guys are giving us some amazing feedback. But I just want to point out, Danette, you are killing, you on fire today, girl. She said, those of us who know can share information with each other. When I tell you that is paramount, because the people that you are around the most, tell me your 5 closest friends and I'll tell you who you are. Your network is your net worth. So the people that you are around, it's so important that we share information. And that's the reason why I love Black women, because there's an African proverb that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual. And this is nothing to diss men, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. A woman is going to take the information, she's going to give it to her community, she's going to share it with her kids. And then we start to have mindset shifts. So to your point, the information that you get here or that you get anywhere, share it with your community. They need to know there's alternatives out there. Your kids ain't got to be eating hot Cheetos and soda on the way to school, because it messes up their mind. And I don't know that they really understand the brevity of what it is that's going on, and the social annihilation that's going on from the powers that be. Look at this beautiful Black girl. She probably getting better grades than everybody else. But here's the thing. They spend $32 billion more on white schools than they do on Black schools. And you see that in the outcome of the grades and the testing and all of and even, the post high school education. You see that. They spend more money on white schools than they do on Black schools. And the test score shows. It doesn't mean that they're smarter. It means they have access to more resources. But it all starts with, we have to change the narrative of our community. But when we talk about, let's go back to food deserts, Athena, what are some things that we can change about, what change the narrative in our communities where we have these deserts? We don't have access to information the way that everybody else does. We don't have access to the groceries. We don't have access to the education. What do we do?
I'm glad that you asked me that question. It's so interesting because I made a friend this week and she actually lives on a farm. So 2 weeks from now, I'm actually going to go visit her and her farm and feed the horses and stuff like that. So it was nice to do that. I believe that when there's a will, there's a way, right? When there's a will, there's a way. And part of the reason we have so much liquor stores and cash checking stores and all these other things is because the dominant society has realized it is profitable to have those things, and it's good to profit off of our dysfunction, right? If you're in a depressed economic wage slave state, you're going to reach for the alcohol, you're going to reach for the fried chicken, you're going to reach for things that give you that dopamine hit in your brain because it is comforting to you, right? And that is the comfort you can afford, because God knows therapy costs more. So, that is the comfort. So I want to put that in the perspective of, we're not only reaching for these things because we're Black and, we're poor and this like that. There's systemic reasons and there's emotional and psychological reasons to why we do. But I believe if you have a will to do something, you will do it. This year, I decided that I'm going to descam myself because I'm living in Scamerica. So the best things I can do I need to trademark that one too, Constance.
Athena-isms, I swear. Go ahead, girl.
Okay, I'm living in Scamerica. Everywhere I look up, there's a scam left, right, and center. And I realized, I was like, why am I keep buying the same scallion, lettuce, same thing where I can grow this shit right on my patio? So what I did was, outside of YouTube University, I paid for a masterclass subscription that was, I forgot how, it was like, I got it for like 50% off. I thought it was a sale. I was like, I'm going to invest, instead of spending all this time on YouTube, listen to all this drama that ain't got nothing to do with me. Let me take that same time watching some masterclass videos and learn from the world's best and brightest. And Ron Finley, who was a Black man who revolutionized gardening in his urban area. I forgot which city it was, but it's a very urban city. He broke down how to easily grow anything from anywhere. And I'm paying less than $5 a month for that prescription. So what that shows is that I decided that it was important for me to learn how to grow my own food. So I made a choice to figure out can I see someone? Is there a neighbor that grows food? Is there a YouTube video I can watch? Is there a masterclass subscription I can watch? We need to get out of the mindset that we have to wait on people to move, right? I was out this week with some friends and we were discussing about all the fun stuff that I do, and that most of the time I go alone. I just went to a Missy Elliott concert alone. And they said, why did you do that? Because I was like, you know what? I've learned in life, if I wait on people, I ain't gonna do nothing. I've traveled the world. I've started a business. Certain things I'm working right now, I don't wait for anyone's applause, participation, anything, because I have learned that if I'm waiting on that, it won't happen. So as a group, Black people need to not wait on anyone, and we need to de-scam ourselves because we live in Scamerica, the word of the day, and we need to figure out what is important for us, and we need to move that along.
Brought to you by the word of the day, Scamerica, by Athena Gardner. Everybody put in the chat box, Scamerica. See, this is why I love talking to you ladies, because, you know, this is an important dialogue, but it doesn't have to be boring. It doesn't have to be intense. This is something that we can just engage in. And these are conversations that I think that we need to take from here, take to the kitchen table, take to our friends, and see what we can do to improve our conditions, because united we stand for real and divided we fall. We have to stop modeling this rugged, Eurocentric, capitalistic way of thinking where it's all about rugged individualism. Listen, that African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. We can only get there together. We can only go far if we go together. And Black people, we need, y'all, you remember that song by Hezekiah Walker? I pray for you. You pray. I need you to survive. We need each other to survive. And so in order for us to make it and go far, let's stop doing stuff. Wait, you said let's stop looking at stuff that ain't paying. Is that what you said, Athena?
Listen, why are we still looking at these ghetto YouTube channels of people on 4 or 5 hour lives talking about what they're not going to pay for when only 6% of us make $100K or more?
Ooh, you just stepping on toes right now.
My eyelids was peeled all the way back because I was just like,
so y'all over there talking, y'all over here wearing, well, maybe they're fake. You know what? Let me. Here's a thought though, really quick. And as I digress, and I'm sorry, y'all, but my girlfriend has this really successful salon, right? And all the weaves are starting at $1,000. I remember I was like, oh, I want a weave, right? And she said, well, you my girl, I'm gonna give you the base price. I'm not even gonna charge you for my services. I was like, bet. I get over there, and I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Because I know I'm froze.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I get over there and the base price was $600. And I'm like, $600? So I'm thinking, so everybody else is paying over $1,000. Is everybody a CEO? Like, how?
No, they weave plan on Afterpay and Klarna.
They have to, because if only 6% of Americans are making six figures, all these women and the shops stay booked, how does everybody have $1,000 weave?
But Constance, why are you paying for a weave when don't your daughter have in hair redress?
Yeah, no, this was years ago. But thank you for saying that. My daughter does have a hair business. Shout out to In Hair We Trust. If you're looking for weaves, please support my daughter, because she is a struggling entrepreneur, but she is working her little ass off. But I'm gonna go ahead and go off. I want you, Athena, one of you guys just take over, because I just need to just get off from here real quick because I'm frozen. But I just want you to kind of continue the conversation. Give me about 30 seconds.
Okay. So I wanted to actually pivot back to one of the comments in the chat. I think it was at an hour 50 National Garden Bureau grants for therapeutic garden programs to bring healing to those affected by trauma. So as we were talking about food, as we were talking about, being able to grow, I don't even know how this person even found out about this, but you have the power of the internet and AI in your phone. So especially if you are a viewer watching us, you're watching us from somewhere. What I want you to do, or what I encourage all of us to do, is to really focus in on what is important to us. I know we're facing elections. I know we're facing all kind of nonsense in these internet streets and in the world at large. And it's trying to suck your energy and drain you from focusing on the things that matter, which is your food, shelter, and your money. Those are the three things that matter most importantly, besides whoever is sitting on any seat in America, in Scamerica. You need to figure out what are the things you need to do to advance yourself. Even if, and I'm actually in the current process of writing my first book, but even in the midst of that process, I'm like, okay, you can share your thoughts, you can contribute to society, you can share your own genius, but also that is a great wealth building tool, because then you can collect royalties on that forever. Your children, your heirs can get royalties from that. You can use that information to pivot and speak at events and consult and things like that. So really dive into what's going to save Black America is Black people tapping into their own creative genius, their own divine intelligence, giving that value to the world and charging a fee for it. Because what money is, I heard this from someone else. I forgot who said it, but it never left me. She said, money is a certificate of appreciation you receive for providing someone something of value. It is a certificate of appreciation. This is this person appreciating you now by giving you this dollar.
I love that.
So share your value so you can get certificates of appreciation.
I love it. Monetize your genius. And I'm so glad that you brought up the grant aspect. You know, me being in Washington, D.C. area, it's crazy because I'm surrounded by, you know, I'm in these important rooms all the time, which is so cool. But this important room that I was at, you know, some months ago was the beauty salon. And the lady that was sitting right next to me, she worked for the Federal Reserve, Secretary of State. And she was like, you know what, listen, I just pushed a button and I gave bunch of banks $6 billion or 600 billion, some crazy amount. And she said, and these are grants that these people are getting, and Black people don't get them. They're disproportionately sent out to everybody else except for Black people. And I want Black people to start being able to get it. And if they don't use these grants, they lose them. So going back to what people said is, Lala said, people are always thinking, oh, it's so hard when I think about getting grants and things like that. It's really not. Google is your best friend. You can go out there and get grants and be surprised that you might get a $5,000 grant or a $50,000 grant just by way of applying. So that time that you mind the business that ain't yours, that Athena talked about, when you sitting scrolling and watching World Star and shit, you could be applying for grants. You could be educated on how to apply for grants, because there's YouTubes out there about that as well. There's so much opportunity and information that it's there, but we just lack it, because if you don't know, you don't know. But listen, I'm here to tell you. So did we use all the data on did we get all the stats out? Because I want to make sure you understand that we are in a position where there is a lot of dire information for our people. Black workers are disproportionately represented in low-wage occupations and underrepresented in higher wage occupations. Nearly half of all Black workers are concentrated in healthcare, retail, accommodation, and food service. Really? Wow. Most Black workers in those industries are in lower paying service roles rather than the professional or managerial roles. This type of pattern produces the wage gap. The median wage for all U.S. workers is around $42,000 per year, but 43% of Black workers earn less than $30,000 per year. And this is where we have to stop asking and start doing for ourselves. Lala, I want you to give us, your final words. What are your thoughts on the state of Black America? Because, we know that it's dire, but we also know that there's hope, because we are bold and resilient.
And that is what I want to say. They throw out these stats like this is the end of our world. It is not. We have so many resources. We are bright and brilliant, and we are talented, and we know how to get what we want. We just have to move out of our own way. And if you find that you're not even feeling your community, it's not impossible for you to get out of that community. You just need to tap into your own resources and your own power. We hear rags to riches stories all the time. That can be you. It doesn't have to be a fairy tale. As long as you focus and you also agree in your mind and your heart that once you get yours, you're going to also turn around and help someone else to get theirs. We have got to get out of the mentality where it's always me, and be able to help someone else. And to realize not everybody needs to go with you sometimes. You need to pick the ones who really want to take that journey. So you can find all sorts of resources that I have: home ownership books, education, credit repair, all on my website, which is bit.ly/Laura Key Info. And I hope to see you there, and I'll put that in the chat.
Real quick, Lala. You sell homes internationally, and I definitely wanted to let people know if they wanted to get out of the U.S. with the state of what's going on with the economy and what's going on politically. If they wanted to go somewhere else, where's the best place for us to go to, and why?
There are many. There's a lot of places in Africa that are looking for you to come home. Did you hear what I said? They are looking for you to come home. Ghana is one of them. Also Portugal. Portugal is very easy. That's one of your gateway countries that you can go to because they offer the most with their visas. And let me tell you something, you could be a digital creator and still come over here. If you are in retirement phase and you find that your money still ain't working for you over in America and it's draining you more, you can come over on a retirement visa. So once again, you can get out of your mentality of being in America and see yourself as what I call a world citizen. Yes, you can buy in other countries. Yes, you can live in other countries. Having an EU country where you live in opens up the whole world there. So get out of your own head. You don't have to stay in America. You don't have to stay where people don't like you. You can experience the world and live your life journey to the fullest.
I like that, Lala, because once again, we focusing on passports to go trick off and make yourself feel important with passport, bro, exchange rate versus trying to get wealth elsewhere and financially secure yourself.
That's right. No, that's real. And that's what we really need to be looking at. I definitely am looking that way, in the next few years. And I'm so glad, I'm grateful for this conversation, really, because I see a lot of resources in the comments. And if you have resources, this is what it's about. It's about each one, teach one. As One Divided We Fall said, NVIDIA is a free program designed to help startups evolve faster through cutting edge technology opportunities to connect with venture capitalists and access to the latest technical resources. Y'all, if you guys don't know how to write a proposal for a grant, guess what does? ChatGPT, AI. You don't have to know how to do it. There's resources out there. You can get this money. I promise you. And then Mackie Samuel says, TMC, and we need more of our kids going into farming and agriculture. Some HBCUs even receive full scholarships from the USDA for students that student agriculture, NCAT, and Prairie View. And so these resources are important to know and understand. It goes back to, if you don't know, you don't know. And you don't know that a lot of people don't know. So you giving that information, you just gave a whole lot of people information that they didn't even know. So thank you, and continue to share the wealth. Now, Athena, what are your last thoughts, and where can they find you?
Last thoughts are this, y'all. We live in a scam America, okay? We have to take the responsibility to de-scam ourselves on our own. We gave a lot of solutions today. Word of the day is Scam America. And I want us to focus on 3 important things: our shelter, our food, and our money. And with money, you need to play that wealth game. You need to put your energy and resources into things that are going to pay you back, or else you will always forever be working. And with AI and the way technology is moving, you may not even be able to work. Universal income is a topic that has been brought up several times and have people out here scared. But if you want to be amongst people, a group, especially if you're a woman, of really advancing yourself economically to create a wealthy life that you deserve by learning how to manage your finances and resources, then you can find me at wewealthwomen.com, at wewealthwomen on all social media platforms, and listen to me on my podcast, We Wealth Women podcast. You definitely are going to want to be plugged in, because the next few things I have come down the line is going to help secure us.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Athena. And I'm going to say this. You guys don't even know how much I love Black people. I dedicate my life to loving Black people and wanting to help Black people. And so conversations like this are so important, because what does the Bible say? We die from a lack of knowledge. We don't understand. We don't have, vision. We don't have a lot of information. And so when we have these dialogues, it's so important that we take them back to our communities and we share them so that things can change. When I was in high school, I was the president of the BSU, and my goal was to close the grade gap, because, we had a D- average GPA in my school district. And so now I'm on to bigger and better things, and that's closing the wealth gap. Like, we really don't have to be on the bottom of everything. We didn't get here by ourselves. I understand that, but we don't have to stay here. They are working overtime politically to keep us down, to keep us suppressed, to keep us depressed. They are working overtime. And the more we come up, remember, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat in America was Negro unity. So once we unify, we train our minds, we change our mindset, we wake up and we're intentional about the things we do, about receiving knowledge, about understanding the information that's out there, about studying. Google University. I got a PhD, a public high school diploma. I learned a lot of my information on Google University because I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. The information is out there. So if you want the knowledge, it's right at your fingertips. We can get past all this bullshit, and we can come together and we can do better. Again, I love Black people. So one of the things I do is I help Black women specifically. I teach them all of these things, but I teach them how to increase their net worth to over 7 figures. I was able to do that by real estate. I was able to do that by investing in cannabis. I was able to do that by writing books. I was able to do that in many different ways in investing in myself. I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars because I got a PhD. But it's important that if we teach Black women, for me at least, that Black women are going to teach everybody else everything else that we need to know, and that wealth gap is going to be closed. So you can follow me on everything, and I am Constance Carter's right there. I am Constance Carter. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Facebook. If you're interested in joining my program called the Net 7 Collective, where I'm working with Black women from all over the country, and y'all, they are everything from Harvard PhDs. Look, your girl with a PhD, public high school diploma. I'm coaching PhDs. I'm coaching regular women with 9 to 5. I have attorneys in my group. I have some of everybody, and they all come together, and nobody is more important than the other. We're all sharing information, and we're pouring into each other, because that's what we need as Black women. We need an environment where we can do that. You can reach out to me on my website, constancecarter.com. I love you guys. And again, we got to continue to have these conversations at the dinner table and everywhere else. Okay. Thank you all for being with us. Lala, Athena, you guys are amazing, dope women who with just brilliant minds. And the conversation was so rich today, as a lot of the people said. Thank you for joining us. This is the Fly Nubian Queen. We appreciate you. Subscribe to our channel and make sure you text the words Queens to 87948 to receive all the latest information. And if you want to get your money right and your number money tight, go to flynubianmoney.com. This is Fly Nubian Money, not Fly Nubian Queens. Thank you and peace out. Oh, yeah. Brought to you by the word of the day, Scam America by Athena Gardner.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this or listening to the rebroadcast on Spotify. I am your host, Dr. Lene Javette, and this is Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, we're going to be having an intellectual conversation, maybe a little bit of debate, definitely a deep discussion. First up, we're going to be talking about the Ohio State Senator George Lang, who got into trouble for what he said at a rally. He claimed that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are the last hope to save our country. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country. Later, he said he regrets those words and they don't reflect his true views. Of course not. Joining me today are our queens. We have Vanessa Gopal, Master's in Public Policy, General Contractor and Entrepreneur. We have Constance Carter, the wealth activist. We have Dr. Alicia, therapist, social worker, professor, and we have the Jade Harrell, educator, organizer, and social entrepreneur. We'll also be discussing later in the episode, we'll talk about the new developments in the Sonia Massey case. We will have a video from her father saying the police are trying to cover up the truth, body cam footage of the officers calling her a bad name, and more about his past. So before we get started, we're going to go to the video of Senator George Lang giving his Civil War remarks, and then we're going to jump right in.
Fight! Fight! We got time. Come on. Hey, we are in the fight for the soul of our nation. We are in a fight for our kids and our grandkids, a fight that we can never imagine. I believe wholeheartedly Donald Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side.
All right, then. He said fight. I counted it. Fight, fight, fight. And then he said fight a couple more times in that, but it was like a 27-second clip. I think he said fight like 7 times, war like 4 times. So let's just go jump right into it. What are your thoughts on Senator George Lang's comments, Jade?
Yes, well, these are comments, and this is rhetoric that we often hear from the far right. These comments are not surprising after the alleged attempted assassination of the former president, Donald J. Trump, or Donald J. Chump, as some of us like to call him. I mean, he actually raised his fist and said, fight, fight, fight as well. There have been talks of civil war, definitely on the web, definitely within media, independent white media, for example. And I mean, I like my races just to be outright and forthright. So I hear his comments. I see his comments as problematic, but I'm glad that I heard them. So I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
All right. What about you, Constance? What were your thoughts when you saw that clip first time?
I think it's just poor white trash, doing what they do. And that's be uneducated and violent. They are who represents the fabric of American history. He is rallying up the Confederates. These are people who would have fought in the Civil War as the Confederate. This is exactly who these people are. And this is a dog whistle. This is a call to action. Absolutely. It's kind of like when you go to court and the attorney says something and they know that they're not supposed to say it. And then they go, strike that from the record. And I'll go, okay, I withdraw. Like you didn't hear it in the first place. He knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. He knew exactly what he did. He knew how to rally his uneducated Mountain Dew drinking base. These inbreds that marry their sisters and their brothers. They have low IQs. They have limited thinking skills, no comprehension skills. He knows. But the unfortunate part is they have voting power. The dumbest shit. They have voting power, and this is what you do to rally up uneducated, ignorant motherfuckers. That's the best way I can put it.
It's like you can't unring the bell. Welcome to all those who have just joined us in the chat. Let me know what you think. When you saw this clip, what were your thoughts when you heard this, when you saw this? Did you think that he was trying to incite a civil war? And he has since taken it back, right? So he said it, he threw it out there. You can't unring the bell. We heard it. Plus, I always say your first thought of mind is what you really meant. So somebody got him behind closed doors and was like, you can't say that. That looks bad. Take it back. So he took it back. Dr. Alicia, how do you feel about him taking it back? Was he sincere? What do you think?
Well, he's not the only person that's been chanting this fight, fight, fight since Donald Trump chanted that during his assassination attempt. And I think this is the type of language that escalates tensions and it promotes this atmosphere of chaos. And I mean, we're not having constructive dialogue. We're now going to have confrontation. That's what that tells us. And what's so fascinating about this is that his remarks and all of the other racist remarks that we're hearing from the Republican Party right now, all of us as Black people, we're witnessing white people say, I'm going to be for Trump. And so in a sense, it's like, okay, so you're for the annihilation of our people, because they've out and out said what their intentions were. It is very clear what they're campaigning on and what they're pushing forth. And then you witness all these people get on board. And it's so threatening to see that. It's like fight, fight, fight. It's like, we don't care about you. We're going to attack you. And he's foreshadowing this civil war that seems to really be brewing here. And yeah, I mean, people aren't thinking critical thinking skills, Constance. That's another way. We're just blindly following, and it's creating a climate of fear, mistrust. It is something that polarizes people. And we have to now grapple with what we're going to do now. In November, when this election happens, what's going to happen? How is it going to turn out? And is it going to end in a way where there's going to be unfortunate civil war in our country? And that would be very sad to see.
We can't hear you. Oh, can we?
You're muted. I think she's muted.
Thank you, because I'm just talking, having a good old time over here. Over in the chat, let me know what you guys think. If Donald Trump does not win the presidency, do you think that there will be a civil war? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. There will or there won't. Vanessa, I'm going to give you that same question. How do you feel about him putting it out there and then taking it back? Do you think he meant it? Do you think he was sincere? Do you think that the people who needed to get triggered and activated were triggered and activated? Or do you think that he truly was excited?
I think he truly was excited. I think this is the same sentiments that when we see Black police go in and they feel fearful of Black people, I think he's promoting that narrative of there is white men are, we feel, fearful, we're losing in this country and we need to fight back. That is exactly what he's saying. That is exactly what he meant. And, I have always been a proponent and kind of scared, to be honest, of going to the gun range and practicing, but hear me out. I'm going to start, and it's something that I think we all as Black folks should start because it feels very unsafe in this environment. And him pushing violence is, he knows who he's calling out to. He's saying we will wreak havoc if we don't get what we want because white men are threatened in America. At least that's the narrative that he's pushing. So I don't believe the apology. I think it's bullshit. I think it's just for, political purposes. You have to apologize, but in no way is it sincere. And he definitely meant what he said. And I think that we all should be getting prepared in one way or another. And, I always will say this every time I get an opportunity to speak, show up and vote, but also show up and learn how to shoot a gun too.
Show up and be safe. Jay, why do you think these types of statements get strong reactions from people when you hear something like inciting a civil war? Why do people get excited about something like that?
Yeah, I think from the melanin deficient side or sector of America, they are in fear of genetic annihilation, right? Which is what Dr. Frances Cress Welsing talked about. And just noticing that they are a minority, a numerical minority on the planet, but also now becoming a minority in America. And that, the reins of white privilege are slowly slipping away from their hands because they have to actually compete. It's not good enough anymore to just wake up and be white and mediocre. They actually have to compete with so many people that don't look like them in every sector of society. So I think that is why they get riled up on the melanin deficient side, because they've also been preparing for civil war. And they know that for the most part, they have historically been able to kill Black people with impunity. And just sort of get away with it. Now, in terms of Black folks being riled up, I mean, there's a lot of fear and a lot of generational trauma, as it relates to white folks, white mobs, white people in authority, inflicting violence and brutality onto our people. And so that is why, folks also get riled up. I also agree with the sister Vanessa that, it was politically correct for him to walk that statement back and to apologize. But I would rather hear more of their plans. I want to hear more of the rhetoric, just so that we know what we're dealing with.
I saw a post somewhere, I can't remember where, I think it was Instagram, that said we're literally witnessing Klan rallies in public. The verbiage, the jargon, the language that they're using, it's as we would say, uncode, right? They're not saying it, but they're saying it in plain sight, in plain English. Who they're speaking to knows who they're speaking to. Let's see. This question says, what impact do you think Senator Lang's comments have on people's views and unity? So when we hear things like that, it sounds divisive, right? Do you think that it is going to sway people one way or the other? Will somebody vote a particular way because they want to try to they don't want to have a civil war, right? So we were talking about people voting for Trump, which I don't know why they would. I don't know if some people haven't read Project 2025. They're not listening. They're not watching the news. They haven't looked at his history. Like, I don't know why people would do it. Some people are like, I made money under Trump. That's just one thing. I made money under Trump too, but we're talking about life. We're talking about generations. There's so many other things to think about. Do you think, Constance, when people hear these comments from Senator Lang, that it will cause them to change their views about the election, about the presidency, about who they should vote for, about unity in the United States? What do you think?
100%. These people are scrambling. They are scared shitless. And I love it. So on one hand, it's like, okay, this is kind of scary. We don't want this to be America. But on the other hand, I'm loving seeing these racists scramble like the way they are. It's fascinating to me because it's like we own their asses. And listen, this is what I said yesterday on my Instagram. The biggest thing about this Kamala win, the biggest thing is watching these racists be just squeal, because the worst thing in the world for them is not only to have their commander-in-chief a woman, but a Black woman. And to be able to sit and watch this happen because they hate us so much. And all, when after Obama, it just exacerbated and it magnified all of these just uneducated, trash, racist people. And so now we're seeing them on the forefront. These are the people that are right there with the thing on their ear, and it's very cultish. But it's gonna be so good, y'all. On November 5th, when we see these white motherfuckers just ready to jump off a bridge, because
I'm wondering that all the time.
Is their commander-in-chief. It's gonna be great. I love it.
Is the world ready so there's so many things to unpack in that. Is the world ready to see a Black woman beat a white man? Is the world ready for a woman president, a Black woman president? There's so much. I'm on the edge of my seat.
He set this up because he was so divisive, and they're so belittling. You hear them call her the hot. I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know what a hot toy person was. Did y'all hear that? Mm. So the Fox News people called her a hot. Basically, they are saying that she got to where she is on her knees. Yeah, they said this on the news, and so they're just saying everything that they can to belittle this Black, intelligent, educated sister. And I know all you guys saying she ain't really Black, she Indian, she Black when it's convenient. Her daddy Black. She was born in America. She is African American. She is a Black woman. She even said, her mom said when she was growing up, I'm raising two Black women. She said this out of her mouth. She recognizes she's Black. She's also Indian. Okay, so just because she's Indian doesn't mean she's not Black. So, but I love all the DEI comments, because then it just, every time I look at somebody that says that, it just, for me, their IQ goes down, because I know that they ain't got, it's the new N word, but I know they ain't got nothing else to say. It just tells me how simple and uneducated, and like I said, lack of critical thinking skills that they have.
And I have to jump in there real quick, because I don't know if you guys heard the clip from the representative from Tennessee. He called Kamala a DEI hire. And it's just the most ignorant thing in the world when you look at this lady's record, and you can even fix your mouth to say it. So yeah, I agree, it is the new N word, and it has been thrown around ridiculously. So to your
They
point,
use
Constance.
DEI to disqualify. They use DEI to say that none of the things that you have done, your track record, your education, nothing about who you are and how you earned the right to be where you are counts because DEI is around. New Fox News guest condemned. Oh, okay. So I think she's showing showing it. This is the article right here. Fox News guest condemned for calling Kamala Harris the original hawk to a girl in reference to her decades-old romance. But yeah, they are definitely using verbiage to discredit, to disqualify Kamala in public, but all Black people. I saw a post that said Black women get prepared to be crucified over the next couple of months because they're going to go hard at her. And it's not going to necessarily be her, it's going to be Black women in general. So with that, if you want to stay tuned in to what's happening in America with Black women, then you are in the right place. This is Fly Nubian Money. If you want to stay connected to us on a regular basis and know when we're going live, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern, you can text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's Queens to 87948. If you are interested in getting your money life right and together, and you're looking for some free tools and resources, you can go to flynubianmoney.com. It's on the screen down below. And if you miss us live, I think I saw somebody in the chat was like, oh my God, I'm so glad to be here live. Live is the place to be. But if you miss us live, you can also check us out on Spotify at 1:00 Eastern. Look for Fly Nubian Money and you can catch us there. So let's see. I got my handy dandy notes over here. This 47. This is a sidebar conversation. I mean, have you guys heard of mushroom coffee? I'm 47 and I get serious brain fog. So if I don't have my mushroom coffee or something for my brain fog, I will lose track. But thanks to our producers, I always like to give the producers a shout out because these notes be helping me stay on track and on time when I be having brain fog. And today is one of those brain fog days. So I'm sorry if I'm looking at my notes a lot today. It's just one of those days. But anyways, Dr. Alicia, how does divisive talks about politics, how do these types of conversations about politics make us more divisive, especially during an election time? I would say normal election time, but especially right now when we have a Black woman that could be potentially going on the ticket. Has she officially been given the nod? Is she official yet?
I don't think it's official until the convention, right?
Until the convention, okay. So she's not even the official one just yet, and already there's
kind of. I wanted to just interject and clarify that there will be a virtual call for her. She has secured the delegates, but there will be a protocol on August the 1st, which is coming up very, very soon, in which they will give her the nomination, and then that nomination will be confirmed at the DNC in about a week and a half or 2 weeks. Yeah, so it's a two-step process. I think Ohio was the state that had some issues within the Democratic Party at the state level, and they decided to do a Zoom call to get delegates confirmed, and they were going back and forth about that last week. So that process will happen on August the 1st, and then at the DNC, she'll get sworn in and hopefully not give a 90-minute acceptance speech like Trump did last week. But anyway.
Thank you, Jade. Listen, you always got to have somebody like a Jade on your team because she comes through with the stats. She knows what's happening. She knows what's going on. Okay. So Dr. Alicia, psychologically, how divisive is this when we're having these types of conversations? They're attacking her. They're talking about civil war. They're talking about what's going to happen if Trump's not the person that goes into the office. What does that do for us intellectually, mentally, psychologically?
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling out all the stops when it comes to attacking her, and she's under such scrutiny. Like every step that she's ever made is just scrutinized, and not everybody's perfect. You can't, label somebody based on what they did, one minute little thing that they did a long time ago. Yeah, she was a prosecutor. I mean, I was a social worker that worked at Department of Child and Family Services. That was my job at one point. I did my internship there when I was trying to be a social worker. You can't say, oh, Dr. Alicia, 20 years ago, you were taking babies away from their moms. I'm like, no, I worked in a system that did that, that's trying to protect children. And yeah, I mean, yeah, she was a prosecutor, but that was embedded in her job. And so like, that's the scrutiny that she is going to be under. And we are all going to witness this scrutiny that a lot of us as Black women, we connect to that because it mimics what goes on in our personal lives in a lot of different ways. When we go to work and we have to work with, a multiracial group of people and white people who scrutinize every little word you say and everything that you do. All of us have examples. I'm sure all of us have examples of how we have been slighted in some way and ourselves have been scrutinized. So now we're going to witness this, and it's going to minimize her. We're going to see minimization of her accomplishments and maximization of any sort of mishap, mistake, who she slept with back at Freaknik. I don't know what's going on, right? Things like that, where men aren't scrutinized. Like, we're not scrutinized, any of these men, about their sexual history. I mean, we're going to see not only racism, but we're going to see the sexism and the patriarchal sort of response to that. And this rhetoric, it's just, especially rhetoric that's promoted by political figures who are advocating for really hostile and punitive measures. It exacerbates in us racial trauma, historical trauma from slavery, right? And all of these things are exacerbated, and we're raw, we're done. We've had enough. And it's almost like this wound that's with us is going to be activated and triggered. I really think that all of us need to, like I said before, we need to come up with a way in ourselves where we can just shut this down and not interact with this and start getting into our own little bubble that supports us and uplifts us, because we cannot look to news, we can't look to media, we can't look to these avenues to support us. It's going to be more divisiveness on both sides. It's going to be way more divisiveness. So we need to learn how to cut some of this off and distance ourselves from this, because it is just going to raise so many, that happened to me too, all of this. So it's not very productive, but these injustices, we're going to see more of it.
So you made a lot of good points. One of the ones that you made that, racism, sexism, all of the things. I was going to say blackism, but you know what I mean, right? Melanatedism. And I feel like we're not even really looking at the real root of the stuff. Like, those things are there, but we're still talking about going up against a felon, sexual predator, rapist. I mean, we had we let's just call a spade at the end of the day. Like, even if I didn't look at his politics, I don't like him as a human being. And then if you look at his politics, and then you look at he's a bigot, if not a racist, at least a bigot at minimum, but probably a racist too. And then you look at his incitement and who his base is and who he speaks to. When I tell you I would vote for Kermit Frog first, I don't really care. The third parties and all that stuff, I think, is great for people who want to go that route. And I don't, let me say, what is it? What do I call it? I don't vote for whoever makes your heart happy, whoever that person is. I just can only speak for myself. I'm not mad at people who vote for somebody different. It's your choice. If you want to send us back to slavery, that's your business. You can do that. If you choose money over legacy and your family and the things that are going to happen, that's your business. It's not for me to say. I just hope you sleep well at night. That's it. But it's not for me to say, right?
Yeah, and
wait, hold on 1 second, Dr. Alicia. I want to get to Vanessa. But race, it can't be based on race. So one of the myths, one of the things that we're hearing, one of the rhetorics that we're hearing about Kamala is around her blackness, right? Is she Black? Is she not Black? She's multiracial. She has all these different things. How Black is she? Is she going to support Black people? But no, not a single president has ever supported Black people. Not Obama, not the one before him, not the one after him. They say they are the president of the United States, not just Black people. Whenever a Black president goes or a person goes up, we start asking, well, what are they going to do for Black people? Well, what are any of them going to do for Black people? What has any of them ever done for Black people? But from the racial standpoint of Blackness, Vanessa, I believe, is of Indian and Black heritage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How do you feel when you hear and see a woman being attacked on her race based on the fact that she is multi-heritage as a woman who has multiple heritages?
You know, that's interesting. I had this conversation with a good friend the other day because when I looked at the way that the world has been receiving Kamala, I was like, wow, you know, it would be so interesting if I ran for office and somebody said that I wasn't Black. I would be really taken aback. Um, and I think looking at Kamala's record and running, like you said, politically, you run as the United States president, like you just mentioned Barack. Barack didn't come out and say, I'm doing this for Black people. Politically, it's, you know, but he did, in fact, do a lot for Black people. So I think people have to understand politically what you're going up against. I mean, we had the first Black president. Kamala was the first Black attorney general, woman, female in the state of California. So politically, looking at where she's trying to get and also looking at the bigger picture, she's a prosecutor. Of course, that's going to involve locking up people, which includes Black people. I mean, it's a part of her job. Could she have done some things differently? Absolutely. But she's also, you know, done recidivism programs. She's pushed for money for HBCUs. So we can't be turn a blind eye to that and then just look at the things that she's done. Kamala is Black. I am Black. It would be odd for someone to identify me as not Black, being that I have a Black father, I have Black family. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I don't know. I identify as Black. I mean, there's another cultural side of me, of course, uh, but in America, the way that I identify is Black. And so I think it's very important for us not to be led astray by the divisiveness of it and look at her as a whole person and not just identify Kamala as, you know, let's just not look at the fact that she's, you know, went to HBCU. She's a pledge, AKA member. She has done things for the Black community, but you know, she's a prosecutor, so that is going to include locking up Black people. If you look at any Black DA or prosecutor in America, they've locked up Black people. So I mean, I think the argument is just a tool to get people to sway away from her, and I think we need to look deeper into the issue.
Thank you. Okay, before we transition, anybody else have any comments on this topic? Dr. Leisha, I know you're getting ready to say something.
Oh no, I was saying, yeah, I mean, collectively, people who the Republican Party has been very transparent in what they stand on. There's a manifesto attached to that. So now we know. And I feel like people who adhere to that, they do have I do think there's some mental illness there. There's a mental illness. And it's terrible to say, but I think we've clearly gotten to that point where they are diagnosable. Individuals who have, an entire group of people are now displaying what I would consider mental health, severe mental health problems. So a whole group of people can be mentally ill. That's all I was going to say. Yeah.
All right, Jay, do you want to add anything before we transition?
Well, yeah, no, whether I think Kamala Harris is not a Black American woman in terms of sharing my ethnic identity in this country as someone who's indigenous to America. Whether I believe she's Blackish or not really doesn't matter, because in system white supremacy, as Vanessa said, we're all Black. They see us as all, excuse my language, one big nigga. So I wanted to note that. I think a lot of people are getting distracted by that conversation. There's one thing that I need to say, and I haven't found the right words to put it into a tweet with the limited amount of characters. I'm seeing a lot of Black people, Black women included, circulating pornographic, very, very degrading images of Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm not a VP Harris fan. I will not be voting for VP Harris. I will not be voting for Donald Trump. And at the same time, this sort of sexually exploitive and disrespectful gutter, like these images, are just not very, very helpful. It's dehumanizing. It's very, very immature. And you can choose to disagree with someone politically, and you don't have to dehumanize them. So I just wanted to put it out there that, you know, I'm really disheartened to see many of our people helping the white supremacists on the right denigrate Kamala Harris. And to them, she represents Black womanhood and all non-white women in general. So why help them with that? So I just wanted to put that out there.
So whether you agree with her politics, you don't agree with her politics, whether you're going to vote for her, you're not going to vote for her, at the end of the day, she's a Black woman and deserves our respect. If on nothing else, that. Constance, did you want to add something before we transition?
I don't think can you hear me? I don't think you can see me.
You are frozen, but I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to tell. I think I'm out. Am I out?
I can hear you. I don't know if people can see me.
My screen just totally went black, but I just wanted to say, if nothing more, I want women, whether they're Black, white, Asian, or whatever, just take this as a rallying cry to mobilize around this and get out and vote. It's disheartening to see a lot of men saying all of these false things about her not being Black. I believe she is Black. I've heard her say she is Black. Even if you are born, you are African, no matter where you're from. If you were born in America, her father has African descent. She is African American. She may not be an FBA Black American, but she is African American, and therefore she is Black. Ever heard of the one drop rule? They made it up. We didn't. So she's a Black woman, but beyond that, she's a woman. And so I think women, hopefully, with everything they're saying, because even what's the Vice Vance? He said women without who don't have children shouldn't be running the country. The fuck? So just all of the crazy rhetoric that they're saying, just to try to discredit her in one way or the other, it should actually wake people up to say, this ain't right. And we want to vote for what's right. So that's all I got to say. And I'm going to log off and log back on so y'all can see me in a minute.
Thank you. Can I clarify something real quick, Lene? I want to clarify the comment. Thank you for bringing that up, Constance. The comment that Trump's vice presidential running mate made is that people who don't have children should have less voting rights in American society. So if you have not biologically birthed children, you actually shouldn't get the right to vote. So this is literally something that he said in his stump speech. I think it was yesterday or the day before. So this sort of rhetoric, is toxic, and it's out there, and we see where it's coming from.
Absolutely.
And really, I'm going to jump in really quick, just to piggyback off that. I think we also just have to recognize when we're being used. So like when you look at, someone like Trump, and he has, 3 different baby mamas, wives, whatever this man has going on. He's cheated on his wife, he's a sex offender. I mean, the list goes on. And yet, we'll see the narrative of dragging Kamala through the media of she's a whore and, whatever else lies they choose. We have to recognize when we're being used, when her Blackness is being weaponized to other Black people so that it creates division. And I think this is one of those scenarios. Like when you look at, whether or not you agree that she's a Black American or she's not Black enough. I mean, I don't know. But the point is that they are using it as a tool to create division, the same way they do with colorism within the Black community. And we have to recognize when we're being used, and we're being used. So if we're not aware of that and recognizing that, then it's going to be counterproductive for our community.
So right before we pivot, I saw all the comments. Ooh, there was my earring. I saw all the comments about, but her dad, she doesn't have any Black, she's not African. So of course, beautiful that we can do this live. I had to look it up. Her father is Jamaican born. Jamaican would be considered Black. So maybe we don't call her African, but she got Black in her. Her father, Jamaican born Donald J. Harris, and Indian Shyamala Gopalan, met at UC Berkeley, then had prom and careers. So yes, she does have Black in her. Just to go ahead and close that. All right, so this is Fly Nubian Money. Again, you can catch us here every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be reminded. You can get notified. You can find out when we are live, which is again Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. If you miss us here, you can listen to us on Spotify. If you go and search for Fly Nubian Money, you can listen to us on Spotify after the fact. And then if you are looking for some tools, resources around money and or business, you can go to flynubianmoney.com. So now we're going to switch topics and talk about the new updates in the Sonia Massey case. We have a video from her father accusing the police of cover-up, body cam footage of the officer calling her a bad name, and more about the officer's troubled past, including DUIs and losing his job. Let's go ahead and go to that video before we dive deeper.
You know, I'm hearing that you were told conflicting stories. What were you told, the circumstances of this shooting?
Well, I was never told that it was a deputy-involved shooting. We were under the impression that she was killed by the intruder or some other person from the street or something, and they just went in there and found her dead body. I did not find out that the deputies killed her until my brother asked for Sonia's address, and I gave it to him. And he said, "Brother, this says deputies involved." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" But we were all misled to believe that. And then there was a story that this was self-inflicted, a self-inflicted gunshot.
Oh my goodness.
So I think the cover-up started from just right after it happened. And thank God for the body camera footage. It's probably the most horrible and heart-wrenching thing that we've ever seen in our lives. But if it were not for the body cam footage, we would not have known that this occurred.
Yes, I say thank goodness too for that body cam footage, because we in the video it clearly shows she was not approaching him with steaming hot water, number one, which is what he said at the beginning. When he was asked about the gun, clearly there was no gun. She had said to the officer, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," which seemed to set him off. What do you think she meant? What does that mean? What was going on that you think that she would say those words to him?
I think that she feared for her life. There was some premonition that she had. And it seems like he was just an emissary of Satan. And that's what caused him to do what he did. It's just unexplainable.
Yeah.
So tragic. I have not watched the video. I'm at a place in my life where I just cannot watch these videos anymore. I listen, I hear, I understand, I know, but I just cannot watch the video. So I have not seen the video, but I am aware of what happened. So if you are not aware of what happened, Sonia Massey was killed in her home, and the police tried to cover it up and say that she was attacking them with boiling water, and or that the intruder did it, and or blah, blah, blah. But the footage just came out this week, and we saw that that was not the case. Had the footage not come out, they might have got away with it, but they didn't. What are your thoughts, and or what are your thoughts on this new evidence and the allegations as they are being presented to us now, Constance?
I mean, we know that they're liars. It just makes me think about how many more people this happened to with no body cams. You know, how many Black people were, these are just KKK in officer uniforms doing the KKK's dirty work. And how many Black men, women, and children have been executed. We know of a lot, because thank God for cell phones and body cams. But what about all the probably hundreds to thousands of Black people who were senselessly murdered by people who are supposed to protect and serve us? And that's what I think about. This was so brutal. This man shot her in the eye, and it came out through her neck for no reason. And it makes me sick to my stomach even thinking about it. And then I saw the he was clear. He didn't have. So it was funny because when they were outside after all the police came back, his body cam was now all of a sudden on. It was off. He knew what he went in there to do. Now, when all the police officers there, now his body cam is on. But it was really sad to see the second officer, his body cam was still on, and he was at his trunk, and he was like, shit. What the fuck? Like, he was truly disturbed at what he just saw, because he knew it was senseless, and he got him caught up in some bullshit. And I feel bad for him, because what do you do in a situation like this? You know, I got to have my partner's back, but the fuck just happened? And then I'm hearing like rumors that she was just discharged from a hospital that his girlfriend worked at, and perhaps they had some kind of run-in and he went in to do her dirty work for her. So I don't know, but it's just all, it's all very sad.
It is all disheartening. Jay, do you have more details and more background on the situation? Can you fill us in with the information that you have?
Absolutely. Sonya Macy was 36 years old. She was a Black woman, and she was also a mother. The white sheriff's deputy in Illinois killed her. And this incident happened about 2 weeks before the anniversary of the lynching, I will call it, of Sandra Bland. And so we're also seeing the hashtag say her name come up. So this is what happened. Sonya Macy, she called 911 on July the 6th. Let's be clear. This incident happened on July the 6th, and the body cam footage wasn't released until nearly 20 days later on July the 23rd. So I wanted to note that. A lot of folks, were in the dark, especially the family, because the body camera, we didn't see the actual evidence. But she called 911 early on July the 6th due to concerns about a potential intruder outside of her home. The body camera footage shows the Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy, his name was Sean Grayson, and another deputy knocking on her door and shouting at her to come outside. One deputy tells Sonya, quote, "Are you coming to the door or not? Hurry up," end quote. So the interaction already started off very, very aggressively from a deputy. As Sonya, she tried to explain her concerns about, she thought maybe that she heard someone outside around her house. The deputies say that they hadn't seen anyone around her house, and they questioned her about a vehicle that was in her driveway. And then they told her to go inside to get her ID. And so they followed her inside, and she had a pot of boiling water on the stove. And according to reports, deputies asked Sonya to check on a pot of water on the stove. And then she said, she was going to turn it off. And they moved away, kind of like from the stove. And Sonya was like, "Where are you going?" One deputy laughed and replied, "Away from your hot steaming water." And so then Sonya says, quote, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And that's when the tension started to escalate. And then Grayson said, the deputy said, quote, excuse my language, y'all, quote, "You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face," end quote. And both the deputies then draw their guns and demand that Macy drop the pot. She was not coming at them with a pot of hot water or anything like that. And then she said, quote, "Okay, I'm sorry," as she tries to duck out of the way. And then Grayson shot her and killed her. So that's what transpired on the video. Now, in terms of Deputy Sean Grayson, he has been fired and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a firearm, and official misconduct. He has pleaded not guilty. Okay. President Biden also did make a statement about this on Monday. He said, quote, "Sonya Macy, a beloved mother, friend, daughter, and young Black woman, should be alive today. Sonya's family deserves justice. I'm heartbroken for her children and her entire family as they face this unthinkable and senseless loss." But nowhere in Biden's statement did he say anything about punishing Deputy Grayson. Finally, I want to say this before I turn it back over to Lene. All right, let's go to, because I have so many stats here about like even women that are fatally killed by the police, and the number of Black people that are killed by the police, and how Black women are at high risk of being killed by the police when we're cornered, and especially when we're alone. However, let's look at Sean Grayson's, the deputy who's now fired. Let's look at his record. So the ex-deputy charged with the murder of Sonya Macy had worked with multiple police agencies since 2020. It is now 2024. Okay, so he worked part-time at 3 small police departments, and he worked full-time at 1 department and 2 sheriff's offices in central Illinois. All right, so he has bounced around 3 small police departments and 1 department and 2 sheriff's offices since 2020. This does not seem like a stable individual that should be in law enforcement. And this is why the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is important, because we need to track these police officers after they commit such heinous acts. They should not be able to transfer to other departments. So I'm I'm going to stop there. So thank you all for letting me share those facts.
Thank you for sharing the facts. Again, a wealth of knowledge. Vanessa, how do you think a case like this adds to the mistrust between the Black community and the police?
I mean, I think it exacerbates it because we see this time and time again. I mean, this is like we're talking about this 2-3 times a year. I mean, we could just it's exhausting. Mentally, it's exhausting. Because that could have been my aunt, it could have been me. You could open it. It's scary that you can open your door and not be doing anything wrong, and someone can come in your house and tell you to go to the stove and turn off the stove or what, and then just shoot you. I mean, that's so unsettling. I don't, so it's exhausting. I mean, and it's frustrating. It, this when I saw that video, it really like shook me, as I'm sure anyone who saw the video, especially Black women. But she was not a threat. She was small. This idea that white men feel threatened when you have two men with guns and armed, she's so much smaller. I mean, it's just bullshit. I mean, I don't know what needs to be done to stop it. I mean, my biggest thing is, get out and vote. We need policies in place that stop cops from moving around after they've done heinous crimes. But furthermore, we need to control how our local dollars are issued to policing, whether that's more thorough background checks, psychological tests, or so we can see, biases more clearly. He has a tattoo on his arm. I think personally that should disqualify you. You have a way, you shouldn't be a police officer if you have so it's exhausting. All I can say is please show up and vote at your local elections. You know who your mayor is, who your board of commissioners are, who your chief of police is. Really, truly matters. And get on the line with those people to make sure they aren't getting police officers like this in your community. But absolutely, it ignites more fear, anger, anxiety, and in the Black community. And because this was really, I don't even have words for it. Like, it pisses me off in my soul.
As it should. It should with all of us. Dr. Leisha, I'm going to give you the last question, but I'm going to ask one more question before I get to that one, which I think is an important question. Why is this case important for the upcoming election? Let's talk about why this case is important with Project 2025 on the loose. Constance and Jade, I'm gonna let you two weigh in on this, and then I'm gonna go to Alicia with our last question. Why is this case, not that any of the other ones are not important, but right now with the presidency as it is, with Project 2025 as it is, why is this case important for the upcoming election, Constance?
Well, we know Donald Trump said he was going to give the police full immunity.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, this murderer gets full immunity. So if you don't vote for anything else, you have to vote for that, because we are not safe, Black people. My boys, I got 3 boys, they are not safe. My daughter, not even me as a woman, being a Black woman, I'm not safe. So yeah, that's why we should.
Jade, you can answer that, or you can answer what should be done to ensure accountability and transparency in such cases, either or.
We definitely need anti-Black hate crime bill, and we definitely need bills such as the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. There needs to be full transparency with body camera footage. Body camera footage should not be redacted, edited, or held hostage for weeks, months, years at a time. We need to see that evidence. And so at the local level, we need to fight and make sure that we get referendums put on ballots and passed through so that body camera footage is released within 24 to 48 hours at least. We did something very similar in DC. I worked on several officer involved killings, unfortunately, between 2020 in 2021, and there was a huge difference when that body camera footage was released. With some of it, again, they redact certain parts of it. So those are my suggestions. We definitely need to vote for district attorneys. We just need to pay attention all around, every single aspect of the political system, every single office that we can definitely impact. And also, I'm a huge fan of community policing. We've had community policing organizations of men out there doing their thing for generations, and we definitely do need that as well. And then we also we need a buddy system. We need neighborhood watches. We should be able to call on each other. And, you know, for example, if there's a domestic violence issue, we should be able to call on a neighbor or someone to help to de-escalate it. If we fear that someone is stalking or is, you know, sort of hanging out around our houses, we should be able to call a neighbor to really help us sort through those things, because we never know what could happen when law enforcement shows up. So those are some of my suggestions and tips in terms of Project 2025, everything Constance said.
Awesome. And so, Dr. Alicia, as a therapist, can you talk about the emotional impact such cases have on the community?
Yeah, I mean, I think all instances of police brutality and all the unjust killings of unarmed Black individual, I think it extends far beyond what's happening with the immediate families that are affected. And by the way, I mean, I cannot imagine what this family is going through, getting all these conflicted information. I mean, this exacerbates, right, the mistrust of the police officers and the whole criminal justice or the system, criminal justice system. It exacerbates all of that trust that's being eroded away, and them not getting straight answers. It sounds like a cover up. It sounds like we're not going to get justice. You know, I don't trust what's going on. There was a video that circulated around of all of the police officers in her front lawn. Every single police officer was a white male police officer. I saw no diversity on that police force. And granted, it's Springfield. That's a very, you know, there's some diversity there. That's the state capital, right, of Illinois. You tell me you can't find diverse police officers? So this sort of racial trauma, it really manifests deep-seated anxieties and fear of safety for not only ourselves, but our loved ones. All of this psychological scars, which I experience myself. I'm witnessing it with you guys, hearing about these tragedies. It can exacerbate PTSD in us as individuals, anxiety, depression, and it just creates this environment where the threat of violence really seems like omnipresent in a sense. And it compounds, I think we've all talked about this historical trauma that's tied to slavery and systemic oppression and all of these things. And that it's really our collective identity as Black people today. So, I mean, what we need to do is we need to find some healthy outlets. I'm going back to us as individuals. We need to find some healthy outlets to distance ourselves from some of this. It can become overwhelming. Nothing feels more helpless than to just have the fate of our lives in the hands of someone else. So I love the whole idea of the community organizing that Jay talked about, and having these ways for us to get together, channels like this, Fly Nubian Queen. We all can, this is helpful. Hopefully this will raise our awareness, but it will also be empowering, because there's people in the chat supporting each other. You use social media in a way that's less helpful and healthy for you. And, you know, just turn some of this that negativity off. So I really think that we're now just being tested in and the gross negligence of these systems are supposed to support us, that we pay our taxpaying dollars go to this. And yeah, I love what Vanessa is saying. Not only do we need to vote in our local elections, but we need to follow up with our vote and hold everybody accountable to the platform on which they voted. I mean, look at this election. I think let's just focus on the issues instead of the people, right? People are flawed, right? But the platforms, there are websites you can go to where you can answer questions about values that you hold dear and near to your heart. And you can ask those questions, answer those questions. And based on your answers, They will tell you, okay, this political person who is running for election, this is what they believe in. And you can really make objective choices about who to vote for based on what's important to you instead of this emotional tie to it. So I think that's a wonderful way for us to smartly think about what to do and then vote in that way, and then distance ourselves from all of these emotionally charged, triggering things that are happening to us.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Alicia. Thank you to everybody who has chimed in and tuned in on today's Fly Nubian Money. We're going to go ahead and go around the room to make sure that you guys know where you can find all of our queens that were here today. If you guys can just tell people what your handle is and where they can find you, and then we'll go ahead and close out our session for today. We'll start with you, Constance.
It's your girl, Constance Carter, and you can find me anywhere. I am Constance Carter, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I'm always here, and I'm always trying to put out thought-provoking content for you. So make sure you follow me and subscribe.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jade Harrell.
Yes, my name is Jade Harrell. I'm an organizer, educator, and consultant, and you can find me where the money resides. Like, no. You can find me over at highblackesteem.com, and you can also find me at Lioness Crowned on social media platforms.
Awesome. Thank you. She said where the money reside. Vanessa.
I'm Vanessa Gopal, general contractor, entrepreneur. You can find me on social media at VGopal, VGOPAUL. My business is Winter Remodeling, Inc. And thank you guys for having me. Thank you to everybody who participated in the chat too.
Thank you for being here with us. Dr. Alicia?
I'm Dr. Alicia. You can contact me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia for individual coaching and couples coaching. You can also find me on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia.
Sweet. Thank you, queens, for being here. I am Dr. Lene Javette. You can find me online at I am Dr. Lene Javette. We always appreciate you guys coming in and sitting with us and giving us your feedback and engaging with us. We do not take it for granted. We do this every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can find us here at Fly Nubian Money. If you want to get notified, you can text the word Queens, QUEENS, to the number 87948, and you can get a notification. That way you don't ever have to miss us live. But if you do, you can go and find us on Spotify. Look for Fly Nubian Money on Spotify, and you can listen to the replay. You can also go to flynubianmoney.com to get tools and resources around business and money. We appreciate you. We love you. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Go out into the world and be blessed.
Economic consciousness is since everybody's kind of talking about the election, I thought I would do kind of a breakdown of the economics of electability and how it relates to African Americans. And really, and this was kind of on my mind because I got an email or an Instagram message from a sister with the last name Abdullah. I think her name is Melina Abdullah, who is the vice presidential candidate with Dr. Cornel West. And I mentioned to you all on a few occasions that I just love Cornel West to death. He's one of my favorite human beings on the planet. I've interacted with him on multiple occasions. He has a clear agenda. His agenda is working on behalf of Black people, poor people, and just disenfranchised people. And he's a really good man. And so I actually told Melina, I don't know if she or Dr. West is going to come into class, but I told her what we do. And I said, hey, you're welcome to join us in class. I don't bring politicians into our space, but you are an exception because I just like Dr. West. I like genuine good people. So if they do come in, if that does happen, I'll let you guys know in advance so you can decide if you want to come or not. And as you all know, I don't tell anybody who to vote for. That's not my business. But I am interested in sort of breaking down systems that are not helpful or beneficial to people like us, right? I am interested in saying, like, what happens if we were to have a system that didn't have just two parties to choose from? What if we did have a system where Black people didn't feel so disenfranchised? And because I don't know if anybody else agrees or anybody else feels this way. But sometimes I feel a little bit hopeless. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, oh man, here we go again. This isn't doing anything for anybody. Good Lord, what is this crap? Right. And so for me, it's not so much a matter of me trying to be cynical. It's me saying I just don't see any evidence that this is really making a difference for Black people. I showed you guys the wealth levels over the last X number of years, and how over the last several decades. You go back to the 1950s, Black people were ranked last when it comes to wealth, and in every no matter who was president, Democrat or Republican, one thing that they always did very consistently was they kept Black people at the bottom of the pile. That was one area where they coordinated very well, is to say, okay, we're going to fight amongst ourselves, but we're going to make sure Black people are always losing, that Black people are always last. Give me a yes if you know this. How many of y'all know this? How many of y'all know that Black wealth has been historically always at the bottom of the pile? I think it's really important to just understand that, so that you'll understand that we're solving the wrong problem, or we're not solving the right problem, however you want to look at it. And um, I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm very frustrated by that. So all right, so one thing I want to throw out there really quickly is to let you guys know that this week I'm actually putting together something that focuses on financial illnesses. I want to do a training on Sunday night on 8 financial illnesses, financial ailments that you want to avoid, how to diagnose them and how to cure them, so that you can actually have financial health. And this is going to be done Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m. And what I'll do is later on today, I will send you all a link if you'd like to join, so you can join on Sunday. And literally, I just flat out called it Black Wealth 101. And I put together this list of basically 8 different financial illnesses, almost like a doctor would, that and what inspired me, what made me think about this was I went to the doctor the other day, and they took blood and they sent me this panel, and they gave me all these different factors that measure health. And they tell you, okay, you're doing good here, not so good here. And so I was like, oh, financially it's kind of the same thing, right? If we really, really think about our financial health and just what economic wellness even looks like, maybe that'll help us to become more financially conscious. So basically Sunday, it's going to be a special event. There is a fee attached, but I'll give you guys a big discount because of who you are. So we're going to do 48% off. I think the fee for the lifetime access to all the materials, slides, recordings, everything else is $299. But for you guys, for 48 hours, we'll drop it by 48%, which drops it to about $155. So for $155, you have lifetime access to the material. You can bring your whole entire family. And this is going to happen on Sunday. The live event is going to be on Sunday. If you can't make Sunday at 3, then you can have the recording. The recording will be loaded up within 48 hours, and you can go back and watch it at your own convenience. You can watch it over and over again. Think of it like, something that you can just have in your library, in your family economic training library forever. Okay. So anyway, that's it. That's my little spiel about that, what's happening on Sunday. So anyway, let me hop into this conversation about this election. Okay, so first off, actually, I didn't even do this. Sometimes I jump right to business, and I don't greet you, and I apologize for that. I want to say good morning to Monica Atkinson from Detroit. Who else is in here? I see Anna Chatelaine and Anissa King. Anthony, I see you. Aisha Verzi, good morning, ma'am. Irma Bocard. Seaway for Calvin McWilliams, Khaleesi Romani, Khaleesi Game of Thrones, Errol Simongal, my man, good to see you. Seaton, Kevin, Freddie, Cynthia, good to see you. Darius, Thomas, Jimmy Williams, Darnell Mayberry, Deborah, I saw Deborah, I didn't see her last name, Helena Correa, and Tiffany Anderson. All right, good morning to all of you. Agnes, I love you too. Thank you for the kind words. And Ann Hall and Miss Patillo, good to see all of you. All right, so let's jump into this. Okay, so here's one thing that's interesting, right? So I'm gonna actually jump into the world of politics just a little bit, but in a way where I always start off those political conversations by saying that whoever you vote for is up to you. I don't care. It's your right to do whatever you want to do. I promise you, whatever you think is best for your family, I want you to do that. I have to say, I know some of y'all have heard me say that a lot. But I have to do that and ask you if we can agree on that in the beginning, because when you talk about politics, unfortunately, politics is built with lots of lies and misinformation and misquoting people. And there are people who would consistently misquote me as saying either Dr. Boyce is telling Black people to vote for the Republicans or Dr. Boyce is telling Black people not to vote, neither which has ever been true at all. And if you ever hear somebody say that, just please politely correct them and refer them to one of the 10,000 videos where I've said the exact opposite. So with that said, I'm gonna ask you all a question. Give me a yes or no. There's a whole conversation about Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris being the first Black president potentially. She's got a lot of momentum at this particular time of this recording. She's got big endorsements, the Obamas, people like that. I'm gonna ask you all a question, yes or no. How many of you would say, if I say Kamala Harris is a Black woman, would you agree with that statement? Yes or no? How many of you would say yes, she is a Black woman because her father Donald's Jamaican, her mother was Indian. And then how many of you would say no? I'm curious to just see. Okay, I'm looking at I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses, but I am seeing some yeses. And because and I'm gonna tell you, I think, I mean, Jamaican is Black, right? Jamaican's Black. Come on. Well, most of the time, but I know history is complicated, and I'm not a historian, so let me shut up before I say something stupid and get corrected. With that said, I'm gonna ask you another question to follow up on this. Okay. Do you think that in American politics, where American policy is being decided and these policies affect everybody, do you think that there's a difference between being Black and from another country or being do you think there's a difference between being African American Black or Jamaican Black? Do you think there's a difference between being African American Black and Africa Black? Ketanji Brown Jackson's Africa Black. She's on the Supreme Court. What do you think there's a difference? Barack Obama, he's half white, half Black, but his father's from Kenya. His mother is a white woman. No, I'm not. And again, I'm not. If that statement offended you, I'm sorry. That's just what's in the books. Okay. So, do you think there's a difference? Like, do you think that having an African American president is different from having a Black president from another country, or whose background is another country? Not that they were raised in another country. Like Kamala was raised in the U.S., right? So I'm not changing that at all. But I bring that up because I'm going to say this. I think my theory, when you go back and you analyze Black people who have gotten prominent positions in American politics, it's not typically like African American Black, like my great 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 grandmother and my great 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 grandfather were both slaves kind of Black, right? Not the Black like I survived the crack epidemic and and mass incarceration era and and my grandma went through Jim Crow kind of Black. It's not like that type of African American Black. It's usually like, well, you have Black skin and you speak with a British accent, so we're gonna just assume that you're the same as the Black people that are built and made in this country. And I think that there's a difference. I think there's a difference there. Not to, and it's not done in a way to say don't support Kamala. I'm not saying that at all. I think Kamala's smart. I like her. I ain't gonna lie. I do like her. But then there's things I admire about Trump too. I know Trump's whole history. I knew Trump even before he became political, before everyone decided that they hate Republicans or something. I don't hate or love Democrats or Republicans. I think they're right on. I think that there's correction on both sides. I just think it's a matter of like sort of your positioning. Like my wife is a social worker. As a social worker, she can't be no Republican. Come on. Republicans are not social workers. But, I got people in my family who are hardcore. I got a relative who is a Southern Baptist cop and, who believes in family values. Well, he's more likely to be a Republican, even though you might criticize or whatever. It is what it is, right? People have a right to say what they want to say and believe what they want to believe. But so I'm not saying this is not about Kamala not being qualified, but it's about sort of that little subtle difference that nobody really talks about that asks this question: can America really digest an African American president? As advanced as America claims to be, as far ahead as we say we are, as post-racial as we want to believe that we are, could America digest an African American president who is a descendant of slavery with a Black wife or Black husband who's also an African American descendant of slavery, who is also in tune with the true Black experience in America? You know, that experience of dealing with the broken families and the violence and the drugs, not getting the job that you deserve, you know, getting passed over for promotions and microaggressions at work. I mean, could America really absorb that? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say not only could America not absorb that, but America really hasn't actually put an African American woman on the Supreme Court. They put a black woman on the Supreme Court. That's very, very different. And also remember, there's a black woman who has African roots, and also she has a white husband. Though you know those things matter. Who you marry does matter. Who you marry says a lot about who you are. When I look at my wife, I'm looking in the mirror. When you look at my wife, you're looking at my values. You're looking at me, and even stuff you can criticize. You can say, "Well, why you pick that high yellow woman?" Well, if you go look at my mama, you'll notice my mama looks just like my wife. There's a book called My Father Was My First Boyfriend," and they say you kind of marry your parents. My mother is a light skinned social worker who gets on my nerves half the time. My wife is a light skinned social worker who gets on my nerves half the time. I love my wife, but y'all know it. Y'all know how y'all get. Y'all be clean out the kitchen. You got to move the blankets, but pick up the trash. Why? It doesn't matter, right? So yeah. So all these things matter. These things. My wife's father, Dr. Francis Taylor, the great Dr. Francis Taylor at Tuskegee University, was an African American male with a strong black identity who happened to be a college professor. I'm an African American male with a strong black identity who happens to be a college professor. Who we marry, who we pick, says something about what matters for us. Okay. And I don't want to talk about Kamala's husband. You can speculate on that how you want to, but you cannot tell me that does not matter, because we talk about investing every single day. Every single day we talk about investing. But what I also remind you is that most of your biggest investments in life have nothing to do with money. When you marry somebody, that's a hell of an investment. And if you make that investment wrong, you're gonna pay a price for that. Any divorced people in the room will know what I'm talking about. That busted marriage and the pain from the disappointment of a violent or broken relationship. Oh, that pain exceeds any pain you'll ever experience from a financial loss. I promise you. When your stock goes down, that don't hurt as bad as it does when your whole family falls apart. Okay. So with that said, though, that led me to just think about that. Like, I think that America really does have a fear of an African American president, and the question will be why? Why would they have a fear of really putting an African American person in a position of that much power? Well, I'm going to make the argument that it's because they owe you a debt. It's because they owe you money. They know what they owe you. They know what they did to you. They know what they stole from you. And a conscious African American person who knows their history cannot go into a position of that much power and ignore what was stolen from us and the impact that has had. The impact has been enormous. The impact is multi-generational. The impact has been very painful. It's shown itself. It's a financial disease that has hit so many areas of our lives. It's ridiculous. So no conscious, intelligent, educated African American with an ounce of morality can go into a position like president of the United States and completely disassociate from the damage that was done from what we've gone through. It would be almost impossible to do, especially if I'm sitting there as a black man and I got a black wife who knows her history too, who's reminding me of what people did to us in the past. It's very rare that can happen. So there's a fear of that, and I understand that. Almost like that fear of the bill collector, who would want to talk to the bill collector every day, where the bill collector is looking them in the eye saying, you owe me, right? You know you owe us. When can we expect payment? Well, what do you do with the bill collector? Well, if you got bad credit like the United States does, then you hide from the bill collector. You run when the landlord comes asking for the rent money. And so African American people are dangerous and scary in political office because America knows it owes a debt, and they don't want to acknowledge that. So that's why they'd rather not talk to you. They'd rather talk to some proxy of you or something that's more digestible or something that's more favorable, which might show up as the black person or the ambiguously black person with the white husband or white wife who shows like, hey, look, I'm willing to let this slide. I'm willing to let all this go if you'll give me access to the halls of power. All right. Now, with that said, here's where I want to make the next connection. Okay. So the next connection on this is that the economic drain that has occurred in your communities, I mentioned to you all before that part of the reason I don't care about Democrat Republican politics is because you can't show me a single time in the last 60 years where a Democrat or a Republican has removed African Americans from the bottom rung of wealth in this country. Every single year, no matter who was in office, we were always dead last in wealth and in income. We never move up because people show up and they say things like, I'm not going to do anything specifically for Black people, which is an interesting statement because I think I heard Kamala say it. If a white guy said it and he was a Republican or something, I think they would call that a racist statement. But I think that because we give so much, because lesser of two evils and all that, I get it. We kind of give a little bit more leeway to other people. And yeah, she did actually say that. She did. Yeah, she did say, the Montez said she did. Yeah, she did. So again, I'm not telling you not to vote for her. I'm just saying that's what she said. So, when she gets elected, she'll probably keep some of her promises, and that'll be one of the promises she'll probably keep. And why is that? Well, because, the White House is complicated. Politics is complicated. You owe a lot of people when you get into the White House. And that's where I'm going to get into the economics of this. And I'm going to talk about why, even though and some of y'all may not like it, but I actually have things about Kamala and Trump that I do respect in their leadership. I know people, if you're a Trumper, you're going to look at Kamala and say, how can you respect anything about her? No, this lady is a smart lady. She was Attorney General of California. I think that she could be a great commander in chief. I think she could do a great job for the United States. She'd represent the country well. She has a filter. Trump doesn't have a filter. Trump says stuff that's kind of silly. But Trump, is a guy, if you study his history in detail, remember, this man was 28 years old and he bought a $400 million hotel. Sure, his father helped him to get the money, but you should be helping your kids get money too. You should be giving your kids advantages and opportunities too. Yeah, his father gave him some white privilege and some rich white privilege. Well, I want you to give your kids some Black privilege, right? Ain't nothing wrong with getting some privilege from your parents. That's what your parents are supposed to do. Yeah, what do you think parents are supposed to just dump you out into the world with nothing so you can become a slave? No, your parents are supposed to get you ready for the world. This is what we talk about every single day. So I'm not even mad about that. But what I am saying is that to sort of pretend like he never accomplished anything, I think it would be disingenuous. The man's real estate portfolio is extraordinary, and he's probably crooked. Yes, absolutely. But I think politics at that level is just crooked for everybody's got the crooked stuff in their background. So with that said, though, even though I have certain things about their leadership style that I respect from each of them, that's just not for me. That's not my fight. And it's not because I don't care about the country, but it's not my fight because we care about different people. Whoever gets elected to the White House, in my view, is going to take care of the whole United States. They're going to think about things like tax policy and, foreign trade and whatever, right? And whether or not we should give money to Israel so they can fight their wars and all this stuff. I want to talk about the people that are forgotten. I want to talk about African American people, particularly those in the African American community who are conscious and intelligent and want something better for their people. I want to focus, if I was president of a United States, I would be the president of the United States of intelligent Black people. The people that look around and say, man, this sucks. We're at the bottom in terms of wealth. Our families are broken up. Our communities are dangerous. Our kids are not being educated. We want to fix these things. Our quality of life has been low, largely because as everybody's up here fighting, as the dinosaurs are fighting, we're like, our community is like the little mice that are scattering, moving out of the way of the dinosaurs. And I personally feel like we have to have some people that are going to pay attention to that. And so that's why their fight is not really as interesting to me as the fight that's happening really in our communities. The fight for you to maintain control of your kids and educate them your way, the fight for you to build wealth and build financial security, the fight for you to break generational curses, the fight for you to understand what mental and physical health looks like so you can apply this, and the fight for you to shift your culture to one that's going to lead to sustainability and productivity. And another thing that is critical to observe here is that because African Americans have been left out of American wealth for so long, because we've been just hammered and had so much stolen from us, we don't have the resources to even play the big boy presidential politics game. The big boy, let me tell you something. How many of y'all, give me a yes if you've heard of the term super PAC. Has anybody heard about super PACs? Give me a yes if you've heard about super PACs. And give me a yes if you understand how critical super PACs are for raising money for elections. I put up some data here. I'm going to just throw this out here. And I want you to ask yourself, do you think that the Black community could even make a dent in any of this? I heard, for example, I heard about, I think 20,000 black men got together and raised $1.5 million for Kamala Harris, or maybe it was 2 million, something like that. Do you know that the total amount spent by all candidates and outside groups on super PACs in the 2020 presidential election was almost $5 billion? That Biden's team raised 2.74 billion. Trump raised 1 point, sorry, scratch that. Joe and his allies raised 1.68 billion. Trump and his allies raised 1.06 billion. So if you think about, if you compare that $1 billion number, right, to what it takes to become president of the United States, and this is just the super PACs. This ain't talking about the other donations. I really would kind of ask, any black man who was very proud to be on the call to raise the $1 million or 2 million for Kamala, I would say, well, are you really getting the bang for your buck that you fully expect? Or is this like a symbolic bang for your buck? Like, are you really buying the kind of influence that you feel like you're buying? Or maybe that $2 million could have been better used to go raise money for a black neighborhood that's raising black children, keeping black children safe, or maybe building a black-owned school. Not to criticize the decision that was made, but just to say, are we trying to play in a game where it's difficult for us to economically play in that game because our wealth has been depleted to the point where we're putting pennies in a jar where other people are putting in $100 bills? Do you follow what I'm saying? If you put a penny in a jar and everybody else is dropping $100 bills in there, your pennies are going to be ignored. Your pennies won't matter much. They won't mean much of anything to anybody. But guess what? Pay attention now. Listen, if you got a family though, if at the same time you're putting pennies into massa's jar that's got $100 bills in it, you might have relatives that say, hey, those pennies could actually do something here. I could buy me some soup with that. We're hungry over here. We're broke. We're struggling. As much as we are pouring money into this endless abyss of political finance money, super PACs and all that, we'll drop our million in there or whatever. That same million can go and build a black-owned school run by some really motivated black teachers who can educate 50,000 kids in the next decade. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying here? It's really, it's like the difference between taking medicine that is pure and direct to the bloodstream versus taking something that's very diluted. When your energy and your resources are not targeted specifically to solve the problem that you're trying to solve, you can end up wasting your time and wasting your opportunity. It's almost like when there was the former president of Xavier. I don't know his name. I can't remember his name. I'm not good with names, but I like him. He wrote an op-ed article, and I supported him 100% on this. Anybody remember when Dr. Dre raised an insane amount of money for USC? Anybody remember that? I can't remember what the amount was. It was maybe like, I don't remember. It was one of the biggest gifts ever. I can't remember. It was tens of millions of dollars. And he wrote a great article. He said, if you give that money to USC, they're going to pee out that money in about a month. That's not that the amount you gave them won't fund that institution for more than 2 or 3 weeks. But if you gave that same amount of money to an HBCU, not only would that money be going directly into your community, it's not diluted, it's going directly into the community, but that amount of money could fund an institution for several years. And they could build on that and build an endowment off of that and educate black children for the next 100 years. It was 70 million. Thank you. I forgot. And so when he wrote the article, and Kimbrough, I think his name was Kimbrough, the president. I wish I had his name in front because I like him. He deserves credit for this, but I don't remember his name. And I remember when I saw what he did, I said, okay. So I like the way you wrote this article. It's very professional. I told him, I said, I like the way you wrote this article. It's very professional. You're a mainstream guy. You're more acceptable to the establishment than I am. I'm the renegade. It's good cop, bad cop. You're going to be the good cop. I'll be the bad cop. I'm going to write the article that really needs to be written to support what you wrote. And so basically, I wrote this piece on it, and it was read by millions of people. I remember it got around. One guy the guy who discovered Dr. A lot of y'all don't know this about NWA. There's a guy named Alonzo who introduced Dr. Dre to Eazy-E and Ice Cube and all that. And he wrote a book called NWA, Not Without Alonzo. So I went to LA and I gave a presentation at I think it was who was it? The brother that created Kwanzaa, he has a library out there or bookstore. Give me his name. Y'all know I'm bad with it. Dr. Demis Kimbrough, that's the name of the professor. The brother that created Kwanzaa, please help me. Y'all got to help me. I'm so sorry. Anyway, so I gave Karenga, Malana Karenga, right? So I gave a speech at Malana Karenga's bookstore in South Central LA. Alonzo was there. Alonzo came up and he said, he said, yeah, I took your article and I shared it with Dr. Dre, and then he blocked me on Facebook. I said, good. If he blocked you on Facebook, that means that that we struck a nerve. The hit dog always hollers, as we say in Kentucky, and that's good because he needs to know that this would be defined by Dr. Claude Anderson as inappropriate behavior. This would be defined as not just inappropriate, but just confusing. Not to say Dr. Dre hasn't done other good things, though. Maybe he has. I'm sure he has, right? But still, though, I was like, no, like we have to kind of think about these things because here's the deal: when you're talking about American politics, let's circle back to politics. The amounts of money that have to be raised are just absolutely enormous. You know, these super PACs, and let me tell you, the money is used pretty much to buy advertising, so they can buy votes and they can buy voters. So your system is run by money. And remember, I'm an expert on money, so I can tell you this is definitely a capitalist system. This is not a democracy. This is something else, but it's not a democracy. It's a capitalist democracy, and the capitalism is the older brother that beats up on the little brother. The little brother's democracy, the big brother's capitalism. The little brother does whatever the big brother tells it to do. Okay. Now, by the way, Margaret says the volume is low. Can y'all hear me okay? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through okay. I want to make sure and Margaret, if you can't hear me, okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. All right. So yeah, Margaret, you might want to turn your volume up a little bit. All right. So capitalism is the big brother. Democracy is the little brother. The big brother bullies and beats up the little brother. And when you look at some of the amounts of money required to really influence an election, it's very difficult for Black people to even compete in that space. Maybe for symbolic reasons, we want to be included because we were trained to believe that pure integration was the best path forward for our community. But unfortunately, that integration can lead to various forms of dilution where you are putting all your energy into something that isn't really giving you much of a result, when instead you could be putting your energy into something that matters. Almost like the person who goes to Hollywood and spends their lives trying to get low level extra roles in big Hollywood blockbusters, when they could have played an even greater role in the lives of their children. So you're ignoring your child, who's going to give you all their attention, in favor of these Hollywood studios that are giving you almost no attention at all. Or you're chasing the woman who ignores you because she's got 50 guys coming after her, and ignoring the woman who would hang on your every word and love you until the day you die. So to some extent, there's a values issue there. And I do believe that we believe the white man's ice is colder. I'm just going to say it like that. And when we believe that, what happens is that we will find ourselves misallocating resources to things that make very little impact, when those same resources could be applied to things that have a massive impact on the people that we love. Let me give you an example. If I was trying to go mainstream, if I was trying to just be seen on national television, I would be a small fish in a big pond. I'm not going to lie. I've been on a lot of TV shows and all that, but I wouldn't really be able to have the kind of impact on the country that I'd like to have. White folks wouldn't really listen to me as much as you would. But if I really want to have an impact and I really want my words to matter, I go right to the people who can use my words the most and the people who appreciate me the most, and that would be you. So me talking to you is more important than I could ever be talking to a bunch of other people who halfway care about what I have to say. Do you understand? So when you talk about this money thing, let's circle back. Fear of an African American president. Why does America fear the African American? Because over other darker skinned people, is because African Americans have a legitimate gripe and a legitimate beef with the country. But it's not just a beef with the country and not just a beef with the government. It's a beef with corporations. It's a beef with all institutions from the Catholic Church on down who were benefiting from this thing called slavery, this massive social STD, this historical problem that you have that has not been fully addressed, this literal racial cancer that has existed in America. This unresolved issue, it's massive and it's big, and it's the $14 trillion problem. So because you got this beef, they're really just not that interested in having an African American person in that position. And so here's the thing. So when you're sitting here and you're looking at the political game and you're trying to figure out, how do I influence politics and should it matter to me? I'm not telling you what to think or anything like that, but I'll think of it. I'll lay it out like this. So you look at what drives politics. Politics, people falsely believe politics is driven by votes. They believe that we have a democracy where what people vote for is what is going to happen. And to some extent that's kind of true, but really it's not completely true because as we mentioned earlier, politics is driven by the money. And so how is it driven by the money? Well, these super PACs raise ungodly amounts of cash, insane amounts of money. It costs the total amounts raised by super PACs in the last election was about almost $3 billion, which is an amount of money that is way too big for African Americans to really have the kind of impact that we want to have. And why is that? Well, a lot of that's because they stole so much of your wealth that your ability to have enough wealth to influence American politics is extremely limited. It does not mean we couldn't do it. I mean, I'm sure if you added up the amount we spent maybe on cell phones and sneakers and liquor and fried chicken, I'm sure it probably does go up in the billions. But that would be the whole task of getting people to reallocate their chicken and sneaker budget to politics, which I don't even know if that would make sense, but hey, that could theoretically work. But the point of the matter though is that they're playing this big game, this big boy game of economics. And we're trying to get involved in that. It is very, very hard to do. And so someone like a Dr. Claude Anderson may come along and he writes a great book like Powernomics, and he says, no, the way you influence politics is with your money. And I agree with Dr. Anderson 100%, but the amount that would have to be raised from Black people would be really, really strenuous. And I don't know if it'd be the best use of our financial resources. I would argue that if you're raising money and you want to be political on behalf of the Black community, you're better off, in my view, raising, say, $10 million to go build a couple of Black schools. When I was on the phone with Kanye West and we had long conversations and I was really trying to help him see the vision, he saw the vision. He did. I told him about our Black core of 3 in the Black business school. That was the first thing I said. I said, we believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black owned businesses. I know it must have sank in because he literally texted that to me the next morning. He wrote it out in a text. And I said, okay, it sounds like he's listening. But what he didn't quite get was I said, I think that the power play for the Black community would be for us to raise enough capital. And he's got the money. He's not a broke man. I saw his finances in extreme detail. This man really does have money. I said, what if you raised, 10, $20 million and just built a series of Black owned institutions that could sort of be a hybrid of economic and educational basis. The same way the church can perform multiple functions, right? The church can be a school, the church can be a bank, the church can be a business, the church can be a social space, it can be obviously a spiritual space. Well, what about economic churches? What if we had a systematic framework where we built Powernomics training centers, Powernomics training camps all around the country, same model, one blueprint, very simple blueprint that makes sure that every single person that's interested can learn the basics of Black wealth and Black economics combined with Black history and Black culture and just what it means to build a strong Black community. Maybe circle it around basic things like health, wealth, and relationships, where every single person who goes through a basic curriculum would be physically and mentally healthy, would be educationally sound, would understand the importance of family and how to build and preserve strong families, which is what the Black community needs, and would also understand everything they want to know about economics and wealth. Well, then you could do something like that's done maybe at Ford or GM. You start mass producing millions of people that are able to really elevate a community. See, here's the thing. I have so much faith in the discussions that we have every day that I really truly believe in a talented 10th light concept in this sense. I believe that a well-trained, well-prepared Black African American person, one well-trained, well-prepared African American person is just as capable as 50 people who are unfocused, unskilled, and unaware. I think literally I would take one of y'all over 50 of them, whoever them is, whatever you want to make them into. The them would be people that just don't understand what's going on, the people that are wasting their time, the people that are very frustrated trying things that aren't working. No, I can. There are solutions that actually do work. We've broken this down. We've studied the Black experience in extreme detail from the cradle to the grave, and worked to solve every single problem that comes along with being Black. And those problems are directly solvable by you without the help from any white person or any. You ain't got to go to massa to figure it out. It's all right there in front of you. And if you have the discipline to break away from the culture and apply these solutions, then your life will be as wonderful as as a rich white person's. Like literally, you can literally engineer a life for a young Black child that is so full of Black privilege that it exceeds in personal value white privilege. It goes beyond white privilege. They literally would be better off than the average rich white person in America because they would just understand how to hack certain aspects of Black life that become very problematic, like the generational curses or the violence or the educational problems or the economic issues, things like that. So I would say that overall, if you are one of those people who sat on the call, maybe you sat on the call with 20,000 other Black men and you proudly proclaimed that you were going to go raise a couple $1 million for Kamala Harris, and these Black men also say we're going to protect Kamala. I I'm gonna be petty for a minute. I'm gonna say like, but Dougie isn't her husband's Dougie. Isn't that Dougie's job? She doesn't want. I mean, does she need a Black man to protect her? I don't know. I know Black women who also deserve our protection too. Not just Kamala, but the women in your community. Your baby mama needs your protection too. Your sister needs your protection. Your daughter needs your protection too. Kamala's got Dougie. Dougie's a powerful Jewish lawyer. He can take care. He can protect her. But anyway, I'm being silly. But my point is to say though that overall. I would argue that those men and those women who are raising the money to put a person of color in the White House might also consider raising that same amount of money for something that creates a drug that goes right to the bloodstream. Meaning that if I raise $2 million and just dump it into this $5 billion pile of super PAC money in the election, that's literally a drop in a lake. Like it's not going to make much of a difference. To be honest with you, it's there, it's good job, but it's just it's not going to make a difference. But if I take that 2 million and I go to the South Side of Chicago and build one of the most extraordinary educational institutions in the city, well, guess what? You're educating 50,000 Black youth over the next X number of years. You're creating the next Malcolm X. You're creating the next, the next Coretta Scott King, or the African American Kamala Harris, if that's what you want. Like whatever you're creating the Black Zuckerbergs, the Mark Zuckerbergs that are in the Black community. You're creating the next Black generation of Black superstars that are not just going to have the skill sets required to be highly successful, but they're also going to have the right value system where they're going to put Black people first instead of putting Black people last. They're not going to be in a position where they have to say silly things like, I'm not going to do anything specific for Black people. Instead, they're going to wake up and say, oh, everything I do is going to be specifically for Black people. How about that? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying that instead of being stuck in a spot where you have to literally say, and maybe Kamala, I hope Kamala doesn't believe that. I really do. I really hope that she was just saying it so she can get elected. I understand how the politics works, but my Lord Jesus, why would we even have put ourselves in a spot? Imagine if I go to a restaurant and my family says it's good that you got this job at the restaurant. We're really hungry. We're hoping you can feed us. And I got to tell my mama, it's not like I'm gonna give y'all no food. Like I mean, and my mother's like, okay, well, he got to keep the job. We don't want him to lose his job, so he can't give us no food. So we gonna sit in the back hungry, hoping that we can get a scrap or two. No, I want to tell my mama, mama, I run the restaurant, and y'all can eat here whenever you want. And whenever you come in, you're going to get preferential treatment. I'm going to make sure that you don't even need a reservation. I will give you the best table in the house, and everything that you ever eat here won't cost you a nickel because my loyalty is to you first. I think that's a better way to live. It really is. And this is where Black ownership really means something. I think that one of the downfalls of integration is that it really trains us to want to be associated with institutions where we have so little control, such little control that we have to engage in the psychologically unhealthy task of code switching, right? We have to deny the people that we care about the most. We have to pretend to be something that we're not. Do you know how many really high level, I'm talking about $400,000-$500,000 a year executives I know in the Black community who hate their jobs, who literally have to get mentally prepared to go deal with all of the vitriol they're going to get from the white boys all day? Do you know how many people that I know literally have to engage in the physically and mentally unhealthy task of going into enemy territory every single day of their lives when they go to work? That's not natural. That kills you. That causes your organs to release unhealthy hormones. So your cortisol levels are so high that it's going to kill you. It literally affects your mental and your physical health. And this, to me, is not ideal. This is what we're raised on. We're raised to believe that this is required, but it's not required. You can build institutions, you can build businesses of your own, you can build your own schools, you can build your own anything anybody else can build, you can do the same thing. And I think that sometimes it's a lack of belief in ourselves that leads us to think that no, I can't do it on my own. I need other people's help in order for this to happen. And you do need other people, but not necessarily people who don't align with who you are. So it's okay to accept help. But I think that when we talk about money, for example, we forget basic ideas like all money ain't good money. All support ain't good support. Just because they offered you the job doesn't mean you're supposed to take it. Just because they invite you to be in that space, that doesn't mean that that's where you should be, because they may not respect you in that space. And so I would say this, and then let me make this final point about the politics that's interesting to me. And I'm gonna try to hit the reset button on this so that we can kind of. And by the way, before I do this, if anybody wants to join the special training on Sunday, we're going to go through 8 financial ailments and cures for those ailments that will lead to financial health. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you all a special discount today. The text to get on the text list, and you'll also be on the text list for this class, so you can join the private Zoom, which we do this every single morning, 7 days a week. You can text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And if you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. But I want to mention that before I move on. So here's a final point about, voting and money. Right now, we talked about this earlier, that America does have a fear of an African American president because the debt is owed is so it's so dramatic that they don't even want to confront that. That's very scary for them. But then 2, we talked about how the amount of money required to run for president is so massive that even if Black people all just started chipping into political campaigns, it would be very difficult for us to have enough of an economic impact that we could actually make a candidate do things specifically for Black people. It's very, very hard to play that game. The third piece I want to point out to you is, in the midst of all this money that's raised for super PACs, and I mentioned earlier that about $3 billion was raised in these super PACs for the last presidential election. The question the next question for me would be, well, what is this money used for? So let me tell you what the super PAC money is used for. The top category: television ads, digital advertising, the ground game, sort of having grassroots efforts, polling and research, media production, content creation, message development, consulting and staffing, events and rallies, and legal and compliance. A big chunk of the budget is advertising. Well, why would advertising dollars be so important for these super PACs? And how does that shape elections? And what does that say about the American democracy, which really is more capitalist democracy than it is just pure democracy? Well, what this says to me is this: to make an election work, you need at least 2 categories of people that support you. You need the voters, and you need the money people. Got it? Make sense? So you need somebody that can write the big check, and the people who can't write checks, you need them to show up to the polls and vote for you. Got it? Well, when I go to the people who write the check, why am I asking them to write the check? Pay attention, follow me now. I'm asking them to write the check because I need that money. And what do I need it for? Well, I need it mostly for advertising. Well, who am I advertising to? Who am I running these ads to? Oh, the voters. I'm going to go advertise to the voters. Why? So I can persuade them to vote for me. Right? So if you want to talk about this in a chicken, egg, or a horse and cart, or a dog and tail situation, the money is the horse. The voter is the wagon behind the horse. The big money people, that's the dog. The voter is the tail that's being wagged by the dog. The dog wags the tail. The tail does not wag the dog. Do you understand? The voter does not move anything. The voter doesn't change. The voter is the one who's being manipulated. The voter is the commodity. It's like if I am a person who says, let's say I'm in a contest, and in the contest they say, we want you to, there's a bunch of wild dogs running around this neighborhood, and the person who collects the most puppies wins the contest, right? So if I am trying to win the contest, I'm not going to go and try to persuade the dogs to support me. I'm going to go to the dog catchers, right? Which is the big money donors who run the ads, who persuade the vote. I'm going to go to the dog catchers and say, okay, what do I need to do to get your support so you can go help me round up all these puppies? Because the assumption is that the dogs don't really have much consciousness about what's going on. The dogs, we're playing on level 3. This is where we get back to financial consciousness, right? We're playing up here on level 3, and the dogs are down on level 1. Not to say voters are dogs, but voters don't understand. Like everything I just told y'all about super PACs and the money and where the money goes, most voters don't think about that. Most voters are thinking about what they saw on the last television ad. Tell me if I'm lying or tell me if I'm telling the truth. Most voters are thinking about what they saw on social media. I saw this post on the Shade Room. I saw this post on the Wall Street Journal. Media, media, media. And this is the impression. This is the opinion I form from what I've seen in media. Well, what drives the media? The people that got the money. The people that control the money. Because they can shape whatever narrative they want. They can run ads. They can, and actually most of the super PACs, just as a little side note, about 60% of the ads paid for by super PACs are negative ads, attack ads. They don't tell you how great their candidate is. They tell you how terrible the other person is. 60% of their ads are designed to just say, I don't care if you like us. I just need you to really, really to hate or be afraid of the other person. That's kind of and both parties use this formula. It's not Democrat or Republicans. Everybody does that. So what I'm saying overall is that Black people have an important role in every election, but our role is not to really drive what the candidates do. Our job is to show up and vote so that the candidates can get in power, and our votes are typically being purchased by the candidates that can raise the most money. They get all this money for the super PACs. The super PACs go out and they spend a ton on advertising. They round up all the voters, like you round up puppies, and then whoever has the most puppies wins. So generally speaking, what this really says to me is that we are certainly relevant in the process. We're relevant in the political process, 100%. It's very hard to win elections without having Black support, or if the Democrats lose a little bit of Black support, that can cause them to lose the whole election. So we're extremely relevant, but I don't think we're relevant in the way that we think. In a way, it reminds me of how I went to visit a prison in Detroit, and the prison had so many Black men in this prison that you would have thought it was an HBCU. I literally was walking across, I was walking right in the middle of the prison. It was kind of a lower security space. And I was walking right through the courtyard of the prison, like walking right past the guys and everything, and sitting there thinking, "Wow, this is interesting. I've never been like right in the middle of a prison like that." And I was thinking about how much money gets made because they've got this prison full of Black people because they make money per person, right? They make money from the phone calls, they make money from the state for based on the number of heads they have, or also you think about a school that might be full of Black kids. Well, they want the school full of Black kids because they make money per child that's in the school. But just because the school is full of Black people doesn't mean Black people are running the school. Do you understand? Like just because if you have a chicken coop, just because it's full of chickens don't mean the chickens are in charge. So a voting line that's full of Black people does not represent something where Black people are truly having their influence expressed through the politicians that they're voting for. It means you matter for sure. It means you're definitely having an influence on the outcome of the election, but there's a bigger question of whether or not you have an influence in the decision making of the politician who understands that at the very least that his or her first job is not to serve the voter, it is to serve the people that help them to purchase the voters. So you to some extent as the voter, you are purchased like a commodity. That's what the money does. If you ask the politician, which would you rather do? Would you rather upset your voter base or would you rather upset your financial base? Oh, they're like, oh, I'll make the voters. I don't care about the voters. Because if I get the money people on my side, I can go change the voters' minds. All I gotta do is run the right ads and set up the right messaging, and I can go pay for that. You can't win elections without money. You can't. So ultimately, this is how money drives politics. My simple argument would be threefold. There are 3 points I was making in this conversation, and I apologize if I wasn't able to formulate my thoughts as clearly as I wanted all the time, but I did my best. One, there's a difference between a black candidate and an African American candidate. I think it's important for us to understand that difference because it's massive. It's absolutely massive. And again, no disrespect to anybody who's not African American, but if I was to go to Jamaica or if I was to go to Sierra Leone and there was a minority group in Sierra Leone that had an issue with the government, and then they said, "Oh, but we got Boyce. He's from America. He's black, just like you." They wouldn't accept that. They wouldn't say, "Well, because you look like me, you are like me," or because you have your experience and you're black, that means you have my experience. That's not true. I can't go to another country and say, "Well, because I look like the people here, I'm just like one of them." You get a pass for that. No. There's a difference between someone who's native to the land versus someone who's not, and that's just a reality we can't get past. So I'm curious about how long it's going to take America before they can digest an African American presidential candidate, especially one with a strong black identity, with a black family who is connected to the issues that affect the black community. The second point I wanted to make is that in terms of money, what we do with our money, I think that our money is better spent on uh, on on policies that directly apply to our communities. Remember, policies are not just something that's made by government officials at the highest levels. You get to shape policy every day. You get to decide what are the policies going to be for my life? What's the policy going to be for my family? What's the policy going to be for the space that I'm in? If you have a family investment club, what is our policy here? And I think that thinking about those policies is every bit as important, if not more important, than the policies of what people do in Washington. They're going to do what they're going to do, and there's not a lot you can do about that. But in your own space, you can really shape policy. I can shape the policy in this class, and that to me is more interesting than worrying about what policy somebody is shaping in a space that I have where I have no influence. And so really, I would say that our money and our time and our energy is better spent, probably more efficiently spent in spaces where we actually have the ability to have an impact. When you're trying to influence these big grand elections, unfortunately, there's not a ton that we can do. And but bless anybody who wants to go be a part of that. I encourage you to do whatever works for you. But I also encourage you not to forget where you come from, not to forget who took care of you before you got that fancy job, not to forget the community that's actually going to respect who you are and not ignore you. Right? I don't really think that I like, for example, I saw the Divine Nine all got together and they're going to do some big stuff for Kamala Harris. I love that. I think that's great. Good for them. I respect it. My sister's at AK. I would never disrespect any of the sororities or fraternities. I have had my experience. I'll share that experience, but I wouldn't disrespect them. But I just would ask, what's the end game? Like, what is it at the end that you can point to say that this specifically impacted my quality of life, that this energy specifically impacted my quality of life? Not just things that make you feel good, not just things that look good on camera, but what's the actual end game? What's the actual impact? So maybe to help you form a framework for how to measure impact, you might look at physical and mental health of Black people. Are we better able to accomplish things that matter in our lives? Are we safer psychologically and physically? Are there less Black men dying and Black women, getting harmed in society? Are children better off in their families? Things like that. Are our families more stable? Did the Black marriage rate go up? Are we raising healthy children? Are we raising stable families that have some form of self-determination? Also, wealth levels. Did we go from being dead last in wealth to maybe second to last? Did we go maybe from dead last in income to second to last? Right? Little things like that I think could make a big difference. And also what also complicates it a little bit is that you do have a class structure in the Black community. You've got Black people that have really nice jobs, who went to great schools, who are more in that elite class, and maybe they're in that circle of where you have a friend who knows Michelle Obama. My wife and I are kind of in that space too. I don't know if I told you, my wife met Michelle Obama. I lived a block and a half from Barack. We were invited into those spaces too. I just, but the difference with us is that because of how we were raised, we were both raised pretty poor. we like substance. We don't care about being in with the bougie crowd. It's nothing against if you're bougie, don't think I'm disrespecting you, but that's not something that we've ever cared about, like, and so really though, but we've seen it, it's I get invited to bougie spaces all the time, and I don't make fun of anybody in that space. I think at the end of the day though, I think that substance does mean something, and the question to me is, if you're sitting in something nice in a nice situation and you're living in a beautiful house and have a beautiful life and have a great job, how much of that is actually yours, and how much of that is actually has been acquired in a way that does not cause you to make sacrifices that you might later on regret? How much of that is how much influence do you actually have? How much ability do you have to pass that down to your children? Like, what's actually yours? So when I think about wealth and power and things like that, I make a clear distinction between power that I'm borrowing from somebody else versus power that's actually mine. That's it. I think that that's a distinction I don't think we make enough of. I think that, for example, we are tempted to put labels on ourselves and say, I'm an executive vice president at General Electric, so that makes me important. And there's nothing wrong with that, but the problem is that if they decide that they don't want you anymore, then you're losing a piece of your self-esteem. You're losing a piece of your identity from that. And then also on top of that, my question would be, when you get up every day and you're in that environment, how do you feel? Do you really feel like this is a place that you would be even if you weren't making any money? Or do you just tolerate this because you need to be in the space in order to feel like you are an important human being? And I would just say that you are important regardless. I think that things like being a great father and a great mother are undervalued assets. I think that anybody who's really pouring into their kids, you're really pouring into that $1 million, $1 billion empire that's yours. And so I just think we need to think about those things, right? Instead of just always thinking that having the fancy job makes you special. I've had a lot of fancy jobs. I'm a college professor. I've had fancy jobs before, but you can't pass a fancy job down to your children. Your kids don't. When you die at your desk, your kids are not going to inherit that job. So what is actually yours? Then it might just be a few shares of stock. It might be some real estate. It might be a little business that you've been working on with your wife for the last 20 years, or just something, right? And this creates a power base. When you have a base, it's much harder for people to imperialize you or to colonize you. When you have a base, it's much harder for people to economically threaten you. It's much harder for them to destabilize you. Right? So the question is, what is your base? What is your base? And maybe a way to measure your base would be to say, what if they took all this away from me? What if they fired me from my job tomorrow? What do I have? What else do I have that's actually mine that can't be taken away from me? And I think we have to ask ourselves that question. And so when you're talking about what you're going to invest in, I choose to invest in things that can't be taken away from me, as opposed to investing in things that will allow me to be part of somebody's group. Because I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I don't hate white people, but I'm mad at y'all a little bit. I'm mad because you claim to be my friend, but you won't acknowledge my pain. You claim to want to be my ally, but you won't talk about the torture that my family has gone through with the men who've been incarcerated. You got to understand, when you talk about incarceration, oh my Lord. My biological father went to prison. My little brother went to prison. Yeah, I wasn't raised with him, but my little brother went to prison. My mentor, who was basically like my older brother, he was my uncle. He went to prison, and I saw what it did to those men. Do you understand? So this idea that somehow I'm supposed to forget about all that, it's really hard for me to do. I can't just act like everything's okay. And the black women who love us are the ones who understand what I just said. And I appreciate y'all 100%. So anyway, I'm gonna stop talking before I talk too much. And I hope you got the point. Again, you don't have to agree with everything that I said. I said a lot. But I would encourage you, when you think about this as an economic lesson, let's talk about the pure economic side of it. Number one is, when you are using your money is your power. I would encourage you to apply your power in ways that are going to give you the benefits that you're looking for. Apply it to the people that are going to that matter the most to you. Also, when you talk about these elections, they're all driven by money. So if you want to understand what's happening in American politics, just pay attention to the money. And this is an area of where capitalism has really, people talk about saving the democracy. You ain't gonna save the democracy. The democracy is gone. It's gone. When they started letting this much money into politics, oh, that murdered your democracy. Nowadays, democracy is decided by dollar bills. That is it. It's about that money. So while you cannot influence the world with the amount of money that's in the Black community, it's very hard to do. You can influence your world. You get your money right. You create some financial security, multiple streams of income, basic stuff like that. You can at least stop people from colonizing you. You know, where they take all your children. They got your children working 40 hours for this person, and the other child's working 40 hours for that person, and you out here scrambling and stressed out and worried about whether or not you're going to lose your job. Well, financial security gives you the ability to feel secure. And when you feel secure, you're not as afraid. And that gives you courage. And when you get courage, you have the ability to go fight for freedom. You think think about this. The things that I say, I've had so many thousands of times where people say, you know, Dr. Boyce, you say the stuff that everybody's thinking, but everybody's scared to say it. Do you know what allows me to say that? I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. What allows me to say the things that other people are scared to say is twofold. One, I learned to love myself. And when you love yourself, you ain't scared to make a mistake, because everybody makes mistakes. When you love yourself, you know that your voice deserves to be heard. Ain't nobody's voice more important than mine or less important. When you love yourself, you're okay with even saying things, even if you look a little silly. I don't care. Y'all, maybe it's this person doesn't love me, but I love me, and that's all right. That's the first piece, and the second piece is I'm financially free. I have enough economic independence that I don't care how mad people get. Whatever. If I think it's true, I'm gonna say it. And I didn't ask anybody's permission to talk to you today. There's nobody I had to get clearance from, or make sure it's okay, make sure it wasn't gonna offend anybody. No, I can just I'm gonna finish up this conversation and probably go take a nap, and I don't need permission to do that either. So when you have financial security and financial freedom, it's a tool. It's a tool that gives you freedom to really live God's purpose, whatever that is for you. And you got to figure out what that's supposed to be. But that's what I want, because so many people cannot live their true purpose in life because they got bills to pay, or they're scared of the financial consequences of their version of the truth. So if we really want this thing called freedom, we're going to have to incorporate economics into that conversation. If you talk about freedom and you're not talking about money, then you're not talking about freedom at all. Not in America anyway. You got to have your economics straight so you can at least make sure that as you're out here getting involved in crazy stuff, at least you know you can go home and eat and you got a place to live, right? Because that's the greatest way that people have controlled and colonized you. That starts from birth. They start that training from birth because they needed to integrate you into the economic system so they could extract labor from you, extract your talent from you, extract everything that they could from you, and give you nothing back. So they not only put you in a position of extreme economic vulnerability, but they put you in a situation where low vibrational consciousness is very popular. And so you don't even understand why you feel like a slave every day. You don't even know what's going on. You don't even know you were born in a cage. So consciousness is absolutely critical for anybody that wants to be free. Consciousness and finances. If you have those things, if you have financial security and some degree of consciousness, I believe that gives you access to a type of freedom most people only dream about. They talk about it, but they don't know what it really looks like. They don't. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you for listening. The training on Sunday, I'm gonna go through in extreme detail 8 financial illnesses that I see on a regular basis and how to identify them and cure them. And I'm going to send you guys a link to join. It's going to be Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. And so if you'd like to receive that link to join on Sunday, make sure you're on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. I'm going to send it out this afternoon. Text morning to 87948. Also, my book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. That's Dr. Boyce Books. Did not get up at 5 a.m. this morning like I planned to. I think today I decided I wanted to rest a little bit and getting ready for some stuff. Later on today, I'm going to give a speech. And then tomorrow, I'm doing special training for those of you that want to understand financial illnesses that you want to avoid. These financial sicknesses and problems that are very common in our society that have an easy cure, have a direct cure. I will actually lay that out for you and explain all that to you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. If you'd like to join the event and get access to a lot of other special material, I will share the link with you guys in the chat in a second. Don't let me forget to do that. So the cost of lifetime access for all the material and everything that you get to keep forever is $299. So it's a course, but I am going to launch the course with a live training. But also you can actually get in access today for $155 if that's something you want to do for your family. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically talk about the 8 biggest financial illnesses that people run into, how to diagnose them in yourself, and how to fix them so that you can build generational wealth. So I'm going to share that link with you guys in a second if you are interested in joining. All right. So also the other thing I want to mention is I'm about to send out the link. I'm about to text that out to everybody who's not here yet. So if you want to be on the text list to get a special invitation to our Money in the Morning sessions to come into the private Zoom, just pull out your phone. You could text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And those of you that are on the text list, you're about to get a text from me basically saying that Money in the Morning is starting now. We do this every single day, 7 days a week at 9 a.m. Central and 10 a.m. Eastern. So you guys can feel free to come in and bring your whole family. It's totally fine. All right. So anyway, yeah. So today I want to actually talk about Black wealth and how Black wealth is Black power and just what that actually means. And what I'm going to do is lay out some stats on what you are doing with your money as Black people, and it's going to make you laugh. It's going to some of you are going to find it entertaining. Some of you will find it appalling. Maybe some people will hear these things and they don't care. But I think it's very important to understand that when we talk about things like inequality and unfairness in society and the struggles of being Black, I think it's important to understand the root of the struggle. I think it's important to understand why you're struggling. I think it's important to understand exactly how far behind you are financially, and or if you feel powerless, why you feel powerless. If you get concerned, say somebody gets shot by the police because we don't have the economic power to control our communities, it's important to understand like what happened here, like why don't we have this power, and how could we get this power, right? So after we finish sort of being upset about a problem, I think it's important to sort of diagnose and figure out the problem, right? Let me know if you agree with that. Let me know if you understand where I'm coming from. All right. So anyway, I'm sending out the text now. So if you're on the text list, you will get a text from me in 3, 2, 1, and there we go. All right. So I just sent out the text to invite others in who want to come in to Money in the Morning. If you want to get on the text list, this class is free. Just text the word morning to 87948. And also I'll give you guys don't let me forget to give you guys the link to the event on Sunday so you can kind of take a look at it and decide if that's something that you want to participate in. It's going to happen actually in a platform I have called the Dr. Boyce Academy. And in the Dr. Boyce Academy, it's a space where you can go in and get certifications in certain areas of Black economics. It's the only place that offers certifications in Black economics. And that's something as a college professor that I'm qualified to do. We gave away college degrees at Syracuse University. And so here in the Dr. Boyce Academy, you can actually get a certificate. Once you go through all the material, you will be fully trained on Black Wealth 101. That's what I actually call this course. It covers everything from credit card dependence, impulse buying disorder, the spend luxury syndrome, underinsurance syndrome, retirement neglect, debt accumulation, lack of savings, poor credit management, and all of the things that cause so many problems for so many people. All of the seemingly unfixable problems that we have. Well, there's a solution out there. They can all be fixed. I think it's a matter of just us deciding that we want to fix these things. So as a financial scientist, that's kind of what we do. All right. So anyway, I want to say good morning to Maddie Jackson, Carolyn Powell, Novell, I see you. Noel, I'm sorry. Fannie Wilson from South Carolina, Laquana Dawkins, good morning to you. Jonathan, Terrence Tech, Mari Wilson, good morning, Calvin McWilliams, Josephine Rainwater. Claudia is in London. I love London, one of my favorite cities in the world. I was just in Europe. I did that. I went to a bunch. I didn't go to London though. I went to Luxembourg and Basel and Brussels and Amsterdam and Croatia, which was pretty amazing. And so, but at some point I want to go back to London because I just love London that much. Anyway, so let me go ahead and sort of break down some stuff that you may or may not know about Black spending, right? So a lot of people, sort of sit there. And I remember one time I was in a meeting with my brother. And my brother is, I changed his diapers, and so he owes me. And he's my homeboy, and he has been the best business partner I've ever had in my life. If you really want to understand what wealth and fulfillment feels like in the world of business, start a good business with family. If you get a chance to work with family, and I'm talking about your good relatives, not the crazy ones. Um, if you start a business with family and you build those bonds very early, people overlook this as a key to wealth. People don't even pay attention to this type of stuff, but I do because I understand like this is where wealth comes from. If you study the Rothschilds and all the other wealthy families, they see things that other people don't see, and one thing that they see is the value of family. So my brother, I used to change his diapers when he was 13, and we formed a very close bond because of that. I rock him to sleep and all that stuff, which really gave me a whole new set of nurturing skills that most 13-year-old boys don't have. When you're 13, you want to play football, beat people up, and throw stuff. At least I did. I was running and jumping and kicking and fighting and everything else. So that, sort of rocking a baby and changing bottles and all that. That was not natural. That did not feel it did not feel like something I should be doing when I was 13, but I'm glad I did it because it opened up a whole nother side of me. When they say talk about getting in touch with your feminine side and your masculine side, I think that's a superpower. I really do. And so anyway, we formed a bond because of that. And through the years, when I was trying to start a business and I didn't know what to do, I didn't have anybody that would help me. Nobody, because you ain't got no money. A lot of people don't want to work with people who ain't got no money. So especially on their little harebrained idea, and it's not a real business. It's just your little stupid business, right? And but my brother came and worked with me. And he believed in me, and that was really important. That's really important. Having somebody that believes in you really matters. And I think and I would just say, if you marry somebody or marry somebody, or whatever you do with your life, don't marry somebody you don't believe in, because it's not going to bring the best out of them, right? If you marry that man, you got to believe in him. You got to support him. And that means believing in people even when they make mistakes. That means really sticking by them even when they do things wrong. You can't just sort of beat them up so badly when they make a mistake that they lose their confidence. It's like a basketball game. If that's your quarterback, that should be your quarterback. If that's your player, that should be your player, even when he misses shots, even when he has a bad game. And if you notice, good coaches do that. Good coaches say, that's our quarterback. We're sticking with him. That means they're willing to go down with the ship if required. Or to some extent anyway. And I don't know if people really understand that, right? So my brother was like that with me. He was willing to go down with the ship. And believe me, I've made a lot of mistakes, a ton of mistakes. And but he always stood with me, and that helped me to always have the confidence to know that no matter what I went through, no matter what I did, no matter whether I did it right or wrong, he would always be there. He wouldn't just say, well, gosh, things are going bad and there's not enough money here, so I gotta go. What I mean? Like nobody wants to work with anybody like that. You don't want to marry somebody like that, for example. And so through the years, my brother is probably the most important factor in my ability to be successful in anything. He's that variable. So don't underestimate family when it comes to wealth. Like just really know that that's God's little pot of gold that he gave you that people overlook all the time. Nowadays people say, oh, I don't want to have no kids because kids get in the way of me partying and having fun and all the traveling I want to do. And kids are expensive and they're a pain in the butt. And that means you don't see the value of the kids. That's like somebody laying a slab of, 80 pounds of like raw meat in front of you. And you say, well, I'm hungry. There's nothing to eat here. And they're like, no, there's food. That's food. You can actually, you can benefit from it. You just got to cook it. You just got to cook it. Like, so with kids, you got to kind of cook them. You got to kind of prepare them, right? You got to get them ready. But if you get them ready, then what I have seen, and I'm old enough to have seen that transition. I'm old enough to have seen people who were young and free and childless, and seeing them have little kids that were really, really a stressor to some extent and expensive. But then those kids grow up, and next thing you know, they've got this really strong family that's where they're able to get support when they need support. They can get help, but it requires some sort of structure, it requires some sort of organizational thinking, it requires some level of consciousness to say, look at everything we have. Instead of me going out and begging the white man to give me what I need, I got everything I need right here. I got 4 or 5 healthy adults all around me who are smart, who have free time, who can be taught skills, who can learn things. Let me put these people. Let's put this whole situation to work. And I'm just telling you that line of thinking is absolutely essential for anybody that I think wants to figure out how to survive as a Black person in the society. I really think that what happens is that because we're convinced that we are weak and powerless and pathetic and can't do anything for ourselves, we have no choice but to turn to massa and say, save me. That's what happens. That's what they do. That's deliberate. And I'm sorry if that's too direct for some people. Some people think that that talk is radical. Well, you're talking crazy talk. I'm like, why is this crazy talk? Because these folks are good to you. They treat you well. You feel empowered every time you go into these spaces full of melanin deficient people who treat you like shit. Like, excuse my French. I don't mean to cuss this morning, but seriously, you really feel empowered in that space. You got your little fancy corporate job and you working with Sarah from accounting and Mike from marketing, and they literally give you microaggressions all day. All they're doing is chipping away at your self-esteem, chipping away at your mental health, driving you crazy, got you going in your office punching at the air, hair falling out, stressed out, wrinkles under your eyes, dark circles, and you're losing sleep at night, and you really feel like you're winning. You really feel like that's the best you can do. That's what you really believe that's the best you can do. And you're mad at me because I'm saying to you that I don't think that that is. I think that there was a better plan for you, but I think that you got tricked. I really do. I think a lot of us got tricked. When I was on that faculty at Syracuse University and I would go into that office and I had people that didn't like me without even knowing me, who judged me before they met me, who just looked at me and said, what is this 31-year-old black man doing up in here, listening to hip hop music and talking about stuff we don't understand. That was stressful. I didn't enjoy that. The only way I was able to overcome that stress and those microaggressions was when I took control. And I said, okay, you know what? I'm letting go of everything that you taught me about who I'm supposed to be. And I'm going to re-embrace a set of ideas that take me to the optimal solution. And I'm going to find this solution because I'm a mathematician. One thing I learned about in mathematics is that when you want to optimize a solution, you have to minimize the constraints. You have to take the chains off. If you don't take the chains off, then you won't find the optimal solution. So if I say, well, my goal is to have a fulfilled life as a black man, but I'm going to follow all these rules, these stupid rules that were given to me by other people, by other ignorant black people, by ignorant white people, and by the world, and then I'm going to optimize from that, well, you're not going to find the optimal solution. The optimal solution requires a level of consciousness where you elevate outside the building and you're able to engage the world as a free thinker. A free thinker is a person who's not scared to go in directions that are different from where other people go. Now, the downside is that people are going to think you're a weirdo sometimes. The downside is that I have people all the time that I had somebody, literally, I kid you not. So who told me? Somebody said this to me the other day. I forgot who it was. Oh, I know who it is. It was one of my friends. And she said, because I mentioned something to her. I said, yeah, there was a guy he's a really famous guy and he got really mad at me because of something I said. And I don't understand why he was so mad at me. And she goes, Boyce, I wish the world could know you the way I know you. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, because of the way you talk, people think that you're mean and you're tough and rough and everything. I said, well, I'm not a wimp. I mean, I am tough, but I don't think I'm a mean person. And she's like, well, you're a nice person, but that doesn't come out in your rhetoric. And I'm like, what's wrong with my rhetoric? What did I say? What did I say? And it went into this whole like, well, it kind of went into stuff like the fact that I don't believe a black person should be forced to vote for any political party unless they choose to. Like, I think, to me, that's a basic idea, right? I don't tell anybody what to do. Y'all know this. I just say, do what you want to do. Do what's best for you. They're doing what's best for them. That's why they're winning and you're not. Because they're doing what's best for them and you're doing what's best for them, but nobody's doing what's best for you. My question is not about them. It's really about you. And why are you paying more attention to what they need than you're paying attention to what you need and what y'all need and what we need? And I think that that's an important issue. And then I think it went into like the stuff, the stuff that you post on, the things that you post on social media. I just don't understand it. And it can seem kind of harsh. And I'm like, I'm scrolling through my posts. I'm like, okay, so I posted something about little black girls being shot in Chicago. Was that too mean? Was that what or posting something about how if we don't get our economics together, we're gonna end up in last place? Or is that bad? Well, did that hurt somebody's feelings? And then this like other, and I'm like, well, what did I do? What did I mean, because I'm a thinker, I think about everything that I say. I really do. I process it before I say it. And it may seem a little bit strange at first, but if you ask me, if you say, well, what made you say that? I can give you a whole dissertation on why I said it and explain it. I don't talk without thinking. I don't, that's not a good way to live your life. So my point is to say that I really believe that when you are committed to being a free thinker, the downside of that is that people who are not free thinkers are going to think you're a weirdo. There literally are some people who will object to you doing what you want to do because they are so committed to following the crowd. And then when you ask them, like, why are you following the crowd? They can't tell you why they're following the crowd. They can only say, well, I'm following the crowd because that's where the crowd is going. And I would say, but that's not good enough for me. You need to tell me, I need to know your reason for doing what you're doing, not somebody else's reason, because somebody else's reason will have you out here in a ditch. You will be stuck. Let's talk specifically about the economics of it all. If you look at Black economics, for example, and where we are financially, and the fact that we are not, that we just literally are like the last team in the league. Like every year, like every season, we lose every game 145-0. And there are people who really either think that we're winning when we're not, or they don't really believe we can actually win a game. They don't. They're like, no, let's keep playing the same play we ran the last 50,000 times. That's causing us to lose every game, and that's the best play that we can run. And I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not a fan of that, and I will say that, as I was building my business and building whatever I was doing, whether you call it building a brand or whatever people do, my brother was awesome, because I could have independent thoughts with my brother and say, no, let's do it this way. Even though nobody else has done it, I think that's the best solution. And my brother would just run with me. And sometimes it would be the wrong solution. Sometimes it would blow up in my face, but even then he would stick by me. But then every blue moon, I would pick a new solution that would actually take us to a whole nother level, right? I would find something that no one else can see, because everyone else is scared to look in the places that society didn't tell them about. Okay. So I really think that if you want to find an optimal life, if you want to live the best life you can possibly be, I think the first step would be to release your chains, let go of underlying assumptions, stop letting other people tell you what to do and what to think. Don't just hold on to it just because grandma told you to do it, or just because your daddy told you to do it. Your daddy and your grandma might have been wrong. And then also, I would say this too: if you're trying to make choices in your life, if somebody's giving me advice, first thing I do is I look at your life and I say, okay, is it working for you? And if it's not working for you, if you're not where you want to be, then that unfortunately undermines the credibility of what you're seeking to tell me to do. So let me read something to you guys really quickly. In terms of what Black people do with our money, here's a few things I dug up a few stats, and this is something that we're thinking about in terms of the financial STDs that many of us are given at birth, and things that we really want to get rid of. First off, we have about 1.6 trillion in spending power. Most of that money doesn't circulate in the Black community. At least 80 to 90% of our retail spending goes to non-Black owned businesses. So Black owned businesses can't grow because we starve them of the resources they need to grow. Black consumers are significant contributors to the luxury market. We spend disproportionately more on high-end brands compared to other demographics, which is very strange considering we complain about money all the time, yet we're the first ones to spend the most money. So maybe the reason we complain about money is because we have no money, and the reason we have no money is because we spend it. Beauty products. Did y'all know? How many of y'all knew this? Did you know that we spend 9 times more on beauty products than non-Black people? Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. That's crazy. So if I'm somebody who's trying to extract wealth out of the Black community, I say, okay, we're going to go into the hair and makeup business. We're going to sell beauty products, because they will spend every nickel in their bank account to get beauty products. And I did not know that we spend 9 times more than other communities. That's insane to me. I'm not telling you can't do it. I think my wife is getting her hair done tomorrow, and Black hair is expensive, right? And I like when my wife comes home looking good, but still though, that's something worth reflecting on, to say, my goodness. So this may not be an excuse, but at least it's an explanation. It's not an excuse, but it's an explanation. An explanation would mean that this tells you, whenever you sit around and you say, why don't Black people have financial security? Why are Black people stressed out and afraid that they're going to lose their jobs? Excuse me. Why are we so devastated when the money ain't right? Well, part of it is because maybe we give so much of the money away, right? Part of it may be you can go look in your hair closet and your makeup kits and kind of see where a lot of your money went. And again, this is really more so about financial consciousness. It's not me judging you what you do with your money. So if you're going to the beauty salon today, go ahead and go. I want you to look good. All right. So fast food. They said the Black community spends 4.5 billion a year on fast food, driven by targeted marketing and limited access to healthier food options. We spend over 15 billion a year on new and used cars. Yet less than 2% of car dealerships are black owned. And also we spend more on new and used cars than other people. We spend about 10 billion on things like cell phones and internet. Let's see, we spend 2 billion a year on entertainment, including movies, concerts, and video games. And we have no ownership, very little ownership in those industries. Other people own the industries, so they sell us the access to our entertainment and our happiness. We do spend money on things like gym memberships and all that, which is good. But even with that, we face higher rates of health issues like diabetes and hypertension. And that hypertension, part of that hypertension probably comes from the fact that you work around white people who stress you out all day long, right? That hypertension is connected to what you're spending your time doing. And so when you get a job, that is like taking on an economic spouse. Like you're married, a lot of you, in fact, if you work 8 hours a day on a job, you spend more time at your job than you spend with your spouse. You spend more time at your job than you spend with your kids. You spend more time at your job than you spend with your friends. You spend more time at the job than you spend with your parents. So you are, when you take on that career, that job, that's like taking on a spouse. And so as a person who's married to a relationship therapist, I can tell you that there are studies that show that if your spouse has contempt for you, then you will die earlier than if your spouse loves you. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all knew? Maybe you don't know that. Give me a yes or no if you've ever heard that. That if your spouse has contempt for you and every day you got to look at somebody who hates your guts and can't stand you and thinks that you're a piece of crap, that contempt will literally seep into your bone, like into your spirits. Like there's this crazy mind-body connection where literally you'll just internalize that, and it'll cause all these other ailments. Like, it might trigger the cancer or trigger the diabetes or trigger the hypertension, right? So if you think about it like this, right, and you think about your job as your economic spouse, and you know that when you go to work every day and you work around these white folks who don't understand you, maybe they don't like you or they give you all these microaggressions. There's lots of studies that show that black people are very stressed out when they go to work every day. So you basically are in an economic marriage where your spouse has the utmost contempt for you. And so you're swimming in this sea of trauma, this sea of mental illness. You're swimming in this toxic cesspool of negative energy, and then you wonder why black people get sick and die. Well, I can tell you why we get sick and die. It's because we're trained to get up every day and go to work with people who hate our guts. So if you ever want to know why I passionately believe that every black child should be taught how to start their own business and how to be an investor, it ain't about the money. The money is secondary. It's not just so they can all get rich. I want you to get rich, but that's not the win. The win is safety. The win is mental health. The win is physical health. The win is avoiding daily micro trauma that can kill you. My wife, she's a weirdo like me, and she gets really excited when she starts studying something and sees something that she did not know before. And she's a professor like I am. Her website, by the way, is coachingwithdralicia.com. So you can feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com if you want to see what she does. She sees clients and individuals and couples and all that. Anyway, so she gets in the car with me and she was like, Boyce. And I was like, what? Because I know that sound when she says my name like that, like Boyce, that tells me, okay, she's about to tell me something juicy or something that's juicy to her. And just a little tip, if you're married, if it's juicy to her, you got to make it juicy to you. And I'm like, what is it? Right. And so she comes in and she says, I found out today when she's redoing her trauma certification. She has a certification in that. She said that now the research is showing that the one diagnosis that matters more than any other diagnosis when it comes to mental and physical health is trauma. She said trauma is everything. Trauma is the alpha and the omega for all of the mental and physical ailments that can affect you. Trauma like is the core. Trauma is the root. That is the nuclear bomb that can ruin everything. Trauma can mess up your finances and your economic choices. Trauma will mess up your relationships for life. Trauma will have you dying of cancer at the age of 35. Trauma will have you in crazy situations where you are in just a sea of depression and anxiety. Trauma is big, big, big. And I said, yeah, well, always knew trauma was important. She said, no. She said, no, you don't understand. Trauma is everything. And I said, oh shit, I got nervous because I took this test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. And I was high on the trauma scale. And I said, damn, like, oh my God. And I'm still working through it. Sometimes I'll have trauma responses to things and I have to mitigate that because trauma's tough. Trauma, in fact, what's crazy about trauma is that not only do most people not know that they have experienced it because they're just like, oh, that's just part of being black, but we don't treat it. We think that, things like getting therapy is for suckers and for white people and all that. And then what happens is that traumatized people infect other people. You re-traumatize other people with your crazy trauma responses. You get in a relationship, somebody says, how are you doing today? And you say, well, what the hell do you mean? Don't make me pull out my gun on you, you crazy SOB. You know what I mean? Or can you pass the ketchup? Why I got to have the ketchup? Can't he pass the ketchup? Right? You know what I'm talking about. Like people that just overreaction, crazy trauma responses, or something goes wrong in a relationship. You see one tiny red flag and you sprint for the hills because you don't want to be hurt, right? Because you're so scared of being hurt again. There's just so many different, or you own some stock and the stock goes down 1%. And so you sell everything because you're so scared of losing money. You can just go down the list in terms of what trauma will do and how that will just cause us to mess up everything, so it's not just a matter of messing up your life. It's really a matter of it not healing. It is actually destroying your body because you're carrying all that around. Like you're really carrying around this really toxic energy, almost like this, almost like a sick demon inside your body that you haven't released. And I would encourage everybody, if you can't find some process to deal with your trauma, I would encourage you to, one, get educated on it, on what it looks like, how it feels, how to identify it, and then two, start cleaning that out. You got to clear that stuff out. And I'm speaking to you as a traumatized person. I was very high on the trauma scale when I took the Adverse Childhood Experiences test, ACEs. I got a score that was so high, my wife said, "Ooh, if I'd known your score was that high, I don't know if I would have married you." And that made me more conscious of how I react to things. And and just learning little things like, okay, boys, you don't have to go off. You don't have to, or you don't have to cut the person off because this happened. Maybe you got to talk to them about it and work through it. And I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. I want to go nuclear. I want to end everything. Right. And it's like, no, but that's not the appropriate response. Let's talk through the conflict. Let's figure it out because this person's important to you and you don't want to lose them. And so, long story short, I would encourage you to look into that. I will tell you that my just strongest belief is that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is the number one problem in the Black community in terms of us being able to not just confront white folks for what they've done to us, but also for us to do what we can to mitigate the issue. Because a lot of this stuff, some of this behavior, some of the stuff that we do with our money, for example, doesn't even make no sense. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense that you're so eager to go give all your money away to people who don't even like you that much, and you give your best to people who hate you the most and all this other stuff. And so, anyway, to just give you kind of a template and a blueprint, if we were to take all the money, if you added up all the money we spend on things like fast food, car notes, and cell phones, the average American spends $1,200 a year on fast food, approximately. The average American spends about $5,500 a year on car notes. That number's actually gone up, but let's say it's $5,500. The average American spends about $1,200 per year on cell phone bills. Well, if you were to add that money up, and let's say that you still bought your food, you still got your car note, you still paid your cell phone bill, you didn't get rid of any of those things, but you simply made a decision. You made a decision to say, I'm going to love myself as much as I love that man over there. I'm going to love my kids as much as I care about the car dealer. I'm going to love my family and my future and my generational wealth as much as I care about the people who sold me the cell phone. As much as I care about Apple and Verizon, I'm going to care about us. And let's say that you just took the amount, that money, that $7,900 a year that the average American spends on fast food, car notes, and cell phone bills, and simply said, I'm going to invest the same amount for my future that I spend on my present, that I'm spending on these material items. Well, if you did that and you simply follow things like the $5 a day plan, which you can find at blackwealthmasterplan.com, it's totally free, blackwealthmasterplan.com. So feel free to go take a look at that. You literally, after about 10 years, your family would have roughly a little bit over $100,000 in wealth based on the past performance of the S&P 500. After 20 years, you're looking at maybe $400,000 that you have in family liquid wealth, which means you're now wealthy. You're now doing better than the overwhelming majority of American people. So in less than 20 years, the average Black person, no matter how poor they are, if they simply love themselves economically as much as we love other people, then you literally climb right out of poverty, and you shoot past equality, and you start shooting toward Black excellence, economically speaking. Anyway, you're not trying to catch up with white folks at that point. At that point, white folks are trying to catch up with you because they're looking over at you and they're saying, my God, how did you get all this money? And or you're only 20 years old. Well, the kid can say, well, my parents for the last 20 years, they made a commitment to economic self-love. And the economic self-love means that every penny we spend on the cell phone bill, we're going to put a penny in our S&P 500. Every penny we spend on fast food, we're going to put a penny in our stock portfolio. Every time we spend $1,000 on the car note, we're going to put $1,000 into our stocks, buying S&P 500 companies. So now, because my parents did that, I'm 20 years old and I got $400,000 liquid in assets. So I don't actually have to take a job working for anybody if I don't want to. I just may choose to work for someone, but I don't actually have to, because I don't want to necessarily expose myself or expose my spirit to daily economic trauma that comes from me swimming in this cesspool of microaggression and mistreatment and contempt from people who don't really want me there. I don't want to be in a space where people are tolerating me. I don't want to be in a space where people will hire me despite the fact that I'm Black. I want people that want me in that space because I am Black. I want people that love me. I want to be around people that respect me. And so if a job doesn't respect me, I'm not taking that job, because I've got $400,000 liquid in the bank and I can do whatever I want. And I can tell you this, in my experience, now that I think about this, my brother, when he came to work with me, I really appreciated him coming to work with me after college, because he got a nice job offer from Ford, making maybe $50,000-$60,000 a year. And my family wanted him to take the job. Because that's just what we did. If you got a good job offer from Ford, you're supposed to take it. And he wanted to come and work with me. And so he did. And I said, hey, I can't promise you anything, but I can give you a place to stay. And, whatever money I have is your money. And I was making some money at Syracuse. So he came and he worked with me. And in the first few years, we weren't really killing it, but we had enough success that we felt like, okay, maybe there's something here. And so we built, by that time, maybe in the first 3 or 4 years, we built a strong enough business that when he went to get his MBA, he only did it because my mother wanted all of her kids to have a master's degree. That was the only reason why he went to get his MBA. He went to Cornell, and also he appreciated, by that time as a businessman, he wasn't thinking about getting jobs. He was thinking more so about networking and sort of meeting people that have access to things. And so when he went to Cornell, he was meeting like the children of billionaires and all this other stuff. And when he came out of Cornell, they had a whole big market, a big job market, where all these companies were coming in, hiring these Ivy League graduates and offering them $200,000 a year. And he did not go to one single interview. He didn't go to a single interview. And I said, so you're not interested in any of these good jobs? Like, well, what's going on? And he said, you know what? He said, after I got the experience of having the freedom of owning my own business, I can't work for anybody anymore. I can't do it. And we were making enough money that he had plenty of money. He didn't have to go to work every day. He was actually happy with that life. And I was very proud that I was able to, I was happy and I was appreciative of what he gave me. But I was also very proud as a older brother / daddish kind of figure, because I'm 12 years older than him. So I was almost a little bit like a dad, because I told you I used to change his diapers. I was very, very proud to be able to give him a safe, comfortable space he could come to and be loved, without him having to go out into spaces where he's hated just so he can pay his rent. Do you understand? Right? It was nice to be able to say, hey, you know what? Screw those people. Come work with me. Right. And we did, and it was great, and it was amazing. So I will just say to you that this to me is a better model. This is the Black wealth blueprint, in my opinion. The Black blueprint of economics should be one that is centered not just on how much money you make and having your little Black job. It should also focus on the other things that are Black, like Black owned, Black wealth, Black family, Black mutual support, Black love, Black connection, like all the Black community, right? All these things connect to wealth. They're all connected to wealth. So to me, when you're just talking about Black jobs and you're disconnecting it from all the other things that make that job even meaningful and relevant, then I think you're missing a big part of the puzzle. Like, I think that a holistic framework of thinking about our economics is extremely important. Capitalism is extremely limited. Take it from me. Again, remember, I'm not a guy just talking. I'm a finance professor. All we did was we studied capitalism and going all the way back to Adam Smith and then I studied Marxism and everything else. And I respect all these ideas. I don't have any problem with any of these ideas because I think that if you integrate them properly, you can create the right mix that actually works. American capitalism doesn't work very well. I'm not saying capitalism is always bad, but it doesn't work very well. In this country, you have a society that is failing because our obsession with making money causes us to destroy everything else. Money is a big, powerful beast. If you don't control it, it will eat everything in the house. And basically, your politics is jacked up because of the money. We talked yesterday in our financial consciousness discussion. We talked a long time about how it costs what 2 or 3 or at least $1 to $1.5 billion just to run for president because these super PACs are raising $3-4 billion and it's just made your politics all about the money. So your politicians can't do what's right for the voters because they have to do what's right for the people that control the money. Do you understand? So the money has leaked. It's almost in a toxic fashion, like almost like a toxic leak where something has gotten some nasty chemical has leaked out and has gotten into the food supply and the water supply. Your money has leaked into areas where money really doesn't belong. Like you should not have a healthcare system that's overwhelmed by money. You can't have a society where the politicians are thinking so much about the money they forget about things like the children because the children that is your future. That's far more important than any amount of money you could ever put on the table. But we ignore our kids. We don't even educate them. Look at how many millions of our kids. These are your kids. These are my kids. These are our children that are coming out of school every year who can't even read, write, or do math at a basic level. But they all twerking. They all know how to recite lyrics from their favorite gangster rapper. They know all this slang that relates to anything toxic. They got that down. They've studied toxic behavior. They literally sat there like some of them like little scientists sat there and took notes from some of the rappers, getting paid by these damn record labels on how to destroy your life. Really, I mean, think about this. They got 16-year-old kids that want to go and get high every day on drugs that will fry your brain so badly that you can't come back after you decide you want to just put down the Molly and put down the weed and put down the liquor and put down the pills. You come back, you have crazy because your brain has been destroyed because nobody ever taught you the value of your brain. Nobody helped you understand, like, you're a genius, you're smart, you can really do amazing things, but you got to protect your brain. No, you destroyed it. No different from some of the poor football players who gets all this brain damage in high school and then their brain ain't working right. And then we all act surprised when some football player punches his girlfriend in the face and throws her out the window. What would make a man do that? Brain damage. That doesn't make any sense. Who would do something so crazy like Aaron Hernandez and win a Super Bowl and shoot somebody at the club? Brain damage. but we don't. If you never taught the value of what you have, then you're gonna waste it. You're gonna throw it away. No different from like a little girl who was never taught the value of her body, and then she just shares it with everybody, right? Because she doesn't see it as being important or valuable. When you don't value something, you'll waste it. You'll throw it away. You'll give it away to anybody. You'll give it away for free. So learning little things like self-worth, I think, is not just critical, but that's something we got to do. That's something we got to teach. We have to do this, and we have to think about this like a military invasion, in my opinion. I really do. I think, and I understand why. I really get it when people in the establishment see me as a dangerous person and as a threat. I don't like it. I get mad about it because I think I'm a nice guy, but I actually kind of get it. I understand because I am a threat to you. I'm a complete threat to you because I see through every single freaking thing that you're doing. And I also understand exactly what the remedy is. I understand exactly what needs to be done. And I'm committed to that 100%. I'm 10 toes deep in this. So yeah, I kind of get, I don't, I feel I don't like it. Like I wish we could be friends, but I understand if I'm in your shoes, I understand empathy so well that if I'm in your shoes and I'm profiting from the mass exploitation and destruction of the Black community the way you are, I would hate me too. I would have me killed. And believe me, I'm not scared to die. I let that go 10, 15 years ago. So just so you know, if this is ever my last conversation with you, just take everything I've said, the 20,000 videos I've done to this point, and that's what we'll just have to live off of for the next 50 years or whatever. Because I'm like Biggie said, ready to die. Like I ain't none of that stuff scare me. It's because at the end of the day, what you got to understand is that some of this stuff does not make sense. Some of what they're doing to you and doing to your children, what they're taking from you, makes absolutely no sense. It is patently unfair. It is absolutely horrible. And the reality, true, too, at the end of the day, is we have to ask ourselves, why do we tolerate this? Why do I tolerate the idea that you can take my damn kids, my precious, beautiful children who represent my future, and you can destroy that little boy's brain to the point where he becomes a walking tornado and a destroyer in the community? You have made him into a ticking time bomb, into a nuclear warhead. He's going to go through life ruining people's lives, killing other black people, destroying other black people. Like you programmed him like a zombie. And this zombie virus is all throughout. It's all throughout what they call the culture. And part of that disease they're spreading is the disease of trauma. If you've ever seen like a really unhealthy, mentally unhealthy black person and how they behave, and let's say you juice him up with a lot of money and a lot of power, like some NFL player who's 6'5", lots of muscles, very handsome, has $10 million in the bank, and he's famous, and but he's not well trained on how to use that power in an appropriate way, in a beneficial way. What's he gonna do? Well, he's going to go around and do destructive things. He's going to go around and bully people, beat them up. He might go get a bunch of girls pregnant, give a bunch of girls STDs. He's going to have a bunch of kids, and that he splatters all over the country that aren't being taken care of, that don't receive the love of a father. So those children end up becoming menaces to society, some of them, right? I knew a guy. There was a guy who was sucked into the culture. This was personal. I knew someone who knew someone. It's kind of like that. And so there's this guy who was in the culture, and he was every stereotype you can think of, weed, liquor, women, drugs, he was a dope dealer, whatever. And this guy, because the sex and the drugs and the irresponsible choices kind of come together in like this little, almost like what you might want to call the Negro self-destruction package that's heavily marketed through hip hop. He ends up doing a lot of interesting things in his life. So he becomes a drug dealer. He doesn't get a good education in the school system, so he doesn't have he feels like he has no other options anyway. He's killed a few black people, and then on top of that, he got about 27 girls pregnant. He had 27 kids. Let me say, I don't know if he got 27 girls pregnant. Let's say it's 27 kids, literally 27 kids by about 19 or 20 women. Okay. So all these women, and so what's coming with that obviously is not just the trauma, but the STDs, right? That clearly you have sex with that many people unprotected. We know what's coming from that. And then in the middle of it all, he goes out and gets killed. He gets murdered because his life catches up with him. All the people you're killing, the people you're dealing with, and the situations you're in leads to his death. So then in the aftermath of this black man's death are 27 abandoned children who've been financially abandoned. They've been emotionally abandoned. They're out in the streets or out in the culture. Their mothers don't have anybody helping out. And so what's happened is you've taken a virus, and you've multiplied it. It's multiplied by at least 27. So again, not to say all these kids are doomed. I'm not saying that at all. Somebody may intervene, but if no one does intervene, then now you've taken something that was coming from one person and now it's coming from 27 different sources. Do you understand? And what this really does is it just makes it really hard to be black. And I think it creates a space where this racist partnership just creates this framework where sure, yeah, white people are doing a lot of this stuff. They're participating systematically. They've been doing it for a long time, but then we become partners in our own self-destruction, and then it just becomes very difficult to do really anything positive because you're surrounded by people that are sort of connected to this negative set of ideas, this unproductive, unhealthy framework of what it means to be black. And so I personally think that this is a battle, and I think that we have to be serious about it. I think that we can make it very, very simple. We can go back to those basic three areas I mentioned before: health, wealth, and relationships, and ask ourselves that question: what does it mean for a black child or a black person to be mentally and physically healthy? What does it mean for that person to have healthy relationships and to want healthy relationships with other people and to be able to identify and build healthy relationships? And then what does it mean for that person to understand the importance of financial security? Because your financial security affects the other two areas. If you are financially secure and financially capable, you can have healthier relationships because you can get married. You don't have to argue about money. Your kids need a pair of shoes. You can just buy them. You don't have these goofy conversations that are happening all over the internet where people are mad mad because there's some women who don't want to go to the Cheesecake Factory, or they want the man to spend $50 on a date, and guys are saying, "Oh, that whole crazy. What's wrong with these women wanting $50?" And I'm not making fun of those guys. I get it, right? If somebody's trying to take you for all your money, that's wrong. But I'm like, you know what? A financially secure man doesn't care. Like, if he likes a woman, he's gonna spend $50. When I got a chance to go out with my wife, I didn't care if I spent $50, $60, or $200. I was just happy to be with that woman, and I was thinking about other things. Do you understand? But when you're talking about a scarcity mindset, when they put you in a space where you have been taught to fight for scraps because ain't nobody got nothing, then yeah, $50 becomes something where people are getting killed over $50, or entire relationships are being destroyed over $50, or children that would have been born aren't born now because you didn't have the $50 to take their mom on a date. God gave you the keys to the kingdom. He opened a wormhole of possibility where you would have this amazing family and this amazing experience and an amazing future, but you can't even go through the wormhole because the cost of admission is $50 and you ain't got $50 in the bank. I'm not making fun of that. I promise you I'm not. What I'm saying to you is what does drive me crazy, one of my pet peeves, is when we don't take a moment to try to look at the bigger picture. We can't, because nobody taught us the bigger picture. Nobody sat and just said, let's look at this thing real quick. Let's go 50 years in the future and look back at you at the age of 25, and you're meeting this young woman, and I know, I get it. You're focused on how cute she is and that she has a big booty, and that Cheesecake Factory is going to cost you $50. But also kind of look at it like, what if she's the person that's supposed to give birth to your children? What if she's the person that's going to make you a grandfather one day? And 50 years from now, you're going to be sitting at a Thanksgiving dinner with 70 people at the dinner who are descendants of yours, children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. And it all starts with this seed of this little moment that God has put in front of you that is giving you the keys to the universe, but you can't see it because you think about $50 and a big booty. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Like, I think that really part of solving this problem is going to require us to be able to meditate and raise the consciousness level. Consciousness is leveling up. Consciousness is seeing the bigger picture. Okay, seeing the bigger picture. Now, someone's asking about things like creating trust. We are going to have a class on that soon in the Black Business School. Kelly Baker is the attorney who wants to come in and do some stuff here. In financial consciousness training, we're going to focus on this. This is what we do here. But if you want special topics, we have all the special topics in the Black Business School. So feel free to go to theblackbusinessschool.com and you can take a look. And there's plenty of stuff there. Stock options, stock market, stuff like that. And we do have some stuff on trust already, but we're actually going to revamp some of that soon. So I'll keep you guys posted. Okay, I'm done talking. I don't have anything else to say. I just want to sort of say, when you talk about Black wealth and you understand the power of Black wealth and realize that wealth is your greatest form of power in America, I think the question would be, who's going to do the job? Right? Who's going to change the trajectory? Who's going to change the narrative? Who's going to have the conversation? And I'm trying to contribute to it. That's my way of doing it, imperfectly, I'm sure, but I'm trying. And I would like for you to have those conversations in your own family. And so one of the most important things to remember, though, when you go in that family, is I need you to go into that conversation, is I want you to enter the conversation with a sense of pride, meaning that even if you don't have a nickel, I don't care if you don't have a nickel in your bank account. If you are a person who is intelligent, a person who works hard, a person who's trying to grow, a person who's trying to be good and supportive to others around you, you have not just a lot of value that you're bringing to a discussion, but you also have potential and value that you may not even recognize. You may not even recognize what your contribution is going to look like. Only God is going to know that. And what I mean by that is, let's say that you're Martin Luther King Sr., not Junior, Senior, and you're just you're a father. You're doing a couple of things, but you're not nationally famous or anything. But you're raising your kids. You're taking care of your wife. You're having everybody sit down for dinner every day. You're talking about positive things. You're making sure your children get a good education. Martin Luther King Sr., I bet, did not have any idea really what seeds he was planting when he was sitting there talking to Martin Luther King Jr. every single night at dinner. Do you understand? He didn't know how important his job was. He just simply did his job and did it to the best of his ability. And that's what led to one of the great leaders, the history of the world. You understand? Or Muhammad Ali's father, Cassius Clay Sr. I think his name was Cassius. I got to double check that. So Muhammad Ali's father, same thing, right? So you don't know what seed you're planting. You don't know what person you're influencing. You don't know when the fruits of your labor are going to apply, or even if maybe it never happens. But still though, I think that there's some value there when we all do our job, because think about it like this: if Martin Luther King Sr. had not done his job, there would be no Martin Luther King Jr. If he just said, well, I ain't nobody, I ain't important, I'm just gonna be a baby daddy and just go get girls pregnant and abandon my kids, and well, then you've just killed off this big wormhole of possibilities that would have existed. I like the word wormhole because wormhole sort of creates space. It creates access to an alternative dimension, right? So you have this wormhole of possibility that God opened up for you, and you just walk right past it. And remember, when we talk about the word poor, what does poor stand for? Poor. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly, passing over opportunities repeatedly. So I would argue that if you were to make the statement that the Black community is wealth poor, which is somewhat accurate relative to other groups in America, I would say it's not just because of what's been taken from us. It's also a result of us passing over opportunities to get some of that back. Do you understand? Every single day, you have an opportunity to build your empire, build your kingdom, build your wealth, take yourself to the next level, whatever that looks like. Don't let those opportunities pass by. Go grab it. Okay. All right. Now let me share with you guys. I mentioned to you all I'm doing that special training tomorrow, Black Wealth 101. And also at the end, once you're done and you go through all the content, and it's a self-contained sort of class. You get lifetime access for $299. And once you're done, you can actually get a certificate from me, from the Dr. Boyce Academy. I'm going to share this link with you. The cost is $299 for lifetime access. Those of you that are in the class, you can actually get access for $155. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat for those of you that want to join. I'm going to do a live training on 8 major variables, 8 major financial diseases that you want to be able to identify and avoid. And that's going to be tomorrow, Sunday at 3 p.m. If you can't make Sunday at 3 p.m., that's okay. All the materials, all the slides, all the recordings are yours for life. So that'll be yours. And I'm putting this link in here. So if you hit that link, that'll take you directly to the checkout page. But if you want to know what some of the topics that we're going to cover in Black Wealth 101, it includes things like debt-itis, emergency fund deficiency syndrome, investophobia, credit card dependence disorder, impulse buying disorder, things like that, the spend luxury syndrome, underinsurance syndrome, etc. And I'm sure Aisha Verzi has a lot to say about that. And Aisha is actually in this class if you want to talk to her about insurance needs or anything else. Her phone number is actually on my site, drboyceoffers.com. So you can go to drboyceoffers.com and feel free to talk to Aisha. Tell her that I sent you. I think Aisha's in here. There she is. Hey, Aisha, how you doing? All right. And so, yeah, so the code, if you hit the code Calvin, it will give you the discount immediately. It will take you right to the page that reduces the price from $299 for lifetime access to $155. And so in addition to the training, you can also get access to all the material that's in there. And then once you're done, you are eligible to print out your certificate. And that is a certification to say that you went through Black Wealth 101, because I believe that we are our own educational system, and I believe that we should be educating ourselves and each other. And so that's what I'm doing with that. So I hope that works for you guys. I hope that makes sense. I hope that you're interested. All right. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. And I will see you all tomorrow. And let's go get it. Have a good day, everybody. Oh, the code? Do you see the code, Tracy? Okay. I put it in there. I put it in there again. Let me know if you see it. There's the link again. One more time. Does everybody see it? Let me know if you see it. If you don't see it, then I don't know what else I could do, but there it is. So, okay, great. All right. And all kinds of fundraising records and everything else. And it's almost like her candidacy has really galvanized the Democratic Party. And money was, I think, part of the reason that Biden was pushed out. He basically was told that if you don't step down, we're not going to give you any more money. And so now Kamala has taken his place, and apparently it's working. I mean, she's just bringing in the bread like none other. And in fact, I think that they raised over $100 million since she took over, which I think is great for them for sure. And money is really important in politics. One of the things about money, and this is one of the things that I want you to just keep in mind is that money kind of drives everything, especially in American politics. And part of the reason that if you feel as a black voter that you don't really get paid attention to and that they seem to do things for other people and not you, a lot of it's because we've been falsely led to believe that votes matter as much as money. That literally, if you're the one who's providing the votes, that you are the important commodity, you're the one that matters, and that's not the evidence I've seen. The evidence I've seen is that the money is used to buy the votes. The money is used for advertising. So you don't serve the people giving you the votes because those people are just commodities that you actually purchased in the minds of the politician. You serve the people that give you the money to get the votes. So if I have a chicken farm and someone gives me money to buy a bunch of chickens that I then serve and sell at KFC, I'm not here to honor the chickens. You honor the person who gave you the money to buy the chickens. Do you understand? So I would encourage you to really understand this is why Black economics, I think, is so important. And as Kamala Harris raises money, one thing that's also interesting is um, I saw someone who was sort of comparing the way Kamala would speak to, say, the Jewish community and AIPAC and Zionists, Israel and stuff like that, versus how she would speak to the Black community. And so when she spoke to the Black community, she said, "Well, it's not like I'm gonna sit here and do something solely for Black people or something just for Black people." But then when she spoke to the people that represent AIPAC, it was kind of a different tone. It was like, "Yeah, this is what we're going to specifically do for you." And I think that the difference is that one group provides votes, the other group provides money that buys votes. So just kind of know that this is how the political game works. One of the things about politics that's really interesting is that if you were to take the money out of politics, you'd have you'd have a much better political system. The fact that money is so wrapped up in American politics, I think, is one of the problems that we have that kind of holds our country back. Now, if you have a question and you're inside the Zoom, go ahead and put your question in the Q&A section. I will answer any and all financial questions you guys have. Based on what I'm looking at right now, the market looks pretty strong. It looks like it's kind of another good day. As I look at CNBC, I think I saw something where the market was up a little bit today. And here's an article I'm going to read to you and kind of give some context on this in terms of where the economy is going. It says here that June home sales slump, pointing to a buyer's market as supply increases. So home prices are going down slightly this month, and they said that the sales of previously owned homes dropped 5.44% in June compared with May. Inventory, meaning the supply of homes, jumped 23.4% from a year ago to 1.32 million units at the end of June, coming off record lows, but still just a 4.1 month supply. The median price of an existing home sold in June was $426,900. How many of y'all think that's crazy? That the median price of a house is now over $400,000? That's insane. And just to give you like a little strategy, a little income strategy, I've done this in our prime class where we talk about how to generate income from stock options. I said, well, what if you just, what if you're instead of buying a house, what if a person instead of buying a house and using it, say, as rental property, what if you bought, say, I don't know, 1,400 shares of Coinbase stock or something, let's say 1,500 shares, which would cost a little bit more than the price of a home. In less than that, if you use margin. I said, you do know that you can sell the options on the Coinbase stock each month and make maybe $12 or $13 a share, which would come out to, I want to say $15,000 to $20,000 a month. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that you could sell stock options and generate far more income than you could by doing rental property. So if you want to join that program, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. A lot of you are in the program and I think you like it. And that's pretty much what we talk about is like where the money is. So the URL is drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. All right. So I read Trump apparently wants a refund on money spent campaigning against Biden. Yeah, he probably does. Trump is a funny guy. That's all I'll say about that. Would you buy or sell Microsoft and CrowdStrike? I like Microsoft. I don't know how I feel about CrowdStrike because I think that the way the whole airline situation went, and I was in the middle of it. I flew a Delta flight. It was KLM, I guess, which is an international extension of Delta or something. I remember the word Delta being used, and I remember being concerned when I was coming back from Amsterdam that a lot of the Delta flights have been grounded as a result of what happened with Microsoft and CrowdStrike. So I get a sense that the world looks at that outage as CrowdStrike's fault. I don't know if it's going to hit Microsoft as much. Microsoft is a little bit more diversified. They're a bigger, stronger company. but somebody messed up. And I spoke about that this morning. If you were in financial consciousness training, you'll know that we talked about just the idea that it's just strange that you would have a scenario where nobody has a backup plan. Microsoft doesn't have a backup plan in case CrowdStrike can't do their job. The airlines don't have a backup plan in case Microsoft can't do their job. So they were literally trying to write these boarding passes by hand. And I was telling you all that if you want to be a good Black investor or a good non-Black investor, some of y'all are not Black, and that's okay. We love you too. We accept everybody, but this is the Black Business School. We are here for the Black community first, but hey, anybody's welcome to join. And one of the things I can tell you is that if you want to be a good investor, you have to understand diversification. You have to understand risk management. You have to always be able to ask yourself, like, what if, what if, what if? This is why we do financial consciousness in the morning, because consciousness is the ability to see things that are not there, to see things that could be in the future, to see the present, the past, the future, all the possibilities, to rise to a higher dimension of thinking in terms of how you look at things. And a lot of people don't operate on a higher dimensional frequency when it comes to planning their life or planning their investments. For example, if you have a job with one income stream and you're living paycheck to paycheck, then it's very easy for you to get trapped into a terrible situation where you are incredibly vulnerable financially, where you are, where if one little thing happens, something goes wrong, and you end up losing that job, you're done, you're fried, you're screwed, and the thing is, that's not where you want to be. You want to be in a position where you are financially prepared for anything that could go wrong, similar to the way Delta should have been prepared. Like, okay, if Microsoft goes down, here's our backup system or whatever. And I'm sure they're going to think about this now, but a lot of times people don't think about risk until it hits them in the face, right? They don't think about risk management or managing potential outcomes until something terrible happens, and then they become very reactive, as opposed to what you really should be. If you're an investor, you should be very proactive. Proactive means I don't want to act after it happens, after something. I don't want to wait till something bad happens. Proactive means I prepare, to avoid the problem instead of having to fix and clean up the problem. And that's really an investing principle. That's a massive investing principle that has a direct impact on your ability to have wealth and build wealth. People who have wealth tend to be very proactive. They're thinking about all the things that could go wrong, all the opportunities that might exist, all the possibilities in terms of what they could do. They're thinking about the past, the present, and the future. They're not just thinking about the here and now. If you can get your mind to that level of thought, then that's going to make a big difference for you. And if you want to get practice on financial consciousness, we do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll invite you. I'll send you an invitation to the private Zoom. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me read a little bit more. Okay, so we talked about housing sales. Housing sales have dropped this month, which is interesting because that's a more of a deflationary kind of issue. If prices and sales are declining, that kind of says the economy is slowing down a little bit. This opens the door for the Fed to possibly lower interest rates, which they will. The thing about inflation, though, is it's very important to know the difference between deflation and disinflation. Deflation is when prices go down. Deflation is when the price of your groceries drops and the price of cars and the price of houses drop. You're not going to get deflation. You don't even want deflation. Deflation means you have a terrible economy, bad things are happening. You're not going to get deflation. You're going to get disinflation. Disinflation means that you still have inflation. It just means that it's not as bad as it was before, right? So that means that instead of prices going up by 8%, prices are going up by 1 or 2%. Disinflation is what they're aiming for. They're not aiming for deflation. So prices are not coming down. They're not coming back to where they were. It will never be 2019 ever again, no matter how long you live or how long you wait. And this is one of the interesting dynamics of the economy that you should keep in mind. So when you look at the average home price being $426,000, I don't know about you, how many of y'all remember a time where a $400,000 house was a big deal? Does anybody remember, any other old heads in here that remember when having a $400,000 house means you were doing pretty good? I don't know if anybody else remembers that. I know I do. I remember when having a $400,000 house meant you were balling. Like, that was a dream. And so now to be in a world where the average house is over $400,000 is absolutely crazy. That is just a strange economy that I've never thought I would live in, and it's one that concerns me a little bit. Because I don't think wages are matching that. I don't think that Americans' wages are going up at a rate that would justify the average person spending $400,000 on a house. So effectively, what's been built in America is you have an unbalanced economy. You have an unbalanced economy where there are people that are doing really well in this economy, that are prospering. They're going to have lots of wealth, lots of opportunities, and then you're building this really ever-growing underclass, this massive underclass of people that are really going to struggle, where money is connected to all kinds of stress, and it's going to be really hard to survive. So here's what I want to propose to you. I want you to consider this. We used to live in a world where being financially intelligent was optional, where it was a good choice to make. It would put you in a better position than you would have been otherwise. I think it's gone from being optional to being mandatory for anybody that really wants to survive. Like, it's not optional anymore, it's mandatory. And the reason it's mandatory is because this is not an economy where you could just drop yourself in the middle of it and take any opportunity that's given to you and be okay. You can't. You can't just follow the crowd and follow the culture and do what everybody else is doing and be okay. Well, why is that? Well, because the culture tends to lead to jobs that underpay, massive student loans. If you follow the crowd, you're going to end up spending more money than you actually have, going deep into debt to do that. If you follow the culture, you'll end up not saving or investing your money. If you follow the culture, you'll avoid the stock market. You'll avoid other markets that can allow you to grow wealth. So you cannot follow the crowd. You cannot be unconscious in this economy. You must be financially conscious. Everyone must be financially conscious. Consciousness means that rather than me just dropping myself in a plate in taking whatever life gives me and landing wherever I land, conscious means I'm specific and strategic about exactly where I want to be. Because this economy is like a smorgasbord. There's 50 different dishes you can eat, right? You can't eat them all. You can't eat them all. And you can eat more than one, but you can consciously choose what to put on your plate. Now, if you don't do it, if you just unconsciously grab anything that you see, then you're going to eat something nasty or something that makes you sick. But if you're conscious, and consciousness means, education and awareness. Okay, I'm educated on the nutritional value of every single dish on this smorgasbord. Awareness means I know where the carrots are. I know where the lettuce is. I know where the bologna is. I know where I know where the steak is, right? And then another level of consciousness is in my actions. I'm going to specifically grab some strawberries, specifically grab the carrots, specifically grab the spinach, so that I can have the kind of meal that's going to make me healthy, as opposed to my friend who's just grabbing anything that's in front of them. And next thing you know, they're sick and they're dead. But I'm doing well because we ate from the same smorgasbord where we had different levels of consciousness. Do you understand? So when you talk about your economics and how you build your economic situation for yourselves and especially for your children, consciousness is absolutely critical. So what does that look like? Well, that means if I'm a parent and I want my kids to be able to benefit in this economy where most people can't afford a house anymore, I'm going to start investing and saving for them right now, so that by the time they get to adult age and are able to buy property, they'll have enough resources to be able to make that move. Consciousness may mean that that I'm going to do what was it East? It's not. Is it East Asians or East Indians? I can't remember. Whichever culture. There's a part of the Asian community that has the highest wealth in America, and their average income or something is over 100,000 a year. They have a lot of wealth. And part of the reason they have so much income and wealth is because they're very conscious. They train their children on entrepreneurship, business ownership. They make sure their kids understand how to control assets. There's a part of India that is known for having the wealthiest people just on earth. They came to the United States, and there's one section of India that a lot of them come from, and they found in a study that they own something like 60% of the hotels in the United States. It was some ungodly number. And what they found was that they had a conscious system that they put in place of hotel ownership, how they went about acquiring assets, financing those assets. Is that the Gujarata? I can't pronounce it. Natasha, you got to forgive me. I don't know everything, but thank you, Natasha, for sharing that. Yeah, I'm gonna say Gujarata. The Gujarata Indians own a lot, not because they got lucky or because there was affirmative action or DEI programs or they got a bunch of black jobs. They own a lot of stuff because they were very conscious about building systems and culture around ownership and asset acquisition and also wealth preservation. So you have to be conscious about that. If you don't, then this economy is going to run away from you. I mean, I see people now with car notes over $1,000 a month. Do you know how much wealth you would have if you invested the same amount that some people spend on their car note? So when you watch BET and they get you thinking that you're supposed to spend $800 a month on a car, but you ain't investing nothing, That's an economic death. They're serving you economic poison when they do that to you. Do you know how much $800 or $1,000 a month becomes if you do that for 20 straight years and you grow, you look at compound interest. Now think about it. Let me see. I'm gonna do the math in my head real quick. 2, 3, 4, 750. Okay, I'm gonna do 750 a month. If you do 750 a month and you invested randomly, let's say you knew nothing about stocks and all you did was every time you invested, you just bought stocks from the S&P 500. That's all you have to do. You just randomly pick. You pick Tesla, Microsoft, whatever. After about 10 years, that person would have roughly $100,000 in wealth. After 20 years, they'd have roughly $500,000. After 30 years, they'd have roughly $1.2 million. So if you're a person that's been driving fancy ass cars for the last 20 years, you could be close to being a millionaire if you just loved yourself as much as you love your car. If you cared about your kids as much as you care about driving around in a Lincoln Navigator, then your kids could be wealthy, which means that they would have a much easier time navigating through life as a black person than they would being broke. Being black is hard, but being broken black is damn near impossible. Being broken black is literally just a pathway to slavery. It all links back to slavery that ended in 1865, right? They just said, okay, we can't enslave black people anymore, so let's just economically enslave them. Let's put them in impossible situations where they have no options, and a person with no options is basically a slave because someone else controls all your options. You gave all your options away or you sold them, and somebody else gets to decide what you're going to do that day. That's slavery. That's what slavery is, folks. I hate to say it like that, but it's true. All right, so let me answer. I see a question. What are my thoughts on Alcoa? I think Alcoa is a solid company. It's more in the cash cow category. I wouldn't see it as a stock that's like represents any sort of company that's going to be growing or doing amazing things in the next few years. But yeah, it's a good, decent long-term investment. I assume they pay a decently high dividend, stuff like that. Let me see, what else am I reading here? Let me go through a couple more headlines here on the markets. Be really careful because there is some belief that this market is not, that it could be overvalued. That when it's overvalued, that means that any little thing can cause it to crash. So if you haven't put things in place to protect your investments, you may want to do that. I did a training called Stormproof Investing that shows you different ways to protect your portfolio in case of a crash. So you can feel free to go take a look at that. You can go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. All right, so let's see. Okay, give me a second here. I saw an article I wanted to go through. Okay, GM's slowing their EV plans. Will Bitcoin reach its $1 million milestone in 2025? No, it won't. That's BS. It won't hit 1 million in 2025. I think it'll go up, but it won't hit 1 million. The Department of Transportation is investigating Delta over the IT outage. Yes, they should. Something needs to be fixed. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigns over the Trump shooting. Yeah, she probably should. You had a guy 100 feet away from him that almost shot his face off. Let's see. Ether ETFs officially begin trading in the U.S. with funds from BlackRock, Grayscale, and more. So there are Ether ETFs out that are going to be traded soon. Ether, I'm going to read what it says here. It says, Ether is the native cryptocurrency on the Ethereum blockchain. I believe in Ether. I believe it's going to go up. I believe it's a good investment long term. While Bitcoin is often pitched as a type of digital gold, Ether is seen as more of a bet on the growth of the blockchain and crypto more broadly. So some people actually believe Ether is a better investment than Bitcoin. Bitcoin hasn't really proven itself to be very useful, whereas the Ethereum and just what they do on that blockchain is just pretty astonishing, pretty amazing. Just the way they structure contracts and stuff like smart contracts and all that. I cannot imagine a world where that doesn't kick in, especially with artificial intelligence. When you mix artificial intelligence with crypto and the blockchain, you're going to get some extraordinary outcomes. I mean, I think if you mix AI with anything, it's going to, I think I'm a believer. I'm an AI evangelist. I believe AI is going to just change the world in amazing ways. Now, the debate around AI is that there are people who wonder if AI is going to generate enough profitability to match the expectations. People expect it to be $1 trillion sort of breakthrough. and they're basically a year and a half in. They're kind of saying, okay, we're waiting. We're not really seeing all this money that's supposed to be made from AI. I think that they're just being impatient. I think that AI is going to show itself big time. I think that as AI gets better and eventually you hit artificial general intelligence, and then you get to the point where they literally say that when AI hits the level where AI can be as smart as an AI researcher, that could be the last invention ever made by any human being ever. Because they said that at that point, when you have AI that is as smart as the people that have PhDs in artificial intelligence, then you could just literally mass produce 10 million PhDs that are working together to constantly solve problems. And they could probably solve problems collectively in a day that might take 20 or 30 years of research. And so it kind of is this explosion of knowledge and information. I don't know what the hell that's going to look like. I mean, it's going to be amazing and scary and crazy and everything else. But I mean, they even have the robots where they can build their own factories and then build other robots. I mean, when it starts building upon itself, it becomes a real life version of kind of what compound interest is. Compound interest, that's what compound interest is. Compound interest is basically breeding. It's where money breeds more money. Your dollar bills have sex with each other and give birth to more dollar bills. And it gets to the point where you get so much money, like a Warren Buffett, he can't stop making money. He wouldn't be able to stop making money if he tried. He's made more money in the amount of time I've been talking to you than most of you are ever going to make in your whole entire lives. I kid you not. Warren Buffett has probably made more money in the time I've had this conversation than most people will make in an entire lifetime. So this is what compound interest does. So when I visualize what AI will do, AI, I believe, will be like compound interest. It'll just keep building on top of itself and then create things that we can't even imagine. They're even talking about protein compounds, and somehow because the proteins are so complex and you have to fold them into these three-dimensional things. I don't understand it at all, but I remember listening to lectures on it. And the guy said, he said the way it was before, the rule was that one PhD, it took a whole PhD, his entire PhD process to generate like one protein or something, one protein compound or something, like one per PhD. So you go to Yale, you bust your butt, you're studying 12 hours a day for 5 years, and then you come out and you've got one of these protein compounds. I think they were kind of saying that AI could do like 1,000 of them in an hour or something something crazy. And so they were really talking about this explosion in just the number of drugs, the types of drugs they could create, because the things that used to take years to do can now be done in a day or two, or pretty soon they will be. So AI is going to be big. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I will say that if you want to be safe, I would encourage you to invest in. Well, this is not investing advice, but I'm going to say I'm investing in AI. If you want a list of the AI stocks that I like, just text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. Somebody type 87948 in the chat so everybody can see it. That's the best I can offer you on that. All right, so let's see. Next question. Is Alcoa good for options trading? Asked Christian. You could probably trade options on it or sell options and buy options and all that. I don't personally pick it because it's not a high income generator, but I mean, yeah, if you owned it and you wanted to generate income, you could sell options on it. You could buy options. Every option strategy that you could do that with Alcoa. Just Alcoa there's nothing special about it from an option standpoint, in my opinion. If you want to see the ones that generate the most income, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, I have a list of what I call Dr. Boyce moneymakers, which is stocks that I specifically picked out because of their income earning potential. Like Marathon Digital is one that's really good at generating income. Like a person could live pretty well if they've saved some money and bought some Marathon stock. You could almost save. I almost look at it like starting a little business. If I go and I spend my life savings $50,000 and I open a convenience store, what am I doing? Why am I doing that? Well, I'm doing it because my plan is I'm going to open the store, and then I put all my money into the store, and then the store is going to generate income for me on a regular basis. Well, you can do the same thing with shares of stock, and a lot of people don't know that. So I could go and I could buy. I don't know. Again, I like Coinbase as an example. I could buy, 1,000 shares of Coinbase, which would cost me a decent amount, but let's say $250,000. But a lot of you have put that much money into your businesses or your real estate deals and all that. And I could sell the options on that Coinbase stock every month for maybe $12 or $13 a piece. And so I can make $13,000, $14,000 a month just by being an owner in Coinbase stock. And I like that approach much better than the other approaches because it doesn't require any work. It's a highly liquid investment, which means I can get out of the deal at any time I want. If you go into real estate, anybody who's been in real estate knows that it takes a while to get out of a deal. It's not like something you can do in a day. And sometimes you can't get out at all, especially if the market's down. Or if you think about starting a business, if you start a Black-owned business, you can't sell that business because there's no market for that business. Stocks have a highly liquid, highly active market. Good stocks do. So you can get out of it anytime you want to. You could get out, you could get in and get out in an hour if you wanted. So that's my preferred way to make money, and I think it's something that worth looking into. If you want to learn more about that kind of thing, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working that I did. It's about 45 minutes. I think you'll really like it. And it's you can get it by texting the word money to 87948. So text money to 87948. You'll instantly get a text that will have that link in there, so you can check that out. All right, so let's see here. Rain asked about Nike stock. Is it good to sell options? I don't feel like Nike's good for options, but Nike might be good as a long-term investment, especially if the market dips. If the market drops, don't be scared. Don't feel like that's a bad thing. When the market drops, that means everything's cheaper. So when the market drops, my thought would be that's an opportunity for you to dig into some of those stocks that you've been wanting. I've been keeping cash to the sidelines because I'm kind of waiting for the market to I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall. I feel like something bad's going to happen this fall. I cannot imagine getting through the fall without us having some sort of market decline or collapse or adjustment or correction. But that's my personal speculation. I could be wrong. So don't follow that as investing advice, but just know this is what I'm thinking about. Michael Ruff, are you more bullish on Ethereum over Bitcoin? No. I'm just bullish on both of them. I like Ethereum more because Ethereum's more interesting. If you look at what they're doing on the Ethereum blockchain, it's pretty fascinating when they get into smart contracts. And I could really see what Ethereum can do to make our society better. I can't really see that with Bitcoin. I see Bitcoin as just this speculative asset that just sits there and you buy it and you hold it and you can't spend it really. It's hard. I mean, you kind of can, but not really. It's not widely usable for purchases and transactions. And you're literally just buying it and holding it and waiting for the price to go up. I don't want to do that. I like investments that you can sink your teeth into and do stuff with it. Like my house is an investment. Our house is an investment, but because it's going up in value, it's gone up a few $100,000 since we've owned it. But I can use it until I sell it. Until I get money from it, I get to do things with it, right? I like investments like that better. I like investments that kind of give you something to do while you're waiting for time to pass. I don't like just buying it and just staring at it, just sitting there waiting for it to go up. That's kind of I don't know. It's kind of I don't know. It's boring to me. I think investing should be fun. And in fact, my thought would be if you start a business, I would say advice, but this is not advice really. It's my perspective would be if you go into business and you're going to spend time working on something, work on something that you care about. Work on something that you love. If it's just about the money, I don't think it's going to last very long because you're not going to be passionate about it. It's going to suck to work on this thing when you're not making money. You may spend years not making any money. But if you love it, then you'll still get a benefit. You'll get a non-financial benefit until the money comes. Do you understand what I mean? So if you're doing investing in a business that is not a passion for you, I would make myself a silent partner or a non-involved investor. Like, okay, here's some money. You go do the thing. You go make it happen. Just send me a check when the money comes in. That's what I would do. I would not want to be having meetings and sitting here talking about something that doesn't interest me. So that's what I would suggest. So with entrepreneurship, it's kind of tough. Like I don't really get it when people say that they're working on 5 or 6 businesses at once, unless those are 5 or 6 things that are connected somehow and they all connect to something that you care about. Because remember, you are important. Your time is important. Your life is important. Your time is precious. It's going to end soon. And so when you give your time to something or someone or anything at all, it should be worth it for you. If it's not worth it for you, then you shouldn't be doing it. That's my belief. Okay. Anybody got any questions before we bounce out of here? I'm going to hit another quick topic and then we're going to go. I have to admit I'm not feeling 100% today. So I think I'm going to go to the doctor and, kind of get checked out. Let's see here. Okay, I'm looking to see most of these stories here about Kamala. She raised all that money, and I'm impressed. I mean, she set records. She actually raised more money than any candidate ever in that amount of time. So Trump's got something to worry about with Kamala. She's coming in hard. Wow. Okay. A Silicon Valley executive had $400,000 stolen by cyber criminals while buying a home. Here is her warning. Let's check this out. This is interesting. So Rana Robillard, chief people officer, I don't know what a people officer is, at software startup Techion, was tricked into sending her life savings to a criminal. What happened to Robillard, a 25-year veteran of tech company, speaks to the increasingly sophisticated nature of cybercrime. Real estate, with its large transaction sizes and frequent use of wire transfers, has proven to be an especially lucrative target for criminals. After a year-long search, Rana Robillard was elated to learn she'd beaten 3 other bidders for a house in the leafy California suburb of Orinda, just outside of San Francisco. So when Robillard, chief people officer at software startup Techion, received an email in late January from her mortgage broker with directions to wire $398,359.58 in the down payment to JP Morgan Chase, she wasted no time sending the money. After all, the email appeared to be a response to one Robillard had sent her broker asking about final steps before the closing, which was rapidly approaching. But on January 30th, the day she sent the wire, Robillard got what looked like a duplicate request for the down payment, and it dawned on her that she had fallen for a scam, one that would throw her life into turmoil for the next 6 months. To her horror, instead of sending a down payment for her future home to the title company, as she believed she'd done, Robillard had been tricked into sending her life savings to a criminal. That's when I went into a full panic, she said. Which verified the details of her story with the 4 banks involved. What happened to Robillard, a 25-year veteran of tech companies, including cybersecurity firm HackerOne, she speaks to the increasingly sophisticated nature of cybercrime. Fraudsters are able to penetrate the email systems of mortgage brokers, real estate agents, lawyers, and other advisors, waiting for the perfect moment to strike by sending emails or phone calls that appear to be from trusted parties. Oh my God. Lord Jesus. Oh my God. Holy shit. Real estate, with its large transaction sizes and frequent use of wire transfers, has proven to be an especially lucrative target for criminals. Wires are faster than other forms of payment, typically closing within 24 hours, can handle far larger sums, and are often irreversible, making them ideal for fraud. Scams, including involving fake emails in real estate deals, have exploded over the last decade, rising from less than 9 million in losses in 2015 to 446.1 million by 2022, according to the FBI. Once criminals have a victim's money, they quickly shuffle it to other bank accounts before withdrawing it as cash, converting it into crypto, or exploiting mules to launder the funds, according to Naftali Harris, CEO of anti-fraud startup Centrelink. That's why recovering funds in wire fraud can be so difficult, he added. The faster the fraudster moves it out of the first account, and the more institutions they move it to, the better for them, because it gets murkier and harder to track, Harris said. That's what initially happened to Robillard's funds, which went from a JP Morgan Chase account to one at Citigroup and Ally Bank, according to people with knowledge of her case. Robillard had alerted her bank, Charles Schwab, of the fraud on January 30th. Within days, an official working in the cyber branch of San Francisco of the FBI had this message, quote, "Funds have been located and are frozen," the official said. Okay, so it looks like she got her money back, maybe. After that promising start, Robillard's frustrations have only mounted. Robillard says she was initially told that her funds would likely be released after 90 days, but as the weeks and months stretched on, there were few updates from JP Morgan, which has taken the lead on the case. The FBI told her once the banks involved had frozen the funds, its role was over, she said. So Robillard became obsessed with advocating for herself, reaching out to elected officials and government agencies, including the FTC and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Quote, "Nobody will give you any updates or information," Robillard said. "I've been very assertive, trying to get people to help, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera." In early July, she told CNBC she had no idea whether she would ever see her money again. And while she's been in financial limbo, the world has moved on. The home she had envisioned living in with her daughter, a newly renovated 4-bedroom on nearly half an acre of land, has been relisted for $1.63 million. Robillard says she decided to publicize her story to boost awareness of real estate wire fraud, besides being a last-ditch attempt to get her money back. She said, "This is not what I thought my public representation would look like," et cetera, et cetera. Let's see. Robillard acknowledges that she could have been more cautious before initiating the wire transfer. For one, she says she should have confirmed with OS National, the title company, by open door. that the wire request sent to her in January was authentic. But Robillard also sees ample room for improvement in all the parties involved. Her real estate agent should have explained that wire directions would be coming directly from the title company. The banks should have verified that the receiving account was that of a genuine title company and not a fraudster. And her mortgage broker should have used a secure portal for document sharing. In a chain of more than 20 emails seen by CNBC, let's see. Christy Archinger of Compass Mortgage Advisors was just one was sent by the cyber criminal. Okay, so just one email was sent by the criminal. All the other emails were sent back and forth to him. So it looks like to me like the criminal was watching all these emails going back and forth. And so the criminal says, okay, so she's expecting an email from person B that's going to ask her to wire this money. So I'm going to step in and be person B and then give her the wrong wire information. That's what I'm guessing is here, which is so crazy because this means now you really have to double check. You can't just trust an email or a text message. And then eventually you won't be able to trust a phone call or even a Zoom call. I don't know if anybody's seen AI, but now they have AI where a person can put on a mask, basically, like have a fake face and move and talk as that person. Did y'all know that? I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but literally you could be on a Zoom meeting with somebody, and if you don't know them, like if you think it's Steve from Bank of America, it'll look like Steve from Bank of America talking to you. Like I could literally be a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes talking to you right now based with this AI technology. So it's really getting interesting. Maybe talking on the phone can help and just having them say, I'm sending you the information right now. Let's see here. After more than 5 months in limbo, Robillard finally caught a break. A few days after CNBC contacted the banks, she received a $150,000 wire from Chase. Good. It's funny that yeah, of course they reacted because they knew CNBC was about to write a story about it. And then she got the balance of her down payment, which is another $250,000. And of course, the banks are trying to cover their butts, but this is interesting, right? So maybe we have to go back to the business of doing business in person with people. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, because everything digital, it seems, can be duplicated, replicated. Like there was a time going back just 5 years ago, if something was on video, that was seen as evidence. Now that's not true anymore. Everybody remember when R. Kelly went when that first crazy R. Kelly video came out in 2001, 2002, everybody knew it was him because he was in that video. I didn't even watch it though. I just took people's word for it because you ain't supposed to be looking at stuff like that. That's nasty. But anyway, now if that were to happen now, you can say, "Oh, it's fake. It's AI," or if somebody hated him and they wanted to create a fake video, they could, right? So ultimately, AI is changing everything, and I think that if you aren't keeping up with AI, I would encourage you to do that, because it's going to make a big difference in your life. And it's also one of these things where, from a work and productivity standpoint, the use of AI can make you enormously productive. And if you live with your head in the sand and don't pay attention, you're going to get left behind, and there's a good chance you're going to get duped, and you could end up getting replaced by somebody who's using tools that you never took the time to pay attention to. The other piece of that too is, again, going back to investing. There are companies that are going to explode and make insane amounts of money from AI. There's an expectation that one day AI will produce a billion-dollar company run by one person. It'll be the first billion-dollar company ever created where one person is running that company. So I think investing in AI is a big move. So I have a list of AI stocks. If you'd like to see some stocks that I've invested in to prepare for the AI revolution, just text the word stock to 87948 and I'll send you the list. Just text stock to 87948. Okay, a few more questions that we can bounce out. Let's see. What are a few ticker symbols of the Marathon stock? Every stock, Barbara, only has one ticker symbol. Marathon stock's ticker symbol is MARA, M-A-R-A, M-A-R-A. What are your thoughts on Valero as a stock and for stock options? I don't know. Let me look that up in a second. I'll write that down. And Valero. Okay. Let's see. Make sure you tell the doctor you've been overseas traveling. Ask Marcia. Okay, I will. I would definitely do that. Thank you for that tip, Marcia. I love you too. Let's see. Natika says, how do you feel about TV Tokyo Holdings Corporation, TYO? Okay, I will look both of those up. And one more thing to remind you, and part of the reason I have to go also is because late in about an hour, I'm going to speak with Asada from Urban Intellectuals about her Math Genius program, which we're blending with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program to make sure our kids are not just financial geniuses, but that they know the math behind it. The schools are not teaching math at an adequate level, and if you don't know math, you can't make money because you can't. You have to be able to count your money. You have to be able to know percentages and stuff like that. So, and because we know that we can educate our own kids, we're partnering with people that are doing that. So, Asada is going to come in here about 2 p.m. Eastern, and I'll text you guys the link. If you want to get notified, text the word morning to 87948. These are just different lists you can get on if you want to get information from the Black Business School. So if you text morning to 87948, you'll get an invitation to the afternoon meeting, as well as our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, which we do every single morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. All right. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to look up those stocks really quick, and then that'll be the last thing we do today before we bounce on out. Okay, so let's see. Valero, Valero. Okay, Valero. Let's see. It is an energy company. Okay, in the manufacture and marketing of transportation fuels. I like the investment in energy. Yeah. I mean, would I buy this stock? I don't own it, but I like it. I like it. Now, as far as an asset to sell options on, I mean, it's not terrible. Let me see. Is it high risk or medium? It doesn't seem to be high risk. So if you did pursue an option strategy to generate income from the stock while you owned it, if the price is 147 and you did say a monthly call option that you sold, you could sell that for 214. That there are better stocks to generate income from, but that's not bad. So let's say you owned 1,000 shares of this stock. Well, you could generate a couple $1,000s a month, by selling the option. So it could be a moneymaker while you wait for the price to go up. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's not one that I'm going to buy, but I don't hate it. The premiums are pretty weak, Kendall. That's a good point. It's weak relative to some of the other assets that you can dig into. All right, so TYO, Direxion Daily, 7 to 10 year Treasury Bear 3X. Okay. Now when I looked up TYO, I didn't get that Tokyo company. I got the daily 7 to 10 year Treasury Bear 3X shares, which, let's see, it provides 3 times exposure to a market value weighted index of Treasury bonds with remaining maturities between 7 and 10 years. So that's all about Treasury bonds. So that other stock, I didn't see anything about Tokyo in this ticker. So it may not be traded in the United States. So yeah, so I don't have much to say about that because that other one was that's not what I'm interested in at all. So, but yeah, so bring your questions next time. I'll be happy to answer them and see you in their Kindles. Good to see you. I hope you guys will consider coming to the All Black National Convention. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Chicago, or a suburb of Chicago called Lombard, Illinois. We are making deals every day with great people that are coming. Dr. George C. Fraser is coming now. Brother Nuri Muhammad is going to be one of our speakers. Lamar Tyler, the Black millionaire maker, is going to be there. Constance Carter, who owned the largest Black real estate firm in California, is going to be there. Just and about 30 other scholars. We met a sister who is the president of the National Black Psychologists Association. She's going to be there. The president of a college in Illinois, Prairie State College. We're working to get him there. So there's a lot of people that are coming. So if you want to be around people who are not scared to be Black, who believe we can solve our own problems, who are just great people to know, you can start investment groups with. We have lots of students that have investment groups and investment clubs, and they're working together. We have over 1,000 students that are trading and selling stock options and generating large amounts of money, large amounts of income from that. We have a mastermind. I don't mention it that much, but I do have a mastermind. If you want to apply for the mastermind, you can go send an email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you find anything that you're looking for, and we got you covered. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you, Amani. I see you, Amani, in the chat. Amani's part of our team, and she really helps a lot. And I'm going to go and head on out. So I'll see you guys later. So good to see you. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that today would be a fun day to answer some questions. If you have any questions for me, on economic related issues. Don't let's save questions about stocks and stock options and stuff like that for later because we have special sessions on that. But just general questions about economics, you can blend that with any other topic that you want because, as you know, economics is very holistic. And be more than happy to answer any question. If you could just make it sort of short, that way I can answer as many as possible. That would be very helpful. And what I'm also going to do right now is I'm going to send out a text message to everybody that's on the text list and let them know that we are getting started with our economic elevation training. And if you want to be on the text list and get a text when we do this every single morning, 7 days a week, just make sure you get on the text list. You can do that by texting the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So give me a second here. You're going to get a text in 1 second. And that's me basically reminding everyone else that we're getting started here. Sometimes we need a little bit of a wake-up call. All right. So let's see here. Let me say hi to some of the family that's in here. Let's see. I see Abel Loomis, AC Salam, Andrew Nixon, Angela Taylor, Anthony, Audrey Davis, Dunning, Badia Muhammad. Good to see you as well. Good to see all of you. I'm glad you guys are here. Alfred Kitchen and ladies are here. When I say guys is actually my generic way of saying like everybody, you know, like the same way a girl might say, hey guys, hey you guys, but you're not talking about like men, you're talking about just people. And it's funny because one time I had a real funny, awkward conversation. I used to host this show on AOL Black Voices back in the day when the platform was much stronger than it was. Unfortunately, the platform kind of fell apart after Ariana Huffington took over, and she went in and she had a meeting with the guy who ran the platform, and I guess she decided that he wasn't qualified, and she completely just got rid of it or dismantled it. So everybody kind of lost their job at the same time, and at that time that was one of my black jobs. I had a good black job with AOL Black Voices. I'll tell you guys more about that later. And anyway, I was doing an interview on this little podcast they'd given me, and I was interviewing this lady named Michaela Angela Davis, and I remember that I was interviewing her in a panel of women, and I said, okay, all right, so here's what we're gonna do, you guys, and she says, we're not guys. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I apologize. Right. And so we start talking and the conversation's flowing. Everything's going good. And then I say, okay, I got to ask you guys a question. And she's like, I said, we're not guys. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'll be quiet. I won't say nothing now. I'm sorry. You know, so anyway, that was, I'll never forget that. That was a very strange experience. And, but some of y'all got to stop being so dang serious all the time. But anyway, hi, Patricia Jackson. How are you? And yeah, so anyway, if you want to know about the AOL Black Voices gig, you know, that black job that I had, the cool thing about the gig was it's okay. So at this time, remember back in 07, 08, you know, 06, all this black wealth talk wasn't really happening. Nobody was really talking about black economics at a high level or on big platforms. I would go into some urban radio stations and they say, black people don't want to know anything about wealth. Black people don't care about economics. And I was like, yeah, but all the rappers keep rapping about money. So money probably matters to them. Like, I think black people do care about it, but they really were sort of convinced that all black people really want is ignorance, that all they really want is sort of the simple backwards stuff. And so in fact, when I started the Black Business School, I was actually told by a lot of black people that I was selling myself short. They said, if you put the word black in there, you're going to alienate a lot of people because black people are not going to support you, because black people don't want to support anything that isn't ignorant or entertainment based, right? And I just did it anyway because I knew that's silly, because I have, you know, lots of black friends who believe in wealth, and I know most black people like money. They just may not know how to get it, right? Nobody really taught them properly how to acquire money, how to preserve money, how to pass money from one generation to the next, how to grow money. No one teaches that, right? But everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. And really, it's a problem, right? It becomes kind of a risk factor. It's a national security issue for the black community. When you really need something and you're addicted to something and you don't control the supply of the thing that you need the most, then you're very vulnerable to the people who do control the supply of that thing. Like when the British were supplying opium to the Chinese, and you had all these opium addicts that were waiting for the British ships to come in to bring them opium, it became just a real problem, right? Because not only are you a drug addict, but you also are addicted to a drug that other people hold and control. So the opium wars, from what I understand, was fought over this whole idea where you had people in the community who said, this is not what we want China to look like. China is not supposed to be a place full of ignorant opium addicts. We're not going to sit around and be be dependent on the British. We want to be a strong nation, an independent nation, a liberated nation, and they fought for that. And the problem with that, though, was that the people who spoke up on it, the people who saw the chaos, who saw the ridiculousness, who saw the ignorance, they had to fight battles on two fronts. These had to be the strongest, the talented tenth, so to speak. They had to fight battles on two fronts because, number one, you got to fight the drug dealer, which is the British, and then you got to fight the drug addict, which is the ignorant person who looks just like you, who is so addicted to the white man's supply that he's going to go fight a black man who stands between him and the drug. Do you understand? Y'all get what y'all, let me know if you get where I'm going with this analogy. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying as I explain the difficult job that a lot of you are going to have, right? So the Chinese had the people that really built China, the people that really made China the great nation that it is right now, the superpower that it is, the country that economically and politically and militarily is now one of the strongest nations on earth, were the people that were committed to a strong, free China. They had to understand that sometimes you got to fight the enemy, and sometimes you got to fight the enemy within. Sometimes you have to defend from enemies, both foreign and domestic. Sometimes you got to fight them, and then sometimes you got to fight us. So when you use that term, they not like us, it might mean them, but sometimes they not like us might mean the people that look like us but ain't really like us, if you know what I mean, right? And it doesn't mean you hate them or get mad at them. It just means you stand firm on what you believe, you stand firm on who you are. And so my goal every single day in my life, really honestly, and I can't say I always reach every goal I set, but my goal is to be consistent. Now, that's it. My goal is not to be popular. My goal is not to be liked. My goal is not to make friends. It ebbs and flows. Sometimes you make a lot of friends. Sometimes you lose a lot of friends. The goal is just to be consistent, to say, I'm right here. I'm going to be right here. This is what I'm going to be. This is what I am. And to me, that I think represents a sturdiness that you can build on top of. You can't build an institution on flimsy foundations. You can't build an institution on wishy-washy wood. You can't build a building on bricks that may decide they want to show up for work and maybe don't want to show up one day, and you go back and forth. You can't build a building on materials made out of Play-Doh. You can't do that. You can't build an Empire State Building on a foundation of Jello. So flimsy people who don't know who they are, who are not consistent and clear, are typically just not people that you can really depend on and sort of build on, because you don't know what you're going to get. So my goal is like, you know what? I'm going to try to make sure that every single day, you know what you're going to get from me. Same thing is true with even with my kids. You know, I married my wife. She had 3 children who, it's a blended family, but I love those kids so much. I love them as if they're my own 100%. And I love that Black woman that stood by me through a lot of difficult times. And let me tell you, if anybody, I don't know if anybody else has led a blended family. Has anybody ever led anybody else? How many of y'all got a blended family? I know that a lot of Black folks have blended families. If you have a blended family and you've dealt with that, you know that earning the trust of the children it's a task. It takes time, because children, just like I was loyal to my mother and my father. If my mother had brought in another man and said, "Oh, this is the new head of the household" or something, I would have been like, "What? No, he's not. That's not daddy." You know, especially if I've been 13. Like my wife's son was 13 years old, and he wasn't as tall as now. He's 6'9", but back that time he was even then he was like 5'10", 5'11". And so he's sitting there and he's like, "Who is this guy? Like you like him. I don't like him. I don't even know him." And so it took a long time for us to form a relationship. Now our relationship is amazing. We're very, very close. We talk every day. We trust each other. We help each other. We have each other's back. I respect his father immensely. I let him know that. And you want to know the secret. Here was the secret. And this is something that may help some of you. I don't know, because I believe family is essential to the Black community. I think family requires us as leaders of households to understand our role and the sacredness of that role. The goal that I had with the kids, again, I am no expert in parenting, and I am not a perfect person or nor a perfect parent. But one thing that I learned from my father was consistency. So I said, okay, I know that we have tension right now. I know that it's not easy. I know that you don't know who I am. I know it's going to take time to build your trust. But guess what? I'll wait, and I'm going to be consistent. And every single day, I'm going to be right here. I'm not going nowhere. I'll be the same guy every day, consistently, for years. And then what happened was when the kids eventually learned, okay, Boyce is here, whether we like it or not, and Boyce is consistent. Boyce is gonna be Boyce. Sometimes that means good things, sometimes it means bad things. Like our daughters get so mad because because I'll do little things like leave the cabinets open or leave the not but like little the 13-year-old has a weird thing about like hitting the clear button on the microwave. Like I'll put 2 minutes and 33 seconds and then I'll just pull my food out and it's like says 41 seconds on there and she drives her crazy, right? And so every family has those little things. So I'm always going to be Boyce, but they know what they're going to get. They know they're going to get consistency from me. And so as a result, also that consistency that I've been committed to has also become a type of consistency that not only the children can depend on, but their friends depend on that. Their friends whose parents, unfortunately, have ups and downs and challenges, divorces, and it's everywhere. I mean, families break down consistently every day. And I'm not making fun of anybody's in that situation. I understand things happen. It is what it is. But let me just tell you, my goal, I told my wife, is I said, I want all these kids in the neighborhood to know that no matter what they're going through, they can come to us if they need help, if they need just a place to stay, food to eat. Somebody's going to give them some encouraging words, some good information. And I believe, honestly, I really think if you're talking about nation building, right? And not everybody really gets this, not everybody cares about this type of stuff, but I really think if you're talking about nation building in the community, then I think that consistency is a really strong, significant value system that we should all sort of embrace. I think that being consistent about who we are is what helps us to build something that's strong. And so no, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to be running up and down over which Democrat or which Republican got elected. I'm not going to be changing my tune based on what's popular. I'm not trying to fit into the culture. I'm trying to be consistent. They're just like a brick building, or not even brick, some steel, like a steel structure sitting in the middle of a tornado. You're in the middle. Honestly, as Black people, I feel like you're in the middle of this cultural tornado. The wind is very strong, and some people just blow whichever way the wind blows. They're very leafy. These leafy Negroes. That's the leafy Negroes. They when the wind blows east, they go east. Wind blows west, they blow west because they don't know who they are. A leaf doesn't have a foundation. A leaf does not have roots. A leaf does not know who it is. The leaf does not know where it belongs. The leaf will go whichever way the wind blows. And the problem that you have is that you have a cultural tornado because your culture is kind of all over the place. There's people constantly out here talking, claiming the culture. BET's like, this is the culture. And I'm like, no, it's not. There's like 3 pregnant women with 80 tattoos twerking on the stage with liquor bottles in one hand and weed in the other. That's not, I don't identify with that. And then someone else is like, if you don't vote for so-and-so, then you're not part of the culture. You don't know what I'm talking about, like the camel stuff. You're not in the culture. I'm like, no, that ain't the culture. I'm not, don't get me wrong. I think you should, I've told y'all consistently, vote for who you want. So don't think I'm not telling you to, but that ain't me voting Democrat or Republican ain't got nothing to do with me having my culture. My culture is based on some simple ideas like I want to have strong families. I really want to just reiterate over and over 10 million times to you how important families are in your wealth building process and how many trillions of dollars in Black wealth was stolen when they destroyed your families, when they broke you into pieces and got you running around scrambling and baby mama, baby daddy in your way through life. They took away so much of your economics because if you want to just understand it on a practical level, think about how much easier it is to do something when you've got teammates versus when you have nobody. When you do it all by yourself, you can't really, it's hard to win in America when you're doing it all by yourself. It's really difficult. And really, I think this is part of the plan. I think, remember, capitalism is kind of a son of a bitch. Capitalism is really insidious. It becomes slavery if you really look at it. Like in mathematics, they talk about limits on functions, where you take a variable and you take it all the way to the limit. Like, what happens if you take this number and you make it infinitely big? And which direction is this thing going, right? So basically, if you look at capitalism as a function, as a mathematical function, what you see is that if you take it to its limit, it becomes slavery. It really becomes slavery, where a person has to get up and do what you tell them to do. And maybe you're paying them, but you're paying them such little money that it really doesn't make a difference in their lives. It's just enough money for them to get by. It's not enough for them to escape the system. They are in the system and they're maintaining the system, but they're not gonna get what they need to break out of the matrix or break out of the system. Okay. So really capitalism is a type of slavery. And slavery works best when you're dealing with people that are economically desperate and divided. If they can divide you, they can conquer you. That's it. If they can break you into pieces, then they can take you down. So when we talk about elections and all that, I know I say stuff that sometimes it makes people happy, sometimes it doesn't. And I apologize if it offends you, but all I give a damn about is I need you to not let politics break up the things in your life that are going to really matter for you. Don't let politics cause you to stop speaking to your cousin who had your back since you were a baby. Like that's not appropriate. Because when the election's over, the politicians are going to do exactly what they always do. They're going to disappear for another 4 years, and then they're going to come back, be right before the next election, and start giving you all these trigger symbols and whatever, this coded slave language to get you all excited about the next election. That's what they do. That's the pattern. Okay, and so I would just say, do your thing. Support who you want. Just don't let it get too serious. It's like if I used to have this cousin. He was my craziest relative. He was such a weirdo. And we used to play when we were little, we would go to grandma's house and we would play games like kids play games. We would start playing checkers. He wasn't very smart either. So, and I guess I was kind of smart. So we start playing checkers. I start winning because I'm smart and he just wasn't. And then every time he would get so mad that he was losing the game. He would flip the board over, fuck this, and throw the board across the room. And one time he pulled out a butcher knife on my other cousin because he lost the game. We were playing football or something. And I was like, dude, why are you pulling out a knife on your relative because you lost the football game or because you can't play checkers? And the dumbest part of it was he would always start every fight and he could not fight. That's what the hilarious thing was. I was like, and even as an 8-year-old, I was like, this is not logical. You keep starting fights, but you keep getting your ass kicked. If you're gonna start fights, it seems like you would be a good fighter. Like I would, like that would make more sense to me. But you're asking for more of an ass whooping. That's just a little side note. And I don't hope my cousin doesn't see this because he's still crazy. But the funny thing was, it didn't make any sense, and he was taking it too seriously. And some of y'all get like that. Some of y'all get like that over these elections. You get to the point where you get to hollering and screaming and cussing out your own relatives and making them feel bad and shaming them and attacking them and really doing the exact same thing that your oppressors have always done. Your oppressors do that. They remember there's terms like voter intimidation or voter suppression. These are terms that have been used for a very long time, and these are terms that apply if you are pressuring someone else or making them feel bad and attacking them because they're doing something different from what you're doing. And I don't think that's appropriate. And that's very anti-freedom. And I would almost argue that it's anti-black. Oppression is oppression, whether it's coming from a slave master or an overseer. Right? So in politics, we kind of have these overseers who work on behalf of the master to do things that the master can't do. Like so, for example, when I remember when Cornel West, I knew Cornel West and Michael Eric Dyson very well. I love those guys. They were kind of a little bit almost like mentors to me to some extent, and I remember when they were the best of buddies. They were such good friends, and I admired them both, and I got to know them both, and I still know them both. I just haven't talked to them in a few years. And then the Obama presidency came along, and that became a big divide. I remember Michael. One minute Michael was pro-Obama, then he became very anti-Obama, then he became very pro-Obama again. I didn't know what was going on with that. I was very confused by that. And Cornell was also pro-Obama. He sat with Barack in a room with David Axelrod, Jesse Jackson Jr., and a few other people to figure out how to get black people to support him. And they figured it out, and the formula worked. Everybody fell in love with him, and he won the election. Well, Cornell was disappointed. Cornell felt that Obama was not doing as much for the black community and also for poor people as he hoped that he would. So Cornell became a critic of Obama, and Dyson was a big supporter of Obama. Well, the next thing that was interesting to me was I remember being very saddened by the fact that those two stopped being friends over the Obama presidency. And what was really specifically appalling to me and very sad was that The Obama administration, I think, felt that they could not directly respond to Cornel West because he's kind of beneath him. And the way politics kind of works is you don't really talk to people that are beneath you. So what they did was they kind of sent Dyson as kind of a weaponized adversary, right? So you can't do the fight, but you get somebody to fight on your behalf. So what they did was they gave him this spread in one of the liberal magazines. I forgot which one it was, Slate magazine, I think, where they let him write like a 10,000 word article pretty much just dismantling the credibility of Cornel West, just really going above and beyond to the point where it became more than just saying I disagree with you. It got to the point of saying you're irrelevant. You're just a worthless human being, and I feel like that's inappropriate. I think that is really the weaponization of Black people against other Black people, and it's also a type of tactic used by colonizers all throughout the world. That's what you do if you want to conquer an area, and this has happened anywhere. Look up the struggle between the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look up what happened with the a revolution in Iran in the 1970s. Go to a lot of countries and you will find these unbelievable civil wars where the colonizer, like a puppet master, will take one side and pit them against the other so that you're so busy fighting each other that you don't actually fight the system that's controlling the both of you. And the reason this tactic tends to work is because most people don't spend time doing what we do every single morning, which is focusing on consciousness. Consciousness is leveling up. Consciousness is when you rise above the situation you're in. Consciousness is when you can see the forest and you're not distracted by the trees. Consciousness is where you're about to fight your brother and you're like, wait a minute, what are we doing? Wait, hold on, let's stop for a minute. Let's think about this. Hold on, how's this gonna work? I'm fighting with my wife, and I use consciousness all the time. To stay married, you got to use consciousness. And so my wife, and I think it confuses my wife because sometimes we'll be in the middle of a heated debate that is bordering on becoming an argument, and then just like that, I might snap out of it and be completely fine with whatever. I won't be angry anymore. And she doesn't know where that's coming from. Like, where did your anger go? Well, it's because I had a moment of consciousness. I thought about it and I realized that in 5 years, I'm really not even going to remember this argument. I'm not going to care about this issue in 5 years, but I am going to know if I divorce my wife. I am going to remember that. And so I'm letting it go because it's tiny. I'm letting go of the small stuff. Up in here, it's big things popping, little things stopping. Shout out to Ti, right? Basically, consciousness is when you can see the bigger picture. That's what. Do you follow what I'm saying? Looking at the bigger picture is really how you understand systems. That's how you fight systematic racism. It's how you deal with capitalism. It's how you deal with oppression. You have to be able to think on a higher dimensional level. This is why one of the reasons that in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program in the Black Business School, one thing that we do is we train parents on how to have what we call sturdy children. Sturdy is spelled STERDY, and this is how you build Black millionaires. This is not how you get Black jobs. So if you're looking to get a job, you need to go talk to the people that'll show you how to fill out an application. That's not what we teach you how to do. It's fine. I no disrespect, but we want kids. We want kids up here. We don't want them just in the struggle. We want them above the struggle. You understand? So I don't want you fighting on the ground. I want you in an airplane flying above the ground. Okay. And so STURDY stands for systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. This is what builds Black millionaires. So you can write this down if you want to. Systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. This is how millionaires and billionaires think. What does that mean? Well, systems means that you think about things in a systematic way. Your financial consciousness is at such a level that you're not really looking at things in sort of this idiosyncratic kind of way, like sort of one-offs, like how do I get this job or how do I make a couple of dollars? You're thinking about systems, right? So let me give an example of how a systematic thinker makes money versus how we're trained to make money. The way we're trained to make money is we're trained to sell time for money. We're trained to do sort of time-based math where we say, if I make $40 an hour and I work 10 hours, I make how much money? How much money do I make? If I make $40 an hour and I work 10 hours, how much money am I going to make? Type it in the chat. How much money am I going to make that day? $400, exactly. So that means if I want to make more money, then what does that mean? I got to sell more time, typically, right? I can work 80 hours and get $800, 1,000 hours and get 1,000 times 40, which I guess what's that? $40,000, whatever. Okay. Well, a person that thinks in terms of systems doesn't really sell time for money, because time is a limited commodity. Time is very limited for you, and money is fleeting. Money can be replaced. So actually, a systematic thinker might say, instead of me selling time for money, so instead of me saying that $40 an hour times 10 hours is going to get me $400, I might say sell units of a product. And let's say my product is $10 a piece. Okay, so if I want to make $400, I just have to sell 40 units of my $10 product, and then I can still make the same $400 you made, but I didn't sell any time to do it. I could do that in literally half a second if I have a system that's strong enough. If I have some digital system that allows me to sell products and make money, then I can make $400 in seconds, not in time is literally irrelevant. Also, a systematic thinker, which is what our children could be trained to do, is a person that understands, and this actually relates to another part of the model, but basically a systematic thinker might think in terms of just building some sort of organization where you have partners and team members and people that report to you, maybe people that you hire, you buy time from them, and you develop a system that allows you to make money. Apple makes its money because it has a really amazing system. That's why they're able to make probably, I'm going to guess, 40, 50, $60 million a day. Maybe it's more than that or less than that. I haven't done the math. The T stands for technology. I think that if our kids understand technology, that is one thing that allows you to scale. The wealth right now that's being created in this country is being created mostly by the technologists. It's the people in Silicon Valley, the people who took computer science classes, stuff like that. A lot of you have kids that are really, really good at science that are going to become engineers or doctors or whatever. And I think all of that is fine, but I also encourage you to really, really open their minds to all the things that they can do as entrepreneurs who understand technology, because that gives them this lottery ticket that might actually cash in and turn into $1 billion. Okay. Now, a job is not going to turn into $1 billion job 9 times out of 10, but you can become a $100 million, $1 billion entrepreneur. I know a lot of entrepreneurs that you'll never hear about who make $200,000 a month. That is quite doable if a child is trained on these skills at an early age and understands the process. Number 3, entrepreneurship. This is that third part. Again, rather than black jobs, I think black jobs are fine. I'm more into black wealth. I'm more into black owned. One thing about when the politics issue comes up, I simply put up that chart that shows you that black wealth has been, we've been in the lowest rungs of wealth for the last 50 or so years or more. And I say, show me which Democrat or which Republican has changed our ranking in the wealth hierarchy. There is no Democrat that's done it. There is no Republican that's done it. So really, if you really want to talk about how people rise up, how communities rise up, economically speaking, and change their position in the ranking, it's because they produce entrepreneurs that can build those businesses that are really going to scale and really blow up and kick ass and take names. If you do that, then you have that person that comes into the hood. They can create 100,000 jobs or whatever. Those are the people that really move the needle. If you build a university, if you have entrepreneurs in the university who go out and make $1 billion, then they can come back and write a check for 50 million to build a gymnasium or to build a science lab or whatever. Employees can't really do that. And so if you look at the institutions that have the biggest endowments, they tend to produce the most powerful, most impactful entrepreneurs. So if we produce an army of black entrepreneurs, not only are we talking about a major move in terms of wealth, but you're talking about a major move in terms of freedom. You're also talking about a major move in terms of sovereignty, because if you have black entrepreneurs that have those $1 billion endowments, they can then come in and they can fund the black owned schools. Because I hope that you hear me when I'm saying to you that one of the biggest problems with the misguided mind of the Negro in America is that we hand our children over to other people to educate them. Our children are our $1 trillion asset, and we give that $1 trillion asset away when we hand over their brains. Their minds and their brains shape their values. Their minds and their brains determine what they're going to spend time working on. Their minds and their brains determine what matters to them. Their minds and their brains determine how they're going to use their power when they get it. Their minds and their brains decide how, which direction they're going to point their energy. So you got to understand, pay attention now. You could show me a lot of black politicians and I'm not really impressed. But because their minds are set in such a way where they say, when I get the power, I got to go serve everybody. Or when I get the power, I'm not doing anything specifically for black people, because doing something specifically for black people is dangerous, inappropriate. It's not going to be beneficial to me. However, you go and you take another person like, say, a Jaylen Brown and with the Boston Celtics. Jaylen Brown at the Boston Celtics is the highest paid player in the NBA, or at least he was for a while. I guess someone else got a bigger contract, but Jaylen Brown, when he signed that $400 million contract, first thing he said is, I want to build a black Wall Street. When he said that, When I heard him say that, I said, somebody educated this black man. Somebody educated him. He was not educated by the public school system. He might have went to school. I'm not saying he didn't go to school, but somebody was educating him after school, if you understand what I'm saying. Somebody got to this kid and said, when you get the power, this is what your value system's going to be. So here's the thing. It's not about what skills they taught him. Somebody taught him how to play basketball, but we've had thousands of great basketball players. And black people, we just mass produce basketball players. No, somebody didn't just educate him. They shaped his value system. That's the thing. That's the power of education. It's not just about learning how to do something. It's where also you learn why you're doing it and who you're doing it for and who's going to receive the benefits of that labor. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Jaylen Brown, they're looking at him like, how the hell did this Negro get through the system? What happened here? We control all the Negroes. Like, what's going on? Who hacked this kid's brain to make him think that actually serving black people is more important than serving us? So now you know why Jaylen Brown is not on the Olympic basketball team, because Jaylen Brown instantaneously, when he advocated an allegiance, a true respect, a true consideration for black people, he became the most dangerous player in the NBA next to Kyrie Irving. Because there's no reason Kyrie and Jaylen should not be on that Olympic team, because if they were on that team, I bet you they wouldn't have almost got beat by South Sudan. Okay, did y'all see that? They made fun of South Sudan and talked about how the players aren't that tall and just some ignorant, goofy stuff. And South Sudan came in and whooped that ass. They lost by 1 point on a last-second shot. That's how close that game was. So yeah. So they know who was supposed to be on that team, but you also need to know why he wasn't on the team. It's because America is not a friend to the black man, to the black woman, nor is it a friend to the black family or the black community. The systematic structure of this country was not built on strong black families and strong black communities. It was built on black servitude. It was built on you playing your position. It was built on you doing your black job and not trying to go take the white job, or not trying to get into black owned and black wealth and all that talk. Like, wait, hold, you ain't supposed to be driving the bus. You're not supposed to own the bus. You're not supposed to build the bus. You're supposed to ride in the back with the other Negroes. That's when you're supposed to be. So if you want to understand why I just don't care, I can't bring myself to care about all these elections, it's because that ain't got nothing to do with making you more powerful. It doesn't. It's another distraction. It's taking energy that we should be spending on other things and applying the energy toward putting another person who is going to ignore us into power. And no disrespect to those of you who are excited about Kamala. If you want to know my opinion, I think she's a smart lady. I think it's really interesting. I could criticize both candidates. Kamala's got an interesting track record. Trump, his is really interesting because he's been around for a while and he's been Trump for a long time. But then at the same time, I have admiration for them both. I think Kamala's well-spoken, well-educated. She's a better politician. She understands the systems a little bit better, I think, than the Trump would. And Trump, though, has been a great, brilliant real estate guy. He's a really good businessman. I know people want to act like he's just stupid and ridiculously bad, but that's the politics of it all. No, if you study the Trump family, you'll understand that their power play goes back 100 years. And what I just really want from you is not to admire any of these people or put them on a pedestal. I want you to realize that you can do what they do. So when I see a Jaylen Brown, I'm like, that was great. Somebody had a power play. Somebody told that kid who he was when he was very young and said, we're going to go ahead and plant this seed in you so that just in case you become some wealthy, famous black man, you're going to know what your priorities are. We're going to talk about what should matter to you, because I was built kind of the same way. I had certain seeds planted in me that said, if I become this PhD who's known around the world, I'm not going to waste my time doing a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter for people who are disconnected from my community. No, I'm going to bring it back home. And this is not uncommon. This is done around the world for independent nations that want to become strong. This is what the Chinese did. The Chinese did the same thing. The Chinese started rating their citizens based on, what are you doing for China? You are from the world. You went to another country and you became successful at what you do. But what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? That ain't got nothing. You going off to the United States and working at MIT means nothing for China unless you're helping China. So they literally rate their citizens based on, what are you pouring into China? What are you putting back into the bucket? Because the only thing that determines the value of this community is what's in the bucket. Are you contributing or are you not? We're not going to give you credit for having resources. We're going to give you credit for donating and investing resources. That's what you get credit for. You don't get credit for what you could do. You get credit for what you actually do. So there are people who have far less than some of these prominent Negroes on TV, these entertainers, these politicians, whatever. There are people I know, they have far less resources than any of these people you'll see on TV, but their contribution is far greater because they're doing things specifically for the Black community. Like that mother who's raising a bunch of Black boys and Black girls in her house, she's doing something specifically for the Black community because she's raising those boys right so they'll grow up and become good husbands and not gangster serial killers, and raising the girls right so they'll go up and become great wives and mothers and leaders instead of going out and doing something silly in the world that harms people. Do you understand? So that's what's going to make the difference. So anyway, let me keep going. So let me finish the sturdy model. I get into stuff and then I lose track. Thank you, Troy Williams, for getting me back on point. All right, so sturdy stands for systems, technology, entrepreneurship. And the R and the D stands for relationships and delegation. The Y just stands for youth. I just put that on there so it could be a full word because sturdy sounds better than stirred. But relationships means that I think that relationship management and relationship building should be taught to children at an early age. If I built a school tomorrow, if somebody gave me $100 million and said, we want you to build a school for Black people, I would literally have relationship management as like one of the core skills that the children are trained on so they can learn things like conflict resolution, learning things like how to pick the right friends, how to pick the right spouse, how to get along with the people that matter to you, how to get along with your kids. There's a science to all this. There's science to all this, and a lot of us mess these things up because we don't take the time to study the science. So, but that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business Schools, because I said, okay, let's take the science of relationship management and let's help people apply this to their families. Because if your family stays together, you're going to be more wealthy than if your family breaks apart. That's a fact. If your family stays together, you're going to be safer than you are if your family breaks apart. That's a fact. If your family stays together, you're going to be better off mentally, physically, and your mental, physical health, all that stuff's going to be better than if your family breaks to pieces. A broken family is very traumatic, and a lot of us ignore the trauma because we're used to Black people being so tough that we can just go through anything and it's okay, but it's not okay. It's not okay that your mother was not there when you were growing up. It is not okay if your father was not there for you when you were growing up. It is not okay that you got traumatized by your own sibling. It's not okay if you got molested by your uncle. It's not okay if you kept getting bullied by your cousin. It's not okay if you have cousins and relatives that are cussing you out because you voted for Trump or you voted for Biden or whatever. None of that is okay. None of that is appropriate. None of that is right. It's not okay that you started a great business with your friend and y'all started fighting and now the business is dead because y'all couldn't resolve the issue. Lots of wealth gets lost that way. I use like rock groups and stuff as an example. You know, you look at New Edition, they had great conflict resolution skill. One guy I interviewed on the AOL Black Voices show one time was Michael Bivins. And Michael Bivins, I'm going to speculate. I don't know all the members of New Edition. One of them was in this class, and I don't know if he's here today, the tall one, Ronnie, and he's a very nice guy. But the other ones, I don't know the story behind it, but I know Bobby Brown was interesting. He was kind of a wild guy. And what I really admire is the way somebody in that group, and I bet it was Michael Bivins because he seems like a leader. When I met him, he seemed like a real leadership prone kind of person. But somebody got them to resolve their conflicts. Somebody got them to realize that they were better together than they were trying to all be solo. Because you remember, they've gone in all different directions. I think Johnny was solo, Ralph was solo, Bobby was solo, and then you have the other three, Belle Biv DeVoe, led by Michael Bivins again, right? Who actually ended up being more successful than any of these more talented artists. Because everybody knows Belle Biv DeVoe could not sing like Johnny Gill. They couldn't perform like Bobby Brown. They couldn't sing like Ralph Transvant, but they became really successful. Why? Well, because somebody said, we better work together because we can't do this by ourselves. None of those guys in Belle Biv DeVoe, tell me the truth. Some of y'all, if you're young, you may not remember this, but I want you to go back and look at it. Look it up. But tell me if you remember this. None of those guys in Belle Biv DeVoe were all that talented. If Ron, if you're in the class, brother, I'm not making fun of you. This is really a compliment, so please don't get offended. But seriously, they weren't as talented as but then again, it's not a knock against them. I mean, Johnny Gill could sing like his voice was amazing. Ralph Transvant, same thing. So what I'm saying to you is that I want you to really look at these real life examples to understand the economic benefits that come with putting your ego to the side and working together and seeing the bigger picture. It took consciousness for this to happen. It doesn't happen by accident typically. There are so many other groups from 3-6 Mafia to the Ghetto Boys to a lot of groups that they could be touring and making millions of dollars right now, but they can't tour because they can't get along. Outkast has been, Outkast could have made at least $100 million by now. But for whatever reason, Andre and Big Boy are not on the same page. So when you can't collaborate, you're losing money. You're giving wealth away when you can't collaborate. So what I would encourage you to do is learn the skills of a collaborative person. Learn those skills. I'm not a master at it. Because I don't collaborate as much as I should. I'd like to, but trauma gets in the way. It affects all of us. I'm a heavily traumatized person. So if you ever see Boyce acting a fool or Boyce messing up, just know that Boyce's trauma's kicking in because I was high on the trauma scale and I'm trying to work through that. Ain't none of us got this figured out. What matters in my view is just doing your best to try to keep growing. You got to keep growing. They say that when you stop growing, you start dying. And in some areas, our community's dying because people don't want to grow. You got what Dr. Claude Anderson refers to as need to grows. He calls them need to grows. I don't want to be a need to grow. I want to learn how to be a collaborative person, how to be a helpful teammate. Like when I think about family and I think about what my role is as a father, I'm thinking, how can I be the person that when I come in the room, everybody's day gets better? How can I be the person that's going to have a good answer for you for a question or something motivational to say, something that's going to propel you forward in a direction that you want to go, that's going to help you stay on the path? Like, how can I be that person? And so to some extent, maybe I decided it's fun to kind of be like a cheerleader because kids need confidence, right? So I love cheering on the kids and saying, you're great at this. You can be amazing at this. Oh my God, keep practicing. You got this, and it's a little bit weird, a little bit fanatical, but that's my own little way of trying to be a good teammate. What I don't want to be is that father who traumatizes everybody and harms other people and causes people to have to spend $20,000 in therapy because they're overcoming the horrible things that their father did. And to me, that when that happens, that's due to a lack of consciousness on the part of the father. That's when the father is not aware of the impact of his behavior, the impact of his actions. And I think a lot of that can come from the fact that you never healed. So a lot of times the reason healing is very important is because what you'll find is that when you go to healing and therapy and all that, you'll become much more aware, self-aware, you'll become aware of your environment. And what's happening is your consciousness is rising up. Okay. And this will translate to your economics, I promise you, because you'll see the bigger picture. And then the hard part of that, though, is that because everybody else isn't doing it, you're going to end up looking like a weirdo because you're going to see things other people won't see. That's why I think it's very important to add in as part of your consciousness to get around other conscious people because they're going to get it. You can say, I was thinking the other day that it seems like we always do this, but it always turns into that. And they'll go, yeah, you're right. I thought about the same thing. You want people like that. You don't want people that are going to be like, what are you talking about? Just pass the potato chips, Igga. Give me the show's coming on. Where's the beer at? Like that's irritating. I don't enjoy that, right? So anyway, I did say we were going to answer some questions. Let me finish up. So STURDY stood for systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. Delegation is an important part of systematic thinking. What you'll find is that when you go on that journey toward wealth, first thing they teach you is how to work hard. I think Black people were very good at working hard. We work harder than everybody else. But then eventually you realize you can't work any harder. You're working 40 hours a week, then 50, then 60, then 70, then 80, especially if you're an entrepreneur. But then you realize that you hit your peak. You can't go further without it significantly diminishing your quality of life. So how about as a fundamental skill early in life, we teach children about delegation. Delegation is just teamwork. Delegation is realizing that you can't be good at everything. You can't be in all places at once. You can't do everything all the time for everybody. And so what you do is you get teammates and you have good relationships with the teammates and you develop systems that allow you to pass tasks on so that you don't have to try to do everything yourself. Because some of y'all start businesses and you end up being the CEO, the marketing director, the janitor and the secretary, right, all at once. And that's hard to do. I've seen really talented people who could do amazing things, who just lack the ability to delegate and to have teamwork. I will say, for example, I'll say it, Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson is a brilliant speaker, but I think that he's missed a lot of his potential because Umar Johnson doesn't delegate very well. He doesn't collaborate very well. And a lot of that is driven by, in my view, ego. Right? If you want to be the king of everything all the time and dominate other people in a significant way, then you're not really going to be very good to collaborate with. Kanye West had that same problem when I met with him, and Donald Trump seems to have that problem a little bit, even though he does have a bigger team. I don't know exactly the intricacies of his team, but a lot of it is about attitude. It's about being able to have respect for other people, to empathize. Empathy is a word that is used a lot by Dr. Nicole Price. She just did a TED Talk, a brilliant TED Talk in at Morehouse. And Nicole and I, we're not on the same page in a lot of political issues, but I respect her immensely because when she talks about empathy, it's really something worth looking into. If you understand empathy and you use it in a positive way, because it's power. You could manipulate people with it if you want to, but if you are using it in a good way, it really helps you get a whole lot more stuff done because you kind of learn just these basic ideas like the whole world, everything in about you. You learn how to see the world from other people's perspective. Empathy would allow a Trump supporter to sit down with a Harris supporter and talk to each other, which does not happen in America. So America, as Dr. Price says, and I agree with her, we need an empathy revolution. I really, I get it if you don't like somebody else's ideas, but I think you're probably smarter if you take the time to try to understand them than you are by trying to lecture them and make them like you, because it ain't gonna work anyway. You sit and argue with people that are already stuck in their way of thinking. It's not You're not gonna make any progress. You're just gonna get stressed out. So why not just listen? Let them rail, and then after they feel heard, what will happen is they're gonna start listening to you. As Pastor Kevin Cosby used to say, he says, "Before you correct, you must connect." And that's true for children. It's true for people. It's true for life. It's true in business. It's true in politics. It's true in everything. So connect, All right. So let me I'm answer a few more questions. Just a quick reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th. So if you'd like to join us in Chicago for the #1 gathering of intelligent Black people on the planet, it is not corporate sponsored. It is not sponsored by the Democrat or the Republican parties. We don't do none of that stuff. You can be Democrat, you're welcome. If you are Republican, you are welcome. If you're independent, you're welcome. If you don't vote, you are welcome. All that we ask is that you are Black first. Be one, Black first. That means that you agree with us that that serving our community and doing things for our people is the most important thing that we can do. And again, if you agree with that, then I don't care. I don't care if you're married to a white guy or a white woman. Like I don't know. There's people that come, they bring their little white spouse, and I'm like, hey, we can use all hands on deck, and it's totally fine. So it's amazing. We have experts of all backgrounds that are going to be there, family members, excellent parents like Dr. Mary Stoddard, who was raised as she was a sharecropper growing up, has 17 brothers and sisters in deep poverty. All 17 of them graduated from college. And then also she raised 5 children with her husband, Dr. Marcus Stoddard, and all 5 of her children have PhDs or MDs, all 5 of them, every single one of them. Now, I hope you agree with me that these are the people we need to learn from. When we study parenting, I don't want to read some book written by some white dude at Harvard. I want to learn from Dr. Stoddard. I want to learn, okay, how do you raise kids like that? How do you raise excellent Black children in a world where we're taught that Black excellence doesn't exist or that Black people just can't do it? So long story short, these are the types of people that we bring in, that we look for. Another brother, Cody Ransom. I met Cody because he was doing tours on Black Wall Street, and I invited Cody to the convention. Cody he understands the real story behind Black Wall Street at a level that is not in any movie or any book anywhere. Like it's absolutely amazing when he breaks down the whole Black Wall Street situation, what happened during, after, all the stuff that's not really included in the reports. So Cody is another person that we brought into the Black Business School because he just gets it. Asada Moore, a sister, she runs something called the Black Math Genius Program. She works with Freddie Taylor, who runs Urban Intellectuals, and Freddie is very fanatical about Black history and making sure that we know our history and know who we are. And he's taught that to millions of our people. And then Asada Moore has been for 30 years teaching Black children how to be outstanding in mathematics. She takes them to the highest levels. She sets the highest standards. She does not believe that because you are Black that somehow you're supposed to be in the slow kids class. Because if you go to a lot of these schools, tell me if you've seen this. If you go to a lot of these public schools, you go into the class of the slow kids or the kids that are diagnosed with some sort of being mentally slow or whatever. It ends up being like full of Black kids. That's what they do. They curse you with low expectations. I mean, I get it. If you have a deficiency, fine, but your deficiency is not going to be helped if I enable the deficiency. If I tell you to give up on life and I tell you to not even try anymore. I had a cousin that was in one of those slow classes, and I remember I asked him, I said, well, what do you do at school all day? He said, we just sit in the room and the lady reads to us. So he graduated high school and couldn't even read because they diagnosed him in a certain way when he was 7 years old. But he could do everything else. He was able to get girls pregnant, play video games, play basketball, and do all these other things. But yet somehow you can't even learn how to read. So this is what they're doing to our kids. They're killing the community because these young men and young women are the ones who are going to grow up and give birth to babies and supposedly provide with your daughters and your sons and it's not acceptable. How about that? It's not acceptable. So, if you want to join the convention, feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. I guarantee you it'll change your life. You're going to meet people there that you've never met before. And that's what we're doing. And we're getting it done. We're making it happen. All right. So, anyway, let me answer a couple more questions in the Q&A section. If you want to come into the private Zoom, I'm only looking at the questions that are inside the Zoom. So if you want to join the private Zoom tomorrow and you're listening, say on YouTube or something like that, just text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation tomorrow and you can join us inside the private Zoom tomorrow morning. All right, so let's see here. Gail says, can you explain how to start the $5 a day plan? Step 1, step 2, step 3. Great question. Okay, first thing is the $5 a day plan is at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free, blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's how the $5 a day plan works, and then here's how you implement it. The $5 a day plan basically says that any person of any income level who can find a way to invest $5 a day, which is actually less than the cost of a McDonald's value meal, it's less than the cost of a Popeye's chicken value meal. If you can invest $5 a day, then even if you randomly pick stocks in the S&P 500, after 10 years, based on history, you can't predict the stock market, but based on history, you would have after 10 years roughly $29,000 in liquid wealth. After 20 years, you'd have roughly $100,000 in liquid wealth. After 30 years, roughly $250,000. After 40 years, you have roughly $750,000. This solves the black wealth problem. This solves the problem for any family that has just consistency. Buy your stocks and don't sell them. How do you implement it? Very easy. You can open up an app like on Robinhood, Acorns, anywhere else, and then have it automatically deposit about, let's say, $5 a day, which would be $150 a month. You can do it monthly or you can do it weekly. It's up to you. You don't have to do it daily. I call it $5 a day because that's the title, but really it could be $5 a day was also $35 a week or $150 a month, one of those two. So if you put in automatically deposit $150 a month into your account and then have that $150 automatically purchase any of a wide range of ETFs. The ones that I refer people to first are VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, or SPY, Sierra Papa Yankee, Sierra Papa Yankee, SPY, or VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. If you do that consistently and you just don't sell and you do your $150 a month, just like you do your car note, just like you do your cell phone bill, just like you do every other bill that you have, then over time you will build wealth. After a decade, you won't be in poverty anymore because there's nobody who has $20,000 or $30,000 liquid in an account that can say that they're poor anymore. So this solves the poverty problem, and it solves it in a way that is so easy that even a monkey can do it. Burton Malkiel in 1971 taught monkeys to invest by having them do very simple things like that, and the monkeys had more money than working class people. And so don't think investing is complex or hard. It's much easier than you think. And the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing is to not do it at all. Now, for those of you that get it, for those of you that have it, then I don't think $150 a month is appropriate. $150 a month is the bare minimum. That's the number I picked for all the Negro naysayers I had to deal with. Negro naysayers are people who find a problem with every solution. So I had lots of Negro naysayers who'd say, black people can't afford to invest. You being uppity telling black people to invest. Investing's for white people. Investing's for rich people. Investing's for people who got college degrees. I said, okay, all right. So let's start with $5 a day. I said, I literally would ask them, I said, can black people afford chicken? And when I asked them, can black people afford chicken? You can't say no, because we single-handedly support half the chicken in the Popeyes wouldn't exist if it wasn't for black people. So you can't. So basically, I said, okay, let's do $5 a day. Let's see what happens if you do that, the bare minimum. And that's what you get. That's how you can build wealth, even at that low level. But truth be told, think about it. I'm talking about $150 a month. A lot of y'all got car notes that are $700-$800 a month. So what if you cared as much about your legacy, and what if you cared as much about your family's wealth and your family's future as you care about that car in your driveway that's going to be worthless in 5 or 6 years? You know, what if you cared as much about your children as you care about paying the cell phone bill every month? You know, seriously, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just giving you facts. Well, if that's the case, then you wouldn't be doing 150 a month. You'd be doing 600 a month. 4x that, the amount that people spend on their car note. You do 600 a month, then after 10 years, based on history, you're not talking about $29,000. You're talking about 120,000. After 20 years, you're not talking about 100,000. You're closing at 350, 400,000. After 30 years, you're not talking about $250,000 anymore. You're talking about $1 million. You got $1 million liquid, just for one short, brief sacrifice of less than a generation. And then if you protect those assets properly and going into the next generation, then your family doesn't have any economic problems at all. Okay. It's very easy to solve, but you just have to do it. And you have to stop feeling sorry for yourself and take action. Okay. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. Okay, Jamila, and by the way, I do have a stock market investing class if you want to take a look. It's theblackstockmarketprogram.com, THE. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The first month is free. All right, don't forget the THE. All right, Jamila Stone says, is a multi-asset income a mutual fund? In your opinion, is a multi-asset income a mutual fund? I'm not sure I understand that question, Jamila. A multi-asset income, a mutual fund? No, a mutual fund is basically where you buy one asset and it represents a collection of stocks. So it's almost like I have a multivitamin here, and if I take that one vitamin, it's got a lot of nutrients in it. I don't have to go take independent pills to get every single thing. The multivitamin has everything in it. So a mutual fund has a bunch of different stocks in there. So you're getting a piece of a bunch of different industries all with one share. Okay. Just like a multivitamin. Okay. Now, by the way, those ticker symbols were VOO and SPY. Somebody type that in the chat. If anybody asks and they say, can you repeat that? If you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. I don't want to trigger my ADHD. In your opinion, is it worth investing to build wealth? Yes. Mutual funds are a great way to get started, and it makes it very easy. Desmond's asking, what do you think about Krispy Kreme? I don't have stocks in front of me, Desmond, so I can't do that. Well, we do Stock Market Tuesdays, and that's when I can look up stocks and stuff like that. But right now I don't have anything in front of me, so I can't really analyze Krispy Kreme. I don't know how that company's doing right now. How do I contact LeVar Scott's team? I'm not sure, but if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you, and they can help you with pretty much anything you want to do with your family in the Black Business School. So that's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Has Mr. Cody come to the platform before? Yes, Barbara, he has. He was here last year, and we invited him back again this year, and I'm going to hopefully try to get him to the All Black National Convention, because when he tells you about Black Wall Street, you'll realize, no matter, even if you think you know the story, you really don't know the story. That's why I reached out to partner with Cody, because I went to Tulsa to visit some friends and family, and he gave just this tour, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This guy, he knows so much stuff. Is mobile notary still available? I don't know if it's open right now, Kendrick. Kenrick, I'm sorry. But email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and you can ask them. Andre Hatchett is our partner in the mobile notary program. He teaches people how to basically become mobile notaries. I needed one yesterday. I needed documents signed, and a lady came to the house, and I signed the documents, and she got her money and left after about 20 minutes. Let's see. What's the lady's name who raised successful kids? Her name's Dr. Mary Stoddard, Stoddard. She lives in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's see. David Hawkins, Map of Consciousness, friendly reminder. Is that a book? The David Hawkins Map of Consciousness book? I don't. I'll write it down. All right. And by the way, if you ask, I can't answer questions about individual stocks or anything, just because I don't have any information in front of me to look at it. So we can do that though during Stock Market Tuesdays. Jamila, which annuity calculator would you recommend? They all kind of work the same, Jamila. If you look up annuity calculator, it's out there. And basically with annuities, you have formulas where you can either pull out the annuity amount, the amount that will be required to either build a certain amount in the future, or you have what they call present value of annuity calculators. And annuity calculators in various forms mathematically, that's how you value any financial asset. You can value a share of stock with an annuity calculator. You can value an asteroid with an annuity calculator. Let's see, Dave Joseph. Every 4 years, Black people, include intelligent Black people, vote for the better master. Why? Because I think that habits. I think we just kind of do what other people did. We follow people, even if what they're doing doesn't make sense. So it's like, well, my grandma voted for so and so, so I'm going to do the same thing. I don't think we think about it that much. Does Dr. Stoddard have parenting books? Asked Deborah. No, she does not have any parenting books, but she gave a great lecture last year, and I believe she's coming this year, bringing I think 2 or 3 of her kids with her. And that's why I just looked at the schedule and I saw I have the whole team's working on it. It's really teamwork. It's not me. I can't plan all that by myself. And I saw her on the list, and I also saw her 2 of her daughters, Dr. Shauna Stoddard and another one of her daughters. They're all doctor. And I just really think this is the model. This is the framework. This is what we should be studying. I just think it's really interesting, just almost insulting that we really think that white people have to educate us and they're not even doing a very good job. I'm like, who told us that we can't educate our own kids? When did we decide that? That's the part that's weird to me because I don't know. I mean, that's colonization. That's what that pretty much is. But anyway, let's not get too radical. But y'all get what I'm saying. Kay Collier, please know schools are paid a lot of money for kids being labeled. The more labels, the more money. Yep. That is true. That is true. When they get labeled, they get paid for that. And this is when they're claiming to help you. This is when they're claiming to be allies to Black people. And that's not an ally when you are telling a child that they're limited. And what you're kind of doing is you're containing them. You're controlling them. Right? Anyway, we'll go into that later. Let's see. Antonio, would it be a good move to close out a deferred compensation account to sell options using what you teach? I can't give I can't give investing advice. I don't give investing advice on the platform, Antonio. But I have seen people, take other money from other accounts and purchase some stock and generate a very significant amount of income by selling the options on that stock. I have seen that. I've seen people get HELOCs. I've seen people take a little bit of money out of their savings account. But remember, when you talk about what we do with options, it's not a matter of like it's not a matter of you generating all the income you can generate. You only need a certain amount of income to pay bills. The rest should be invested so it can grow. So I'm not a fan of taking all of my money and using that for my option strategy. I just use enough so that I can generate enough cash every week to be able to pay stuff. And so if you're interested in this sort of thing, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's the program. That's all we talk about is generating income with stocks and options and managing the risk and building the portfolio. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And I see Aisha Verzies in the chat. Aisha is a great supporter of the school, and she also, if you're interested in things like IULs and or insurance policies, things like that, her phone number is here. I'll just say it out loud. Feel free to write it down. It's in the chat. Her number is 626-340-5746. 626-340-5746. So Aisha is a great woman, and I respect her a lot, and I think she's going to be at the convention if you want to meet her directly as well. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Paige says, please repeat the stocks and symbols again. I think it was VOO and SPY. Let's see. Heather, have we discussed Warren Buffett's $1 billion plus sale? This is my first day this week. No, I didn't know. What did he sell? What did he sell? I didn't see Buffett sold things. I might have missed that one. All right. Am I buying the CrowdStrike dip? No, I'm not. I think that their issue was more of a fundamental issue, and it's not something I really want to invest in. What if I sell my $70 a week plan, which is 6 years old, to join your Prime program? You've always chosen not to sell. What if I sell my $70 a week plan, which is 6 years old, to join your Prime? I'm not sure what that means exactly, Michael. Feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you have something specifically that you'd like to share with us. I didn't follow the question, so my apologies for that. Sean, what is options day and how does it affect the price? You talking about the triple witching hour, when different kinds of options all expire at the same time. Well, the triple witching hour, which happens, I don't know how often it happens. I got to go look that up, but basically it's where a bunch of contracts come into maturity at the same time and a bunch of things happen at once. And that causes a lot of chaos in the options market, which is good because of liquidity and a lot of trading, but it can also create a lot of volatility, which means prices going up and down and going crazy. But I'll look that up and you can ask me about it again, and I'll give you more insight on that. Leslie, VOO is $500 a share. Can we buy fractional shares? Yes, you can. You can buy $5 worth. You don't have to pay $500. Is last night's presentation available? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you a way to get access to it. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Yeah, the Math Genius program, we've merged that with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program so that the kids will not just have the financial skills, but they have the math skill as well. And just make sure you're also on the email list and stuff like that, or the text list, and we can send that presentation out if you guys want to take a look and see what Miss Asada Moore had to say. She was really, really good. It was really powerful. And if you're not on the text list, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live overseas, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Sean, are you bullish on Tesla with the earnings report being released? No, I'm not. I'm not bullish because I think Elon Musk is a huge risk factor. Because that guy could die any day because he works so hard. And then also he, I don't know. So if one thing goes wrong, he gets arrested or something, because I just feel like he's so political that I feel like that's going to be dangerous for him. And, but then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's smart enough to navigate all that. And I'm also skeptical of, so first off, he's losing his margins in the EV market. The Chinese are coming in and they're eating his lunch. And then second of all, he's making these massive investments in AI and these big promises, like all the Tesla drivers will be able to use their cars as robo taxis. I just don't believe it. I just don't. I think he tends to exaggerate what he'll be able to do in a certain amount of time, and he's usually wrong. And I just don't feel as confident in him or his companies as I did before. But I think he's going to do some amazing things like with SpaceX and all that. And and I hope he keeps doing those things. I want him to really open that door for us to get to Mars. Maybe AI will do it. I wonder when we get to where we have artificial general intelligence and AI at a very high level. I wonder if that's going to open the door to us understanding space travel and all that stuff. Like, I think the first things we'll send to Mars will be AI robots. We already have, but I think really advanced ones that can literally build up entire cities and get everything ready for the humans. That to me will be safer than having a bunch of people go out there. All right. So, Sean, I know you can't look at stocks right now, but Mara is down 20% this week. Yeah. Well, that Mara, MARA, that went up because Trump Trump got his ear shot off, and he's pro crypto, and so all the companies related to crypto went up. Now the momentum has shifted. Now that Kamala has really come in hard and raised all this money, and they've stolen the momentum from the Republicans. So I think that is what drove Mara down. So yeah, these stocks are very volatile. So be careful. The convention website, Eureka, it is allblacknationalconvention.com. Somebody type that in the chat for me, please. It's allblacknationalconvention.com. Allblacknationalconvention.com. Can we watch the convention through Zoom? Not this year, Helena. We don't have that set up. If that changes, we'll let you know. But right now we don't have the digital option. We have the live event only. That's because we have to keep the cost down. These things can be so expensive. AC Salam says the system steals children, especially from widowed single mothers, to use them as guinea pigs and get paid by the pharmaceutical industry. Well, you said it. I didn't. Jessica, I have 3 children. Should I invest using 3 separate accounts or one account and give instructions for distribution in a trust? I would use one account, and I would not tell the kids that it's their money. I would say this is my money and this is the family's money. So remember, when you're building wealth for your kids, you're not just sacrificing for other people. Remember, your kids are a part of you, and you're all on the same team. So enjoy the money too. Like, you have the right to be protected by that wealth until you hand it to them. Do you understand? Like, if I build a house for my children, that doesn't mean I have to live outside. You understand? I can live in the house until I pass it over to them. And I don't even have to say, well, I'm building this house just for you. That's, I think, a myth about the whole wealth building process is everybody tends to see it as a sacrifice. Like, I'm going to, really go through a lot of hell to make sure that my kids are doing well. And I applaud you if you feel that way. That's wonderful of you, but you could take care of you too. Because if you and I truly believe we're in the same ecosystem, and we truly believe that we're connected, and we truly believe we're giving to each other, then me taking care of me is also me taking care of you, and you taking care of you is you taking care of me, and then we also take care of each other. Do you understand? It's an ecosystem. So believe me, I have no problem taking care of Boyce. I have no problem making sure Boyce is mentally and physically well. I have no problem building boundaries to make sure Boyce is safe and good and at peace, because I know that when Boyce is at his best, Boyce is going to really pour back into the space, into the communities in which he operates. I'm really going to be a great husband because I am a healthy, healed, happy human being. Do you understand? So the same thing is true with wealth. When you build for yourself, you're building for your children. When you build for your children, you're building for yourself. It's supposed to be connected. Who told you that it's separate? Who told you that doing for your kids means you can't do for you? I want you to do for you. I want you to take care of you. I want you to live a nice life. I want you to have nice things. You can have that and still allow the babies to enjoy it as well. Remember, wealth is like a house. You build a beautiful house, you get to live in it, and then when you're done with it, you pass it to someone else. Do you understand? That's what wealth is. So build a house of wealth, and don't worry about who owns it. Right now, you own it. As far as I'm concerned, you own it. If you out here chopping the wood and putting the bricks and everything in place and building that cabin up, that's your house. Your kids can live there with you, so you can all enjoy it together. But it's not going to be their house until you decide that you want to give it to them because you no longer need it. I think that's the best way to look at it, instead of looking at it as like, oh, I'm going to go through hell so I can sacrifice for my kids. F them kids. I'm playing. Let's not go that far. But really, like seriously, no, it ain't. It's not a sacrifice game. I don't, and I also will say my bias is like, I never understood like this idea that kids owe nothing to their parents at all. I don't understand that, mainly because one day you're going to get old and you're going to need help. And I just don't understand the logic of someone who says, I don't, this person who took care of me and changed my diapers and fed me for 20 years, I care nothing about the fact that they are 85 years old in a home somewhere and lonely and sick and tired and broken and struggling. I just don't get that. I'm not saying that, I'm not judging nobody's situation, but seriously, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't have to be that way. I think it's okay for us to be there for each other. All right, so let's keep going. Calvin, okay, a few more questions. Oh, y'all got the questions coming. I'm getting, it's a lot of work here. All right, so Calvin says, any tax strategies for reducing tax obligation with stock portfolio investments? Well, make sure you know the difference between realized gains and non-realized gains. I would talk to my financial advisor about tax deferred investments as well. Also, just understanding some of those basics of the tax code, like having LLCs and things like that, can make a big difference in terms of minimizing the tax burden. That's where I would start. Oh, Buffett sold Bank of America. Oh, that's right. I did see that. I don't make much of it, honestly. There's not much to say about that. I think Bank of America is still a solid company, though. Let's see here. And you don't know why he sold it. Maybe he announced something, but you don't know why. I don't think he believes the Bank of America is a bad company. I just think he's just made a decision. I've been investing $70 a week. You've always said not to sell, for my granddaughter to join the. Oh, got it. Okay. So, yeah, well, you know what, Michael, I would say it's really a personal decision. The Prime program, I think if you go to drboyceprime.com, I don't know what the fee is on the page, but I think that what I ask the students to consider is, I just say, make a simple comparison. Think of it like, don't think of it like you did with college. With college, you spent a ton of money, and some of you feel like you overspent. You spent more than you actually gained. You gave $200,000, but you didn't get what you wanted. I don't want you to think about anything in the Black Business School that way. I'd like for you to consider with Prime, okay, if the amount that you spend, that you invest to be in the program, is not super exceeded by the amount of income that you're earning from the things that we talk about and the tips I give and the things we share, then I don't want you there. You shouldn't be there. I want it to be a profitable, positive ROI move for you. I want you to not say I did this because I like Boyce, or even just I did this because I want to learn from Boyce, which you will learn. But I also want you to say I made money because of this. I'm doing better because of this. And there are Prime students in here that and y'all can feel free to make comments and talk about your experience. But there are a lot of Prime students in here where I know I've sat down with them, in class, and then sometimes I would do one-on-ones where I can show them specifically, okay, this is how you can have more money on Monday. And it's very easy to do, because this is one of those superpowers you get when you have a PhD in this stuff. So there you go, El Haj. Thank you, El Haj. There you go. So there's some comments right there. So feel free to talk to them, and I want them to be honest. I don't want nobody out here lying for me. I'm not here trying to, pull a fast one on anybody, but I really think this is something worth looking at. I don't just think it would be good for a lot of you, but I think it would be great for your children to have this skill at an early age. In fact, if I could go back in time and have this be the only thing I did in high school, it would be that. Okay, so a couple more questions, and the URL is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. drboyceprime. All right, Leslie Hughes, how much would you say is an adequate amount to have in long-term investments before we start Prime? There's no specific number, Leslie. It kind of just depends on how you want to operate. I personally don't put more than say 25% of my wealth toward my options portfolio. So that might be a benchmark. Let's see. If you have CrowdStrike in your portfolio, would you sell them off? No, I would probably just hold it. I would hold it because it's probably there may be an overreaction to the bad news on CrowdStrike. Let's see, where did we find how to develop an investment group? If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, if you're in the Black Stock Market Program or in Prime, that information is in there, but it may be hard to find because we kind of give you a lot of material. So feel free to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, I'm going to answer one more question, then we're going to have to bounce out for today because we've been here an hour and 15 minutes. Lalani says, Buffett sold his Bank of America stock. Why is he trying to free up that money to buy? Okay. That's a good question. I will say this, and this is the last thing we'll talk about, and then we'll bounce out for today. There is a growing group of people that believes that the market could be in for a major, major drop. I just read an article from a guy who became famous because he predicted these drops in the past. That does not mean he's right this time, but he believes that some of these stocks could be cut in half. And so one thing I would say is that the hard part about those kinds of predictions is that you don't know when it's going to happen. There was a guy who knew in 2015, 2016 that the Chinese real estate market was just a big bubble. He knew that they were on some major BS and that the loans that they were making did not have the credit rating that they appeared to have, that they were on thin ice, economically speaking. He predicted this in 2015 and 2016. Everyone told him he was crazy. The prices kept going up. He set up a short position. He got hammered. He lost $1 billion on this short position because the bubble kept on growing. But he ended up being correct. Around 2022, 2023, the crack showed. And you had companies like Evergrande in China have some of the largest bankruptcies in human history. And because everything he said was correct. But he didn't really make a lot of money from his prediction because he predicted it too soon and he invested in the bubble or the bubble bursting too soon. So timing is the really hard part about this. So one way to kind of be prepared without having to time anything, because market timing is really hard to do, is to maybe go in and get some strategies in place that'll protect you just in case that things collapse. That's what put options are for. That's what stop loss orders are for. Things like that. I did a whole training on that, on 7 different ways to protect your portfolio from what I think will be a major decline in the next few months, the next year. It's at stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. All the materials are yours. I did a whole training on it. There's slides and everything else. And so feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com if you want to check that out. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet again for class. And if you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also tonight, if you like Powernomics, as you know, Wednesday night, every Wednesday, we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And so we're reading his book, The Black History Reader, which I think is really important right now, given that we're dealing with this whole election thing. I think that hearing from the elders like him is really important. So we're going to meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you're interested in Powernomics, you want to be a part of that, then feel free to join us tonight. I'll just text, if you're on the original text list, I'll just text you guys a link and you can join us tonight. And next week I may have to cancel because we're doing our trip to Egypt, and I got to get on a plane and go fly and start getting ready for that trip. And again, the trip sold out, but we are going to do another one to South Africa. And so around the time of the convention, we'll give you the details on that once I talk to Jay and set that up. All right. Have a good day, everybody.